Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us as we continue our coverage of Iowa versus Karina Cooper. We personally are in day 5 and 6 as we catch up. Actual trial is day 7. So we will still be a day behind after today. Whatever happens today, we'll stream the following day. For us, it would be Monday. If you're watching on Replay Crew, it'll just be the next day. So how's everybody doing today? Britta, yep, no spoilers, no spoilers, no spoilers. Fanny Pack and Fala, Joanne Jedi Platypus, Psychosaurus Rex, good to see you guys. Adrielle, how are you? Fur Baby's mom and Camilla. Nomad. Let's see who else? Just Shamrock, good to see you. Suber, Super T, good to see you. Aussie Gardner, good morning to you. Well, probably, yeah, it's like good evening to you. Mary, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Red Pen. Let's see, who was first? I think Super T, you were first. Yes, Super T, you were first. Followed by Debbie and then Red Pen. Jennifer King saying hello. Camilla. Proctor, good to see you. You guys are still in the chat. I know that was a little bit earlier. Jennifer King saying good morning. How's everybody's Friday going so far? Janet Cameron, how are you? So yesterday we heard from a couple forensic analysts. We had bloodstain analyst Kenneth Martin. He talked for quite a while. We had the footprint expert Steve Tverdick. Then we had a DNA analyst Brenda Reinhardt. Oh, and then we had the older sister Michelle Wilson. That was Ryan's older sister. She was older by 10 years. So that's what we heard today. Now, I'm sorry, that's what we heard yesterday. Now today is going to be day 5, and then we're going to do day 6, and they're actually in day 7 right now. So we will catch them Monday for sure. Carlar, good morning to you. Hey Karen, how are you? Kathy Davis, Vivith, good morning to you. Lots of new faces. Queen Olive, Ruth Ann, good to see you. Sky Girl, hello, hello. Half day for Fala. Very nice. So for those that are new to this channel and or this trial, here's a little brief rundown. Iowa versus Karina Cooper. Cooper, her husband was the one that was deleted. He's on the bottom right of this graph, or graphic, I should say. And then Karina was allegedly having a torrid affair with Houston Danker. He's on the left. His trial is August 12th? Yeah, his trial is August 12th. So we're hoping to cover that because Donna Adelson starts on the 19th. So I'm hoping we can squeeze in Houston there. Hey, Apple Treasure, Lindsay, good morning to you. Baka, how are you? So this happened June 18th, 2021. She's charged with first degree. And the judge, everybody loves this judge, Judge Lars Anderson. Love that name, Lars Anderson. The main prosecutor is Israel, I think it's Israel. I think that's how he pronounces it. Kodiaga is his last name. Oh, Sky Girl, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for your donation. Appreciate that. Thank you. And I shall reply as well. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. I'm assuming people have been saying it's pretty toasty over there, right? I know Wimbledon's going on right now. How warm is it in Wimbledon? How warm is it in Wimbledon? It's 88 over there, right? 88 in Wimbledon right now. That's Celsius. What is it? 31 Celsius, 88 Fahrenheit. That's pretty toasty. All right, so the defense attorneys are Nicole Watt and Aaron Habacher. So June 18th, as I said before, Karina wakes up. She says she hears this loud noise. She thought it was the shower caddy. Then she thought it was, what else did she think it was? Then she realized it wasn't coming from the shower, so she goes out to check in the living room, She turns on the light. She sees her husband, Ryan, on the recliner, 2 gunshots to the face, left side of his face. Obviously, there's blood all over. We heard and saw pictures yesterday of all the blood. And she calls 911, and when they get there, they arrive like within minutes, and the blood is already coagulated. It's not as fresh as they think it should be. So that's why they're like, well, there's some suspicion right there. So they do a little bit of digging. And actually, Karina calls Aaron Cooper, who is Ryan's brother, and he comes over. He's a firefighter, so he comes over, tries to assess the situation. He calls 911 as well. And they eventually figure out, there's this affair that's been going on between Karina and Houston, and they eventually arrest both. And Karina's trial is right now. Houston's will be in August. All right, so let's see. Kathy says, I missed yesterday, but had things needed done. No worries. Hey, Zach, how are you? Thank you for sending that email. Zach, if I'll ask you right here, is it cool if I show some of these? I'm not going to show them right now, but maybe later in the day. Just let me know if that's okay if I tell your story, and I'll show these pictures. Let me know if that's cool or not. Excuse me. All right. When were they arrested? That's a really good question. I have to put that down. Let me see. When were they arrested? So when were they arrested? So Karina was arrested February of 2023. Wow. Houston was arrested February of 2024. She was initially not arrested. She was initially not charged. She was arrested nearly 2 years later, following further investigation and analysis of digital evidence. So this is where all the Snapchat messages and texts and all that stuff, and search history. So February of 23 and February of 24. Okay, yeah, share all you like. Okay, cool. All right, Zach sent us some pictures yesterday. I'll show them a little bit later, but he happened to be in a place to help with the rescue of a young man. His whole house washed away. Wow. So yeah, pretty intense. So Zach helped in this rescue in Texas. All right, Zach, cool. I'll show these. I'll show these in a little bit. So, all right. So she was arrested February of 23. Houston was arrested February of 24. All right. So let's get to it. We've got 2 days to catch up on. We have 2 days to catch up on. So let's get to it.
All right, good morning, everyone. Go ahead and have a seat. All right, we are back on the record. We have council parties and our jurors present. I hope everybody had a good night. And I think yesterday we had finished last with the testimony of, let's see, Ms. Michelle Wilson. And does the state at this point have another witness they wish to call?
Yes, we do, Your Honor. At this time, the state would call Bradley Sieck.
Okay. Yeah. Good morning, sir. Just come on all the way up here if you would. grab a seat to my far left, if you would. So you're going to need to turn on that microphone. There's a little button on the base of it there. Yep, you can move that microphone however you want. All right, sir, first thing I'm going to do is swear you in. If you please raise your right hand. Sir, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be giving in these proceedings will be the truth?
Yes.
Okay. And then for the record, can you please give us your first name and your last name and spell them both for us?
Bradley Sieck, BradleySieck.
All right, thank you, Mr. Sieck. Ms. Williams.
Thank you. Mr. Sieck, where do you currently live?
Toledo, Iowa.
And are you currently employed?
Yeah, self-employed.
Okay. And prior to being self-employed, around September of 2022, where were you employed?
Nolan Farms.
How long did you work for Nolan Farms?
About a year and 4 months or 5 months, something like that.
Okay. So when did you end your employment with Nolan Farms?
January of 24.
Okay. So beginning, end of January?
Yeah, end of it, January.
While you were employed with Nolan Farms, did you know someone by the name of Houston Danker?
Yes.
And besides working with him, how did you know Houston?
I met him a few times prior, but just short, 5 minutes here or there. That was about it.
So mostly just co-workers?
Yeah.
At some point while you were working with Mr. Danker, did he ask you to do something for him?
Yes.
What did he ask you to do?
Hold his guns.
Okay. Did you agree to hold the guns
Yes.
for him?
Yes.
Can you describe the circumstances that led to that arrangement?
He was moving, and his girlfriend, whatever he was moving in with, had a daycare in her house, so I'm assuming he didn't want him there.
And is that what he told you?
No, he never said that. He just said, "Can you hold these for me?" And that was it.
Okay, gotcha. Did you agree to hold the weapons
Yes.
for him? After that conversation with Mr. Danker, did he give you any guns?
Yes.
And where did he bring those to?
To work.
How many guns did he bring you?
3.
Can you describe those firearms?
Yes.
What firearms did he bring to you?
One was an AR-15, one was a double barrel shotgun, and one was a .22 rifle.
Okay. Was it a Ruger 1022?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Your Honor, I'm going to approach the witness with one of the firearms in question. I just want to let the court know that it has been inspected by law enforcement and we're safe at this point.
All right, thank you.
May I approach?
You may. And you don't need to ask again with this witness.
Mr. Sieck, I am holding what has been marked as State's Exhibit 298. Do you recognize this
Yes.
firearm?
Yes.
Can you describe it for me?
It's a
What firearm is it?
Ruger 1022.
Okay. And how do you recognize it?
Yeah, that's one Houston give me, one of them.
Okay. And did you have this weapon stored at your home?
Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, by agreement of the parties, we would offer State's Exhibit 298.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 298 is admitted.
Mr. Sieck, after Mr. Danker gave you the guns, where did you keep them?
In the closet, in my bedroom.
Of your home?
Yes.
And did you ever give those guns to anyone else or remove them from your possession during the time that you had them?
No.
Were there any accessories to these guns, like clips or ammunition, that
No.
were provided to you with those guns?
No.
At some point after you strike that, how long did you have these guns?
6, 8 months maybe.
Okay. At some point during the time that you had possession of the 3 guns Houston Danker gave you, did you bring that fact up with Mr. Danker?
Yes.
And when you mentioned it, what was his response?
Don't worry about it. Just keep holding on to them.
That's a good reminder to everybody to make sure your phones are off, please.
After that conversation with Mr. Danker, did anything change with regard to the custody of those weapons?
No.
And were those firearms, including the Ruger 1022 rifle, accessed by anyone else while they were in your possession?
No.
Did you eventually turn those firearms over to law enforcement?
Yes.
Was that because Mr. Danker was not going to pick them up?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you recall when you turned those firearms over to law enforcement?
April or May, late April. I don't know. I don't remember. It was a Thursday. That's all I know.
Would that have been of 2024 that you turned them over?
Yes.
Who did you turn those firearms over to?
Brian Randall's the one that picked him up.
Is that the last involvement you had with those firearms?
Yes.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Hawbaker, any cross-examination?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Just so I'm clear, the conversation, well, limited conversation that Mr. Danker had with you, which was basically, here, will you hold my guns? When did that happen?
Late summer, early fall of
What year?
23.
So late summer, early fall 2023.
Yep.
So the 6 to 8 months is what kind of gets you to the wraparound year of 2024 in April.
Yep.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Anything further, Ms. Williams?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down. You're excused.
You want me to shut this off?
No, you don't leave it on. Thank you. Mr. Kodiaga, is the state prepared to call its next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Brenda Randall.
Good morning, sir. You come on up here to my far left, if you would. And you can go ahead and have a seat when you get there. And you can adjust that microphone however you'd like. It's on. First thing I'm going to do, sir, is swear you in. If you'd please raise your right hand. Sir, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be giving in these proceedings will be the truth?
I do.
All right. And then for the record, can you please provide us with your first name and your last name and spell them for us?
Brian Randall, Brian Randall.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Randall. Mr. Kodiaga.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
You've stated your name. How are you currently employed?
I'm a deputy for Tama County Sheriff's Office
And how long have you been with the Tama County Sheriff's Office?
since 2011.
You say you're a deputy sheriff at the county attorney's office, at the sheriff's office?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So So, Deputy Sheriff, fair to state that you're a licensed peace officer in the state of Iowa?
Yes, sir. I graduated from the Iowa Law Enforcement Academy in 2003.
In the course of your duties, were you part of the investigation of the case that brings us to this courtroom today?
I was.
As part of your investigations in this case, did you at some point go to the residence of someone called Bradley Sieck or get in touch with him to pick some firearms?
I did.
Do you remember when that was?
There was 3 in total that I received from Brad. One was a .22 rifle, one was a double-barrel shotgun, and one was an AR-style rifle.
So there were 3 firearms that you received from Bradley Sieck?
Yes.
And you've described them. Can you describe, you've stated what those items are. Can you briefly describe what they look like or what type of firearms they are?
So the AR-style rifle is a semi-automatic style rifle, large caliber, generally with a short barrel. Double-barrel shotgun, it's just two barrels, one side by side, and then a .22 rifle, which is also a semi-automatic small caliber rifle.
From your understanding, these guns belong to Houston Danker?
Correct.
Permission to approach the witness?
You may, and you don't need to ask again with this witness.
I'm going to show you what's been admitted into evidence as 298. Do you recognize what that is?
I do.
Okay. Can you tell the jury what 298 would be?
That is the .22 rifle that I received from Brad Sieck belonging to Houston Danker.
As part of the investigation in this case, was that type of firearm a firearm of interest that you and your other officers were looking for?
It was.
When you received this firearm, what did you do with it?
It was initially checked into evidence at the Tama County Sheriff's Office, and then it was delivered to the Iowa DCI lab in Ankeny, I believe by Detective Killian.
Why was it delivered to the lab?
To be tested against the casing that we found at the scene of the homicide.
So, as part of the investigation, you were aware that there was a casing of a .22 that had been found at the scene, and therefore you needed to confirm if it's the same firearm that had been used, correct?
That is correct.
As part of your investigation, did you check to see if the defendant, Karina Cooper, had a permit to use a firearm and was someone who was either authorized to use firearms or have a firearm with her?
I did.
Can you tell me what you did to find that out?
So I checked the records at the Tama County Sheriff's Office. We keep a computerized record of anybody who obtains a permit to purchase or a permit to carry firearms in our database at the Sheriff's Office.
I'm going to show you what has been marked and stated in 2 or 3 for the purposes of identification.
I do.
What is 203?
That would be a printout of the electronic record that we maintain at the sheriff's office showing that Karina has or had a permit to carry weapons.
Fair and accurate of what you have as a printout from your office?
Yes.
We move to agree 203.
Any objection?
Need to see it first, Judge.
All right.
No objection, Your Honor.
Then Exhibit 203 is admitted.
So to get a permit to have a firearm, what does a person need to do?
So the initial permit at that time would require you to provide proof of satisfactory training, and that the satisfactory part is determined by the state of Iowa, not determined by the Tama County Sheriff's Office. But you would have to provide proof of training for the initial permit. A renewal permit does not require, we just use the initial training.
And the initial training, does that consist of firing a firearm, using a firearm, being able to handle a firearm?
It does.
And as you testified, what we have that's been admitted as 203 is a renewal permit, and for that you don't have to do anything for renewal anymore, correct?
Correct.
So once you get the initial permit where you have to show your capability of using the firearm, after that you just yearly renew it without having to do any further training with the firearm, correct?
Correct.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Cross-examination by, I'm not sure, Mr. Hawbaker?
It's me. I should have lit up my light. Thanks,
Oh, that's
Judge.
all right.
It's okay. Did you ever go to the scene at the Cooper's house? Did you ever go there?
I did.
Okay. And were you aware that part of the initial investigation, there were several firearms disclosed and turned over from the Cooper house?
I was.
Okay. Did Houston Danker, up until obviously the time that you retrieved these weapons, ever turn over weapons to the Tama County Sheriff's Department?
There was one other weapon that he turned over.
Okay. And was that the Ruger long rifle?
Potentially, I guess I'm not sure about the Ruger. I personally accepted that from him in November of 2023 and delivered it to the lab. I don't recall the brand.
It's from who?
Houston Danker.
What was that gun?
It was a 22.
Okay. Was it exhibit, what is it? 298? 298. Was it exhibit 298?
It was not.
Okay. So those guns, the only way that you retrieve those is from Mr. Sieck?
Yes.
Exhibit 203, which was the Tama County Sheriff's Department's information on Ms. Cooper's permit to carry. That permit to carry was issued in 2016, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
And as part of obtaining a permit to carry, while I could understand why some training might have you fire the firearm, it's not actually required for the permit, is it?
Not for Iowa.
So it is possible for somebody to obtain the permit and never having fired whatever firearm they may have.
It is possible.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Anything further?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down. You're free to go. All right, is the state prepared to call its next witness?
Yes, if we may have a minute. Your Honor.
You may.
The state calls Janna Barry.
Good morning. Ms. Barry, if you want to have a seat to my far left when you get up here, that'd be great. And that microphone's on. You can move it around however you'd like. I'm going to go ahead and swear you in first, so please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you'll be giving in these proceedings will be the truth?
I do.
All right, and then can you please give us your first name and your last name and spell them for us for the record?
It's Janna Barry, Jonna Berry. All
right, thank you, Ms. Barry. Mr. Kodiaga.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you tell the jury what you do for a living?
Yes, I work at the DCI, which is the Division of Criminal Investigations Crime Laboratory. So I work in the toxicology section as well as on the crime scene team.
Can you just briefly tell us what the toxicology section is?
So the toxicology section tests blood and urine for drugs.
Okay. And the crime scene team, can you tell us about that?
Yes, so as a member of the crime scene team, we're on call a few times a year, and we will go out to assist cities or towns with homicides or crime scenes that they aren't able to handle themselves.
What is your training and experience?
So in the crime scene team, I have a year-long or a week-long course at the Iowa Association of Identification. It was put on in 2016. It was a week-long course on basic crime scene school. And then in 2017, I attended the Advanced Crime Scene School put on by the same association.
As part of your experience, you visited various crime scenes over the years?
I have.
As part of were you part of the investigation that brings us to this courtroom today?
I was.
Okay. Can you tell us what your involvement was in this investigation?
So my partner, Madison Martin, and I went to a residence at 2798 Iowa Highway 8 in Traer, Iowa. And we were asked to process that residence for trace amounts of blood and any other items that may have evidential value to the death investigation that occurred in 2021. And this was in 2024.
Do you know what month in 2024?
In May.
Okay. So will around May 8th or on or about May 6th, I believe, would have been the date?
Yes, May 8th.
Did you have some instructions or some knowledge of some of the things that you would be looking for at this residence?
Yes, we did.
Did you know the owner of this residence?
We were informed that Mr. Houston Danker was the residence of that address.
So you are going to this residence in Traer believing that the owner would be Mr. Houston Danker?
Yes.
Can you tell us what are some of the things that you were tasked with doing at this residence?
Yes, so like I said, we were screening for trace amounts of blood. So we used some of our reagents called Blue Star to search for blood. And we also were informed that Mr. Danker may have been wearing a red or maroon sweatshirt and blue jeans at the time, so we searched the residence for that type of clothing as well.
So you're looking for items of clothing?
Correct.
And you're also looking for presence of blood at the residence?
That's correct.
Can you describe the residence for the jury briefly?
Yes, so the residence was located out kind of in the country. It was a 2-story house with a basement. There was a machine shed as well as kind of a detached garage, additional shed around the building with some grain bins or silos as well on the property.
What do you do when you go to a crime scene like this? What are some of the things that you do?
Well, the first thing we do is we kind of take what's called like an outside-in approach. So we'll photograph the exterior of the residence and then photograph the interior as we walk through for the first time. One person will do the photos and the other person begins sketching the scene and taking notes. And we do this sort of initial documentation in order to document the scene as it was when we arrived before we end up searching or processing anything.
You talked about there being one of the things you're tasked to was to look for the presence of blood. How do you do that from your analysis standpoint?
So one of the screening reagents we use is called Blue Star. And so Blue Star is really helpful to better visualize blood stains when you can't see them with your naked eye. So when you spray it on, it will do a chemiluminescence reaction where basically it glows blue if it comes in contact with small amounts of blood.
So it's a chemical reagent that will be able to tell the presence or absence of blood?
Yes.
Could you explain the process of applying that Blue Star?
So in this process, since the reaction glows blue, the first thing we have to do is make the room as dark as possible in order to better visualize that. Once we can make the room as dark as possible, we'll spray the Blue Star over an area and then document where we see any sort of what we call positive reactions or that glowing blue reaction. Yeah.
Was there a way that you handled the scene in terms of either cutting it into quadrants or separating it into certain sections?
Yes. So the areas we sprayed, we kind of separated out as far as where the most foot traffic would be, because we were told there might be potential blood on a person's shoe in the area. So we sprayed the entryway at the beginning of the residence first and then proceeded in to spray the kitchen area as well.
Can you describe what you found in the various areas that you sprayed for this Blue Star?
So in the entryway, we saw some positive reactions on the carpet and kind of a more larger area towards the center. So we ended up collecting that entire carpet to bring back for our DNA section. And we also collected a white rug that was in that area as well.
When you say a positive reaction, what do you mean by that?
I'm sorry.
When you say a positive reaction, what does that mean?
So that means that that Blue Star may have come in contact with trace amounts of blood in the carpet.
So it's just an indication that maybe someone tracked some blood or there's some blood that it's saying there could be some positive for blood on that carpet.
Yes, there's potential for that.
There's some evidence that you found suggesting someone attempted to clean up the carpet or the blood?
It's difficult to say if there was any, I can't tell.
Moving to the kitchen, what did you find?
When we sprayed the kitchen floor, we had a couple small positive reactions on just various areas on the kitchen floor. We just swabbed those areas with cotton swabs to take back to our DNA section.
And as part of what you're testifying to, you stated you take pictures of what you see?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Well, did that happen in this, when you did this?
Yes, we did.
permission to approach?
You may.
Remind you what's been marked as State Exhibit 261 through 266. Do you recognize what 261 through 266 will be?
I do.
What are they?
They are photos that we took at the crime scene.
Okay. Now, do they fairly and accurately depict what you took at that time?
They do.
Okay. We move to admit 261 through 266.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. No objection, then exhibits 261 through 266 are admitted.
We'll move to publish.
You may, do you have them ready to go? All right. Now, hold on.
Are you able to see what has been admitted as 261?
I can.
Okay. You talked about some footwear that you are looking for with a specific pattern. What footwear and what pattern were you looking for?
So there was a footwear impression that was found by the initial crime scene team with a diamond-shaped sort of pattern. So that was the type of pattern that we were looking for on the bottom of these shoes.
Did you, as part of your being in this residence, locate footwear that had what you were looking for in terms of a diamond-shaped pattern?
We believe this pattern was fairly consistent with the footwear impression that was found at the scene.
262, would that be where you found the shoe in this house that belonged to Houston Danker?
Yes, this is in the entryway with the carpet and the black vans. That's where they were located.
Okay. And you described those shoes as a type of shoes called Vans?
Yes, correct.
Fair enough to say 263 is a close-up of that same Vans
Yes.
shoes? What do we see on 264?
So this is a photo of the entryway after we removed the carpet, and we applied Blue Star to the underside of the carpet as well, or that surface.
So, in other words, is that how it appears with the Blue Star?
No, that's actually a flashlight shining onto the floor because the whole room was dark, so we were trying to get a photo of the floor with the flashlight on it.
How would you describe the floor that you took this picture of?
Well, this is after the carpet was removed, so there's kind of like an adhesive, sticky tack on the floor at that point in time.
Okay, and this is when you'd remove the carpet to that floor?
Yes, this is after the carpet was removed.
What do we see on 265?
This is the same area with just the flashlight moved off to the side. I believe this was before we applied Blue Star to it.
What about 266?
This is another, the same area with the flashlight in a different space.
You described the shoes that you took photos of. Did you collect those shoes for evidence purposes?
We did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State Exhibit 300 for the purposes of identification. Do you recognize what 300 is?
I do.
Are those the same van shoes that you testified to photographing and taking from these residents?
They are.
And there are pair, there's another pair of these. Do they accurately depict what you took on that day?
Yes.
We'll move to admit State Exhibit 300.
Any objections, Mr. Danker?
None, Your Honor.
State's Exhibit 300 is admitted.
I will publish 300 to the jury. Were there electronic devices that you also secured from these residents?
Yes, we collected 3 cell phones.
Do you remember can you describe what cell phones you collected?
There were 2 white iPhones in the kitchen. One had a green case on it, as well as 1 black iPhone in the sort of dining room area on the piano.
And fair enough to say these were taken to the lab for further testing too?
I believe we transferred the custody to Special Agent Villata at the scene, so he took those.
Was there presence of firearms or ammunition or any ballistic evidence that you recovered from Houston Danker's residence?
Yes, we recovered 14 22 caliber fired shell casings from the outdoor, kind of around the porch area of the residence.
We just have a minute, Judge.
You may.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Cross-examination, Mr. Hawbaker.
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
So your investigation was limited to the visit to Houston Danker's property, is that right?
That's correct.
The footwear that was collected, the vans that have been described, we've heard testimony previously from somebody that does impressions. Okay. Was there an analysis of those impressions found at the Cooper resident of those shoes, with those shoes?
Not at the residence, no.
That wasn't a very good. Are you aware that there was a footwear impression found at the Cooper residence?
I am.
Do you know, and I'm asking this again because I asked it poorly, do you know if the shoes that you found at Houston Danker's residence were compared to those footwear impressions?
I don't know if they were compared.
The evidence of blood that you found at Houston Danker's house, was that ever analyzed, swabs taken?
We collected like the carpet and some swabs, and they were sent to DNA for analysis.
Okay, did you do that analysis?
I did not.
Did you collect the shell casings that you found outside?
We did.
Did you participate in any matching of those shell casings with firearms found in this case?
I did not.
Every photo that we saw, every shoe that was collected that you participated in were all found at Houston Danker's residence, correct?
That's correct.
And is it understood that at the time of the killing of Brian Cooper, this was the residence that Houston Danker resided in?
Yes.
Nothing further, thank you.
Any redirect?
You were tasked to look for a certain type of footwear, correct? Like what you testified to, you're looking for a shoe that can make diamond patterns or will leave such an impression, correct?
Yes, we were looking for that type of pattern.
That's what you found that has been now admitted, correct?
Those were the shoes we thought were best consistent with the pattern.
Okay. And fair enough to say there were other people in the lab who were in charge of either doing firearms testing, ballistic testing, and also doing the DNA testing. Your job for this was only to go in and collect some evidence at this residence.
That's correct.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Anything further?
And the significance of those shoes is quite clear. The shoes that you collected from Houston Danker's place, the bands, had the similar print characteristics as the markings that were found at the Cooper residence, right?
That's why we collected them. We believe they were a consistent pattern.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You may step down. You're excused. All right, is the state prepared to call its next witness?
Yeah, the state calls Sabrina Sehoffer.
Good morning, ma'am. Just have you come on up to a seat to my far left, if you would. All right, I'm going to go ahead and swear you in. If you please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be giving in these proceedings will be the truth?
I do.
All right, and then for the record, can you please give us your first name and your last name and spell them both?
My name is Sabrina, S-A-B-R-I-N-A, Sehoffer, S-E-E-H-A-F-E-R.
Right, thank you. Mr. Kodiaga.
Thank you. What do you do for a living?
I'm employed by the State of Iowa, Department of Public Safety, Division of Criminal Investigations, Criminalistics Laboratory, better known as the DCI Crime Lab.
So we've heard a lot from other DCI crime lab people you work with, like the lady who just left over here, you work with her, correct?
Yes, I do.
What do you do at the crime lab?
My primary assignment is to the DNA section of the laboratory.
Can you briefly tell the jury your qualifications in terms of education and professional experience to be in your position?
Yes, I have a bachelor's degree in biology from Westminster College in Fulton, Missouri. a master's and a PhD in biochemistry from University of Rochester in Rochester, New York. Once I completed my graduate work, I was employed by the Iowa DCI Crime Lab. I started my training there, and that meets all the guidelines as set forth by the FBI quality assurance standards. Since I've been employed at the DCI, I've also had over 500 continuing education hours, specifically in forensic DNA analysis. In addition, I'm also certified by the American Board of Criminalistics in molecular biology.
We had an expert on DNA yesterday, so I'm not going to ask you much more on what DNA is. I believe it's still consistent to that. So we'll move on. Did you do DNA analysis in this particular case?
Yes.
What items, can you describe to the jury the items you received and what you did with them?
Specifically, I was submitted various items of clothing and shoes and some pieces of carpet, also some swabs and a known reference sample. A subset of those samples I did not analyze. The other ones, I would have looked for the presence of blood, specifically looking for any red-brown stains on items that had not previously been screened with Blue Star from the crime scene team. I would have then done my screening test, presumptive test, to indicate the presence of blood. If they screen positive, they would move on to DNA analysis. If they screen negative, I would not take those samples on further.
Okay. Let's go back and let's talk first on when you received these items. If you had, did you write a report in regards to this case?
Yes, I did.
Do you have a copy of your report?
Yes, I do.
Will it help you to go through these items line by line to be able to testify in a more clear way for the jury about what you did?
Yes, it would.
The court's permission will ask that she uses a report to refresh her memory.
Any issue with that, Mr. Danker?
No objection to that,
All right.
Judge.
Your Honor, may I open my binder?
You may go ahead and you may use your report.
So starting with the items that were delivered to you on or about May 7th of 2024, can you tell the jury what you had and what you looked at?
So the items received by the laboratory on May 7th were a pair of jeans and another item that contained 2 sweatshirts and a long sleeve t-shirt.
Did you know who these were, or they were these items belonging to a person by the name of Houston Danker?
That's what was indicated on the receipt form when I received the items for the jeans. It did not in the description indicate who the 3 sweatshirts belonged to, were the 2 sweatshirts and 1 long sleeve t-shirt.
When you say you do DNA analysis, what type of screening did you perform on these items that you've just talked about?
On these specific items, I was screening for the presence of blood.
Okay. And how do you do that?
So when I'm screening for the presence of blood, I first clean my bench area, individually lay out each item of evidence by itself. I examine that item, so I'm looking for the presence of any red-brown stains on the piece of clothing. I would then circle those areas, and then I would collect a subsample of that by dampening 2 sterile swabs and swabbing just a little area of the stain, set those aside, and those swabs would be what I would perform my screening test on. We perform 2 color change screening tests. So I would put the both clear liquids on one swab, one on the other, and then put hydrogen peroxide that pushes the reaction forward. If my screen tests are positive for the presence of blood, one of the samples should turn blue, the other should turn pink. In this case, on all those items, there were 9 stains on the jeans that did not screen positive for the presence of blood, so no DNA testing was attempted. And then on the other shirts, there was actually no stains noted when I examined them, so no screening tests were performed or DNA analysis.
Okay. As you perform your analysis on these items, do you at that time have a known DNA sample of Houston Danker?
I did perform testing on the known buccal sample of Houston Danker. That was received later, submitted to the laboratory after I had already examined the items in my report.
Okay. So you at some point have these known DNA samples, but initially you're just detecting if you can find blood in these items that you've testified about, correct?
Yes, so his known was submitted at the end of May, where the other stuff was earlier in May.
Was there blue jeans that you tested that was, I believe, that's the item number 46?
Yes.
And you say blood screening was negative on that item?
Yes, in the 9 areas I tested.
Were there other items that you tested?
Specifically, not on item 46. Those were the only areas. Then I moved on to the next items, item 47.
Okay.
Item 47 contained 2 sweatshirts and a long sleeve t-shirt. I examined each of those items individually and detected no stains on any of those items. So that concluded my exam on item 47.
Okay. What other item did you test?
I tested item 52.
What was that?
That was a pair of black shoes.
Okay. Can you describe what those shoes were?
I would have to refer to my bench notes to describe them.
Okay. If I showed you what's been admitted as State Exhibit 30, Exhibit 300. Sorry. Do you recognize these as those items?
Your Honor, may I get gloves out of my pocket so I can handle the items?
You may.
Yes, I do recognize these items.
How do you recognize what's been admitted as State 300?
So specifically, these black pair of shoes, you can actually see the DCI case number and the item number and the date I examined these 2 shoes written in silver marker, Sharpie marker, on the outside just above the sole on each item of shoe, indicating that this is the actual pair of shoes I examined that is associated to item 52. In addition, I also collected swabs of the soles of these shoes, and you can see these swab boxes indicate the DCI case number, the item number, and a description of where I swabbed, and bearing my date and initials of examination.
Thank you. What were you looking for in what's been admitted as State 300?
I was looking for the presence of blood, so once again I was examining them to see if I could find any red-brown stains.
And what was the results of your examination?
Screening did not indicate the presence of blood on 4 areas of the right shoe, and screening did not indicate the presence of blood on 5 areas of the left shoe. Therefore, no further DNA testing was attempted. You will note on those shoes, you'll see circles with a negative/negative. Those are indicating the areas in which I did my presumptive screening tests on.
When you examine items at the lab, do you always find presence of DNA or presence of blood or presence of what you're looking for?
No, we do not.
Okay. Is it a misconception out there that you as scientists will always have to find that?
Yes, it is a misconception. We have as many cases that don't have a presence of a body fluid that do. We also have a good subset of cases where no DNA profiles are developed.
And what are some of the reasons why sometimes there is nothing that you find when you test these items?
There could be a lot of different reasons. So one, there could never have been any biological fluids or DNA left on the item. Obviously, wearing pieces of clothing, we'd expect some small amounts of DNA. It could have the biological fluid or DNA could be cleaned off or removed. DNA also cannot be seen by the naked eye, but it can be washed off. It can be degraded, such as leaving something in sunlight, different nature factors such as the dirt and different things you spray things with can degrade the DNA and make it in a form that it's such small, tiny pieces of DNA that we're not able to develop a DNA profile from it.
Okay. So in other words, things like blood can be cleaned by someone, correct?
Yes.
Passage of time in terms of if this shoe that you're collecting is 3 years down the road or 2 years down the road, that passage of time can degrade that sample of blood that would have been on that item, correct?
Yes. As a piece of shoe or an item of clothing ages out, if it's a small amount of DNA or it's cleaned up, it wouldn't be present there for us to detect with our testing.
Were there any other items that you tested?
Yes, item 53.
Can you tell us about that?
Item 53 was a white rug. Once again, I looked for the presence of any areas of possible blood. My screening test did not indicate the presence of blood on 13 different areas of that rug, so no DNA testing was attempted.
What about item 54?
Item 54 was a large piece of carpet. So specifically in item 54, I did not do any blood screening tests for this. It was indicated when it was submitted in my communication with the crime scene team that collected it, criminalist Janna Barry, that they had already applied a blood screening reagent at the scene when they collected these items called Blue Star Forensic. Because Blue Star Forensic uses the same portion of the blood as my other screening test, it was determined that I would not do any screening tests and I would just attempt to sample the areas where she saw the Blue Star reaction in that segment of carpet. So she helped me identify those areas and I took cuttings of 6 of those areas and attempted DNA on them.
And what were the results of your findings?
No DNA profile was developed from 5 of the areas on the carpet. One area did produce a few DNA factors, but those DNA factors were just too weak for any conclusive interpretation.
Okay. And from your understanding, this was they came from a house where a person by the name of Houston Danker was supposed to be living at, correct?
Yes.
Was it surprising? Is it surprising to you that even though this person lived here, you still were unable to find DNA factors or able to retrieve DNA factors from these tests?
No, it's not unexpected. Carpet is something that doesn't either holds a lot of DNA or very little, and typically people walk on it with shoes and not your bare feet, so the bottom soles of your shoes, unless you walked in a biological fluid, would not have very much DNA present. So it's not unexpected. In addition, all of our screening tests are only indications of blood, not human blood. So if those areas did screen positive with Janna's for blood, it could also be blood of another animal, where my DNA testing is specific for human DNA only.
Can you tell us about the other items that you tested?
Yes. The next item I examined was item 56. This was swabs from marker E and from marker B. Once again, my communication and the receipt form indicated these swabs were swabs of area that had Blue Star reaction positive. So therefore I did no further blood screening, but I did attempt DNA on them and no DNA profile was developed from those swabs.
And again, we are talking about these items that were retrieved by Janna Barry, who just testified before you, correct?
Yes.
Okay. What other item did you test?
I also tested a swab indicated as swabs of marker C. Once again, no DNA profile was developed from that swab.
What item did you test next?
I tested item 58, which was a pair of tan moccasins. No stains were noted in my examination, but they're indicated that they possibly saw something on the right sole that I didn't see in my examination at the crime scene. So I went ahead and swabbed the right sole area of that right moccasin to attempt DNA testing on it in case the stained area just lightened in the transport. And once again, no DNA profile was developed.
What's the next item that you tested?
Item 59, which was a pair of brown boots.
What were the results of your test?
Once again, no stains were noted on the boots, but I did attempt to swab the soles of those boots and do DNA testing. And once again, no DNA profiles were developed from the swabs of the soles of those boots.
And again, these were boots that, as reported to you, belonged to either Houston Danker or found at his house, correct?
These boots were collected by the crime scene team. As for the ownership, I'm unaware.
Okay. What else did you test next?
That was the end of my examinations of items from the scene. I then examined the known buccal sample of Houston Danker. So because you previously heard that DNA, if we develop a profile, we can't tell whose DNA profile it is. So I developed that known DNA profile so that if I did have DNA profiles developed, I would have that for comparison's sake.
Okay. And so you developed a DNA profile of Houston Danker?
Yes.
But fair enough to say that the bulk of your work that you did was testing most of these items and receiving a negative answer in terms of a DNA profile in these items, correct?
Yes, I did not develop any interpretable DNA profiles from all the items I sampled for DNA.
Even though they seem to be items that humans interact with, someone could have interacted with in terms of wearing the shoes or using the carpet in that residence, correct?
Yes, but my sampling of the shoes were on the outside area, so typically you would leave your DNA on the inside or the tongue area, so all of my testing was not in those areas.
So you talked about testing the outside. If you tested the inside, would you expect to find the DNA of the wearer of the shoe?
Yes, I would expect to get some DNA factors when you're testing for wearer DNA on the inside of the shoe. Sometimes it's not a complete profile, but I would have expected to get at least more than I got on anything else I tested.
And did you get anything? Or
only one sample, and it only gave me 3 DNA peaks, so I would have expected to get at least a partial profile or mixture from the inside of wearer shoes.
Can you explain that more?
So we're going to go back to what was probably talked about yesterday, so bear in mind that some of this might be repeat, but so because we test 21 locations, because you give half your DNA from mom and half your DNA from dad, you have no possibility of leaving 2 peaks at any one location. So the 1 2-week profile from the carpet stain, I saw 2 peaks over the 21 locations and 1 peak at a sexing locus or location. So in a wearer DNA, as you continually wear something, you can leave your DNA behind, but because it's skin cell DNA, it can be degraded or slough off. So that's why I said that I would at least expect to get a partial DNA profile consistent with a lot more factors than what I got from the one item, one cutting that I got a few DNA factors from. Sometimes because people share different items of clothing, you might get more than 2 peeks at locations, which would indicate a mixture of DNA.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Hawbaker, any questions?
None, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You may step down. Stay prepared to call its next witness.
The state calls Vic Merillo. The court gives me 1 minute to just check with him.
Yep. If anybody wants to stand up and stretch, go right ahead. All right, let's go ahead and have a seat. Yep. Good morning, sir. Can I have you come on up here to my far left, if you would? And you can go ahead and have a seat when you get there. Okay, go ahead and have a seat. So that microphone's on. You can adjust it however you'd like. I'm going to go ahead and swear you in, so please raise your right hand. Sir, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be giving will be the truth?
I do.
All right, and sir, for the record, can you please provide us with your first name and your last name and spell them for us?
Yes. First name is Victor, B-I-C-T-O-R. Last name is Merillo. Last name is M-U-R-I-L-L-O.
All right, thank you, sir. Mr. Codiago, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Mr. Merillo.
Good morning.
Can you tell this jury what you do for a living?
Well, I'm currently employed as a criminalist part-time with the Iowa Division of Criminal Investigations State Crime Laboratory in Ankeny, Iowa.
Okay. And how long have you been employed in this position?
I began my employment in July of 1982. I spent 41 and a half years as a full-time employee of the crime laboratory. I actually retired at the end of 2023 and then was hired back. So I'm back working as a part-time employee helping with some backlog, with some training, some other things. And I've been doing that for the last year or so.
Okay. As in the course of your duties with the crime lab, have you been in various positions, and what position were you last in, or are you in now?
Yeah, so in 1982, I started as a laboratory aide or laboratory assistant, where I helped with several different sections of the lab, working mostly in photography. In 1985, I became a criminalist. I began working arson, explosive cases, gunshot residue cases, trace evidence cases. In 1989, I became full-time in the firearms section, so began working with firearm-related evidence at that time, and have been doing that ever since.
Okay. What's your education background?
So I have an Associate of Arts degree in criminalistics from the Des Moines Area Community College in Ankeny. I took several classes that were kind of related to the different sections of the lab that I currently work in. So I had a firearm class, I had a fingerprint class, a drug class, so several different classes that were kind of related to what I do today. I also have a bachelor's degree from Drake University out of Des Moines. That degree program was kind of a general science program, so a lot of the criminalists are science majors, so either chemistry or biology or physics. So mine is kind of a combination, so I took a lot of all of those types of classes. So education-wise, formally, that was the extent of my background. Once you become employed in the laboratory, you're going to be assigned to a certain section of the lab, and then there's additional training that you will have to go through.
As a firearms and tool mark expert, have you testified as an expert in these in court and various cases in the state of Iowa?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Can you briefly tell the jury the science of firearms and tool mark that you do?
I'm sorry, the type?
Can you tell the jury briefly the science of firearms and how firearms work?
Yeah, so again, currently I'm assigned to the firearm and tool mark section of our laboratory, so most of what we are going to look at are going to be guns or firearms. We're going to test fire a lot of those guns, do some type of examination on them, and then we also look at a number of fired components, so a lot of fired bullets, fired cartridge cases, trying to match them to one another or match them eventually to a firearm.
Okay. So fair enough to say, in the course of your career, you've fired or test fired a lot of firearms.
Yes, so kind of depends on the day-to-day operation for me, and some days I will look at a dozen firearms in one day. Other cases I might look at one gun in a week, depending on the case. So if there's a lot of other evidence that needs to be compared to that one firearm, it may take a full week to look at all of those other components before I eventually get to that gun. So over the years, yes, I've looked at thousands of firearms since 1982.
Okay, so I see that you're wearing what appears to be Apple headphones. Is
Yes.
that for because you need that to help for your hearing?
Yes, I do have a hearing impairment, and these do help with my hearing, so I'm actually using them as a hearing aid. So
Okay.
I'm not listening to anything else. I don't have my phone with me, so I'm only listening to what's going on in the courtroom today.
Okay. I just wanted to clear that up with the jury in case someone's wondering why you have some headphones on.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to direct your attention to this particular case that we are here in this courtroom for. Were you at some point in charge of reviewing certain firearms or multiple firearms to test whether they were firearms consistent with a cartridge that had been found at the residence where Mr. Cooper had been shot?
Yes, I was the first one to get involved with the firearms evidence in this particular incident, so I looked at several items back in 2021.
Okay. And before we go into that, can you just, for the sake of the jurors who are not very familiar with firearms, can you just walk them through how a firearm works, the various components of a firearm, and the terminologies like bullets, cartridges that they've had. Just explain to them what those would be.
Yeah, so it's a little hard to explain a firearm because there are a lot of different types of firearms out there. There are the old style revolvers where you have a cylinder that is filled with a number of different cartridges. Every time we pull the trigger, the gun fires, the wheel turns so that one of the chambers is in line with the barrel. Bullet goes down the barrel towards the target that we're aiming at. We release the trigger, pull it again, cylinder rotates, another cartridge, a live round is lined up with the barrel, fires, bullet goes down the barrel, and we can continue to do that until we fire all, usually like 5 or 6 of those cartridges in that cylinder. There are also semi-automatic pistols and rifles where we're going to have a magazine that is going to hold several cartridges at a time. Could be anywhere from 6 to 7 cartridges or live rounds of ammunition to 30 or more cartridges that are held in that magazine. That magazine is usually inserted into the bottom of the gun, whether it's a handgun or a rifle. And then there is a bolt or a slide that's going to be reciprocated. It moves back and forth on top of the firearm to cycle the ammunition from the magazine into the chamber. When it's fired, it pulls the fired cartridge case out of the chamber and ejects it, so it's left somewhere close to that weapon when it's discharged, but the bullet still goes down the barrel towards the target that we're aiming at. So every time we pull the trigger, the gun fires. There's nothing mechanical that happens other than that slide or that bolt moving back and forth. It chambers the round for us, and it extracts and ejects the fired cartridge case for us. So all we have to do is pull the trigger, and it fires. We release the trigger, pull the trigger again, and it will fire again until we've used up all of the ammunition in that magazine. So the ammunition is the live cartridges that we're talking about that go into that magazine or go into that cylinder. Ammunition is basically what we call a cartridge or a live round. So that cartridge is made up of 4 components. One is the cartridge case. A cartridge case is kind of like a cup, coffee cup if you will, that holds all of the other components. At the bottom of that coffee cup or that cartridge case is a primer. It's a small pressure-sensitive explosive material that's imparted into the base of that cartridge case. So when we pull the trigger, the hammer goes forward or the firing pin goes forward, and it's going to strike that primer on the base of that cartridge case and cause a spark on the inside of that cartridge case. Inside of that cartridge case is going to be powder, smokeless powder. When that spark goes off from the primer, it's going to ignite the powder. That powder is going to burn, create a lot of pressure, and that's going to push the bullet, which is on the top of that cartridge, down the barrel and towards the target that we're aiming at. So that cartridge is made up of 4 components. The cartridge case, the primer at the bottom, the powder on the inside, and the bullet or the projectile that's on the front or the forward end of that cartridge. When we fire the gun, the bullet is going to go down the barrel towards the target. The cartridge case is either going to be left inside of the gun and has to be manually removed, as in the revolver that we talked about, or it's going to be physically extracted and ejected by the gun, and it's going to be left somewhere close to that weapon when it's discharged. So those are the things that we're normally looking for at a crime scene. Is going to be the fired bullets, the fired cartridge cases that are going to be somewhere close or in the firearm, and then if they're outside of the gun, so we have fired bullets at a crime scene, fired cartridge cases at a crime scene, we can possibly match them to one another to try and determine whether they all came from the same gun or not, or we can possibly try to match them to one specific firearm. Were they fired by this particular gun? So that's my job, is to look at those fired components, look at the firearms, try to determine sometimes whether those bullets and those cartridge cases came from that specific firearm.
Let's unpack a little bit of that. you've talked about cartridge casings. Is that what sometimes people call casings, just or shell casings?
Yeah, it's known by a number of different nomenclatures, a little different for everybody. So yeah, it could be a casing. Sometimes we call it cartridge case. I refer to it as a cartridge case.
Okay. But if there's a reference to a casing, it's pretty much synonymous to a cartridge case.
Yes, I would know what they were talking about. Yes, same thing.
And to be clear, that's what ejects in some firearms. When you fire, the bullet goes and the casings ejects from the gun.
Correct.
Okay. When the casing ejects from the gun, does it sometimes behave in an unpredictable manner in terms of where it will land or how it will travel?
Yeah, that cartridge case, when it ejects, is going to eject from that firearm differently for every firearm. Every gun ejects it in a different direction, a different distance. It kind of depends on the firearm. It depends on the ammunition. How powerful is that ammunition? It depends on how the gun is held, what position or what direction that gun is held as to where that cartridge case will end up as well. So there are a number of variables that are taken into consideration. If we find a cartridge case at a scene, we can kind of be general in getting an idea of where that cartridge case came from, where was the gun, but in some cases we may not be able to be very specific.
So in other words, yeah, if the flooring, the nature of the flooring, the way it bounces once it ejects out can affect where it lands and eventually ends up.
Yeah, again, that's another whole set of variables. Once it hits the floor, it is cylindrical in shape, so it will roll on a smooth floor. It will bounce. It will hit a wall, furniture, so it may not end up in the same position where it eventually fell after it was fired. It may get kicked out on a street. They get run over and get moved by vehicles and people walking. So, yeah, it could be in a different position once we're doing our investigation from where they originally fell at the time of the shooting.
When you, and I don't know if you talked about a caliber, what do we mean when we hear the term caliber weapon or something to that extent?
Yeah, so the caliber or the cartridge name refers to the ammunition that's being used. In this particular case today, we're going to talk about .22 caliber ammunition. So 22 caliber ammunition, same thing that we talked about before. It has a cartridge case. It has a priming material that's around the rim at the bottom of the cartridge case instead of being in the middle, but it still has powder, still has a bullet. So we still have a bullet that's being fired. We have a cartridge case sometimes that's going to be ejected, so nothing different. The .22 cartridge case, or the .22 cartridges, the live ammunition, is probably the smallest cartridge that we usually deal with at the laboratory, but it's also sometimes the most popular. It used to be the most popular cartridge that we would see in shooting cases.
And tell us more about that.
The .22 ammunition?
Yeah.
So yeah, again, you know, back in the day, a long time ago when I started doing this type of casework, I saw a lot of revolvers. We didn't see a lot of semi-automatic pistols. So a lot of revolvers and a lot of .22 caliber cartridges. .22 ammunition is probably the most popular type of ammunition that's out there. You can find it almost everywhere. So as long as you have a .22 caliber cartridge and the gun is designed for .22 caliber ammunition, that cartridge should fit in that gun. So it doesn't make any difference who made it, who the manufacturer is. As long as the cartridge name and the designation for that firearm is the same, then they should be compatible with one another.
Okay. Can you tell the jury how tool-mark comparison works?
I'm sorry, how?
Can you tell the jury how tool-mark comparison works, how you compare firearms and what cartridge was used?
Sorry, I still didn't hear part of that.
Can you tell the jury what you do in terms of comparing a firearm and whether this particular cartridge was used in that firearm?
In a specific firearm?
Yes.
Okay. So when I look at the evidence in the case, I may look at a firearm And so the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to take a lot of information off of that gun, make, model, serial number. I'm going to check the safeties on the gun, make sure that everything is working correctly, and eventually that gun is going to be test-fired. We're going to produce test-fired bullets, test-fired cartridge cases from that firearm. Those are going to be my knowns. I know they came from that specific firearm because I just test-fired it. So those test-fired bullets, test-fired cartridge cases are my knowns that will eventually be used to compare to the unknowns. As I go through all of the unknowns, the bullets and cartridge cases from the scene, again, I'm taking a lot of notes, a lot of information is taken from each of them. The cartridge case, I'm going to look at it. I know that it's .22 caliber from the shape and the size. We can measure it. We look at the head stamp information so we know who manufactured that particular cartridge. I can look at the bullet. Look at the diameter of the bullet, and the diameter should be roughly 22/100ths of an inch wide, so I know it's consistent with a .22 caliber bullet coming from a .22 caliber cartridge case or a cartridge. I then begin looking at some of the information that's put on those items by the firearm. On the cartridge case, I'm looking at the firing pin impression. It could be a number of different shapes. It could be round or square or rectangular in shape. So I'll make a note of that as well. And then when I look at the bullet, not only do I look at the caliber and the diameter, but I'm going to weigh it, and I'm going to look at all of the rifling information that's present on that fired bullet. That bullet is going to go down the barrel of a firearm. The inside of the barrel is going to have spiral grooves that are on the inside of that barrel. As the bullet travels down the barrel, the outside of the bullet is going to come in contact with the rifling on the inside of the barrel. It's going to cause that bullet to spin with the rifling as it moves down the barrel. The inside of the barrel of the gun may have 6 grooves in it. It may have 5. It may have 22. The numbers are all different. It may spin the bullet clockwise. It may spin it counterclockwise. So you may have a right twist or it may have a left twist to it. So I can look at the firearm. I can count the number of lands and grooves in the barrel. Look at the widths of the rifling dimensions that are in that barrel. And then I'll also look at the bullet. Does it have the same number of land and groove impressions on it as what I'm seeing on the barrel? So if I have a bullet that is 6 right, 6 land and groove impressions with a right hand twist, and I have a barrel that has 5 lands and grooves with a left hand twist, then I know that that bullet could not have come from that particular firearm, because the class rifling characteristics are totally different. So that's my job initially when I'm looking at those items, to look at the cartridge case, firing pin information, breech face information, look at the bullet, take as much information off of that bullet as I can, the caliber, what the bullet is made of, whether it's lead or copper plated or brass plated, the rifling information that's present on it. I can count the number, I look at the direction, I can measure the dimensions of that rifling information. From all of that information, I can put it into a computer database and get an idea of the types of firearms, the makes and models of guns that could have fired that particular bullet. And that may be good investigative information that will usually show up in my report.
So
Mr. Kodiak, I was going to actually stop you. I think now's a good time to take our mid-morning break. So we've been going a little over an hour and a half. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take approximately a 15-minute break at this point. And again, I would remind you of the admonition that I've given you previously. All right, go ahead and be seated, everyone. Mr. Kodiaga, Ms. Williams, do we need to wait for Mr. Ringel? Up to you, that's fine.
I think we can proceed.
Okay. All right, so we are back on the record after our mid-morning break. We have our jurors, counsel, and parties present. Agent Merillo is on the stand. And, sir, even though we had a break, I would just remind you that you're still under oath. And with that, Mr. Kodiaga, you may resume your direct examination.
Thank you. I think when we stopped, we discussed briefly about firearms, how they work, what your examination entails. And I don't know if you talked to the jury about the purpose of your examination in trying to find a firearm that has been, or a cartridge or a bullet that has been fired from a particular gun, and what that tells, whether guns or bullets tell a story based on what they leave behind. Can you just explain that briefly to the jury?
Yeah, so I think I talked a little bit about it. On that cartridge case, you're going to have a specific size and shape of the firing pin impression. On the bullet, you're going to have information that's there that we can look at and try to compare that to the rifling on the inside of the barrel of the gun of a suspect firearm. So those are the first things that we will look at. When we actually do a comparison, we're going to look at a little bit more. So when we get a firearm and I'm going to test fire that gun, I'm going to place one of the test fired cartridge cases underneath a comparison microscope and then place an unknown underneath the microscope. And I begin looking at both of those items at the same time, side by side. I'm going to begin looking at what we call unique individual characteristics that are inside of that firing pin impression. Tiny little scratches, impressions, tiny little markings, and the same thing on the bullet. The outside of the bullet will not only have that rifling information present, but there are going to be tiny little scratches and striations that come specifically from that barrel of that gun that it was fired from. So I began looking at all the tiny little scratches and striations. It kind of looks like a little barcode, if you will. Little lines, thin lines, thick lines, deep lines, shallow lines. And there's a specific pattern that's going to be on every bullet that comes from that particular barrel. And that pattern is going to be unique to that particular firearm and will be different than the pattern that we will see on every other firearm. So that pattern that we're seeing on the fired bullet, the markings that we see on the cartridge case are going to be unique to a specific firearm. So we can look at the test fires from the gun, look at the unknowns, see if they have the same pattern. If they do, then we know that they came from that particular firearm, the unknowns. If they have a different pattern or different shape or different size or different number, then we know that that bullet or that cartridge case did not come from that particular firearm. So we can eliminate it. We can identify it and say, yes, it definitely came from that particular firearm. Sometimes it's inconclusive. You may be able to look at some of the markings and there's just not enough information there. I don't know whether it came from that gun or not. I'm just not sure because of damage, or maybe the gun just isn't producing any markings. There are a lot of different variables, again, that are taken into consideration. So we may call it inconclusive. And the fourth thing that we will sometimes look at is tiny little pieces of evidence that really have no value, and sometimes we'll say that they're unsuitable. So those are the four things that we normally will come to conclusion with when we look at those items. But hopefully what we can do is find the correct firearm and eventually match those bullets, cartridge cases, to a specific firearm.
Okay. As part of your job in this particular case, were you tasked with trying to find, there was, I believe, what you've referred to as a cartridge casing that was found at the scene of this crime. Were you trying to match that cartridge casing to certain guns that were delivered to you to see if those guns had been used to fire that cartridge casing?
Yes.
May I approach?
You may. And you don't need to ask again with this witness.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State Exhibit 294. Do you recognize what 294 would be?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell the jury what 294 is?
Sorry, 294, State Exhibit 294 is my item 6 as it came into the laboratory. This is a fired cartridge case that came from the scene, and one of the items that I initially looked at that's in my initial report.
So you identified 294 as the casing, what we've called casing, colloquially, or cartridge casing, that came from the scene, that you were tasked with trying to find which firearm had fired that casing.
Correct.
We'll move to admit 294.
No objection, Your Honor.
294 is then admitted.
You've talked about that casing. You determined that that casing was fired from a 22.
Correct. So as we look at that cartridge case, I can tell that it is a 22 caliber, probably from a 22 long or a 22 long rifle cartridge. They both use the same cartridge case. And I can also see the manufacturer. I think this one was made by Winchester, which is a popular ammunition manufacturer. So all that information is in my notes, including the size and shape of that firing pin impression that we talked about. Because it is a fired cartridge case, it's going to have an impression from the firing pin when it hit, and so that information was also documented.
But when you say 22 long, that's a long rifle.
22 long or 22 long rifle, they are different, but they use the same cartridge case.
Now, did you have certain firearms that had been either retrieved from the scene or had been brought to you that you're trying to eliminate or find if they're the ones that had fired that cartridge casing?
Yeah, so initially I looked at 2 bullets, I looked at a fired cartridge case, and there was 1 firearm that was also submitted along with those items. So I compared those items to that 1 firearm initially.
And you said you looked at 2 bullets. Can you tell us what those were or what you looked at?
Those were, they're my items 20 and 21. They were bullets that came from the head of the decedent.
Okay. So bullet and bullet fragments that came from Mr. Cooper's head?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State Exhibit 296, 297. Purposes of identification. Do you recognize what 296 and 97 would be?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what they are?
Item 296 is my item 20. There are actually 2 different bullets, 22 caliber bullets that were in that item. And then State's item 297 is my item 21. 21 is some tiny little fragments of lead that were, in this case, they were unsuitable. They just didn't have any information on them. But an additional fragments that also came from the head as well.
And your lab is also attached to the State Medical Examiner's office, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you examine, first I'll move to admit 296 and 297.
Any objection to 296 or 297?
No, Your Honor.
296 and 297 are then admitted.
You observed, thank you. You observed 296 and 97. Can you describe to the jury what the characteristics or what you observed in this, what has been admitted as 296 and 97?
So I kind of talked about 297. Again, it's just tiny little fragments that were unsuitable. There's no rifling information. I couldn't get a caliber, nothing. It's just very, very small fragments of lead that were of no value. The other item, 296, my item 20, there's actually 2 different bullets in there, 2 fired bullets. And so those 2 items are the ones that I looked at. Take the information, rifling information off of those. I weighed them, looked at the composition, all of that. They were very similar to one another, had the same type of rifling on them. Again, 22 caliber bullets coming from a 22 caliber firearm of some sort.
Okay. Were they in a damaged condition, or what was their physical condition?
Yeah, I took photographs of them as well, but yes, they were flattened, or the nose, front end of the bullet was flattened quite a bit, kind of mushroomed out. So they were distorted and damaged from impact, and that's pretty normal when a bullet hits something very hard, especially something like this bullet. These bullets, again, are made out of lead. Lead is very soft, so when it hits something hard, it tends to smash and become much more distorted than a copper-jacketed bullet or a brass-jacketed bullet that we will see in other types of ammunition. So not unusual that it was flattened and distorted, but it still had a little bit of rifling information there that I could base some information on.
When you compared the cartridge casing, did you have some firearms then that you tested to see if they were consistent with the cartridge casing that you found, that was found at the scene?
Yeah, so I looked at the bullets, again, compared them to one another. I gave some investigators some information about the gun that they were looking for. There was one firearm that was submitted with these items. It was a Savage rifle that I believe was found at the scene. So I compared these items to that rifle, and that rifle was eliminated as the firearm that was used to fire these items.
And when you say at the scene, fair enough to say it wasn't at the scene where Mr. Cooper was dead, but in that home in Traer.
Yeah, I meant in general. I think it may have been found in another building or something, but it was part of that original search that was done. There was a .22 caliber rifle that was found, so they submitted it. I looked at it, but it was not the correct rifle.
In fact, if your report says it was found in the safe in the red garage, will that be fair and accurate?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, so these Savage Arms Rascal bolt action 22 was in a safe in the red garage, and you compared it with that casing that was found inside the house or next to the door, and it was not the firearm that had fired that shell casing.
That is correct.
Did you compare another firearm or any other firearm?
Yeah, there were 3 other firearms that were submitted. One about a month later, I think it was a Ruger pistol. And then another year or 2 later, there were 2 additional firearms, another Ruger rifle, and also a Marlin rifle that were submitted. So I looked at all of those firearms as well, compared them to these items, these unknown items, and did a comparison of those items as well.
And what was your findings from comparing these firearms to that cartridge casing that was known?
So those additional firearms were also eliminated as a suspect firearm, so they were not used to fire the bullets or cartridge cases in this incident.
Okay, they were not the firearms that killed Ryan Cooper.
Correct.
When you looked at the casings and the bullet, were you trying to also find, as you've talked about, that you're trying to look at various firearms or trying to talk to your investigators to look for particular firearms, were you trying to rule or find which firearm could have fired those bullets?
Yeah, I think I mentioned earlier, I can look at the cartridge case, look at that rifling information that's on the bullets, measure the dimensions of that rifling information. It can be entered into a computer database. We actually have a couple of different computer databases that we use, and those databases will tell us all of the makes and models of guns that have those specific dimensions in their barrels. So that particular list was actually very long. It was several pages long, hundreds of firearms that had that 22 caliber, 6 lands and grooves, right hand twist, the width of the dimensions that I found on all of those hundreds and hundreds of firearms that were on that list. So that list was generated as part of my notes, and also in my report I indicated there is a long list of firearms that could have been used to fire this particular bullet. Hopefully, in some cases, we like to narrow it down so we say this is the one gun that you're looking for, but unfortunately, the 22 caliber, 6 right rifling that we found on these bullets is probably the most popular rifling dimensions that we see on 22 caliber rifles. So there are a lot of firearms that have those dimensions, but there was a list that was generated.
Did that list include a Ruger 1022?
Yes, there was a Ruger 1022 that was on the list that I originally generated.
So as part of what you generated and what you're looking for was a possibility of this being that the bullets that killed Ryan Cooper came from a Ruger 1022 long rifle?
That is one possibility, yes.
Okay. Now, how loud is a Ruger 1022 long rifle in a closed, small living room space?
Well, any firearm is going to be extremely loud, especially in a small room. Sound waves are going to bounce off of the walls. You're going to hear it much more loudly, if I can say it that way. So it's going to be kind of the equivalent of a very large firecracker if it were to go off in that room. Every gun is a little bit different. Depends on what's in the room, what the walls are made of, what furniture is in there. So it's a little different for every scene, but it's going to be extremely loud.
Okay. But in a wall that's not from, there's no reason to believe it's soundproof or anything to that extent, and a small room, in the quiet of the night, it will be a loud sound.
Yes, it will.
And 2 shots from a Ruger 1022 long rifle will be two loud sounds.
Yeah, you should hear 2 distinct loud pops or loud bangs, if you will, that are coming from those 2 shots that are being fired.
I have no further questions at this time.
Cross-examination?
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, I don't think you were part of any investigation of firearms that were seized in 2024. Is that right?
No, the firearms I looked at were submitted in 2021 and 2023. I remember there were no. I was not working in 2024. I think I mentioned I retired at the end of 2023. Okay. So anything that came into the laboratory in 2024 would have been examined by another individual.
Okay. And when you talk about sound, there are ways of muffling sounds of firearms.
Yes.
Okay. And the other thing that can affect whether or not something's loud in any given environment would be if somebody's running a fan or something like that. It would muffle it, at least to them.
Yeah, if there's other sounds in the room that could, it's not going to make the sound of the gun any less, but it's going to kind of drown out what you're trying to hear. Yes.
It's going to obscure your hearing of it, right?
It could,
yeah.
Yes.
And the 22, that's a small caliber bullet.
It is, yes.
And I assume since the projectile that it has to get moving down that barrel is one of the smallest, that the amount of powder that's needed to make that happen is less than larger caliber bullets.
Yes.
And oftentimes the sound is related to that kind of mini explosion that happens in the chamber, right?
Yes.
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
Anything further?
We just have a minute, Judge.
You may.
Nothing else from the state. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down. You're excused.
Thank you.
All right. Is the state prepared to call its next witness?
State calls Kristen Hart.
Good morning, ma'am. Maybe you just come up and take a seat to my far left, if you would. That microphone's on. You can adjust it however you'd like. I'm going to swear you in first, so please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be giving in these proceedings will be the truth?
Yes, I do.
All right. And for the record, can you please give us your first and last names and spell them for us?
Yes, my name is Kristen, Kristin, Hart, Hart.
Right. Thank you. Mr. Kodiaga, whenever you're ready.
You stated your name. Good morning.
Good morning.
What do you do for a living?
I am a criminalist at the Iowa DCI Crime Laboratory, where I am in the firearms and tool mark section of the lab.
You've just had Vic Merillo come out of the stand. You work with Vic Merillo, correct?
That's correct.
How long have you been with the DCI Crime Lab?
I've been at the crime lab since 2006 and the firearms section since 2017.
Okay. Do you do similar job that Mr. Merillo does?
Yes, I do.
So I'm not going to bore the jury by going through all about firearms anymore. I think they understand that pretty well. In this case, were you in charge of doing firearms examination?
Yes, I was.
When did you get involved in this case?
I got involved 2024, May-ish of 2024.
Okay. When you got involved, were you, Mr. Merillo has testified that he was in the process of trying to find the particular firearm that had been used to kill Ryan Cooper.
Yes.
Was that part of your task to take over and try to determine which firearm had been used to kill Mr. Cooper?
Yes, it was.
Okay. As part of that, did you then examine certain firearms?
I did.
Can you tell us what firearms you examined?
In the first examination, I examined 5 long guns and 1 handgun. In the second examination that I performed, I examined another rifle or long gun.
Okay. Do you have a copy of your report with you?
I have a copy of the second report, but not the first report.
Okay. Would giving you a copy of your reports help refresh your memory on what you would have examined?
Yes, it would.
Permission to approach?
You may, and you don't need to ask again with this witness.
Do you have a chance to look at your reports and see what you examined?
Yes, I have.
Okay. What were the first items that you examined?
So like we talked about in the report, I've noted here that there was a pistol, a .22 pistol, and then 5 .22 long rifle, long guns or rifles. And those were examined in the laboratory. I test fired them, and then I compared them to a submitted cartridge case. And the conclusions of that cartridge case are also in that report.
Okay. Now, beginning with that, there was a cartridge case that's now been admitted as State 294. Was that the cartridge case that had been found at the residence where Ryan Cooper was killed?
So in my report, it's lab item number 6, and yes, there was a cartridge case that was submitted for examination.
And as you say, lab item number 6, when the cases come to you, they get a different number. Back at the residence, it was like a placard 5. When it comes over to the lab, you give it a different number to identify it, so it became a 6.
Yes.
And in this courtroom now, we've also given it a number as 294.
Sure.
Okay. Now, when you talked about examining this and ruling out this firearm that as the firearm that fired that cartridge case, correct?
That's correct, in this first report of mine.
Okay. Did you examine other firearms as part of this investigation?
Yes, I did. An additional firearm was submitted, and there was another report that I issued to the comparisons.
Can you tell us the date and what was submitted?
Yes, so on May 31st, my report was issued on May 31st, submitted to the laboratory on May 7th, 2024. There were some items of evidence, including a rifle and the original cartridge case. Additional cartridge cases were also submitted a little bit later, but to the findings of that would be in my report, item 13, or report 13, that comparison was done.
Okay. And when you did the comparison, what was your findings?
The microscopic comparisons conducted on the cartridge case from the scene, they were compared to the rifle submitted in report number 13, and the cartridge case was identified as having been fired in that rifle. In my case, that lab item number 49, it was a Ruger 1022 rifle.
Okay. When did you receive this Ruger 1022 rifle?
It was received on May 7th, 2024.
Okay. And what kind of testing did you do with this rifle?
So the rifle was brought back to my laboratory where I took notes. I examined the rifle, confirmed that it was in working order, and then once I did confirm working order, I confirmed the serial number. I went ahead and test fired that rifle. I collected the known cartridge cases and known bullets from that rifle because I was able to collect those from our laboratory, knowing those came from the rifle. Now I can use them as known samples. And then once I had those known samples, I was able to use those on the microscope, the comparison microscope, which I'm assuming you guys might have talked about already, where we're comparing test-fired cartridge cases to the unknown cartridge case, and that's where the conclusion was made.
What conclusion did you make?
Again, that that cartridge case was fired from that firearm.
Okay, so to be clear with the jury, you finally were able to determine that what had been at the resident as placard 5 came to the lab and became number 6, and now was 294, was fired from that gun.
That's correct.
I'm going to approach and show you what's been admitted into evidence as 298. Just for the court purposes, it's secure. Will you tell the jury what 298 is?
So this is a Ruger 1022, model 1022, 22 long rifle, long gun or rifle, and the serial number on this particular firearm is 0003-61269. So this is the rifle that I examined and test fired in my laboratory.
And is this the same rifle that you identified as the one that had fired those bullets and left a casing that was found on the bullets that had killed Mr. Cooper?
This rifle was compared to the cartridge case, yes.
Okay. And you determined that it's the same that had done that?
Yes.
Okay. You talked about the comparison. Can you just tell the jury in terms of the science and if it might aid you to show your pictures on what you use to, how you do the comparison?
So we talked a little bit about the comparison microscope. So in the case of examination of the test-fired cartridge cases, we use a comparison microscope in which we have two stages. We're able to use one eyepiece, and we can examine the cartridge cases across that one eyepiece. So on the left stage, I have the test-fired cartridge cases from this particular rifle. On the right, I have the cartridge case from the scene. I use that singular the set of eyepieces. I'm able to compare the markings that are left by this firearm on the test-fired cartridge case to the markings that are on the sample from the scene and take photographs and then conclude that that cartridge case had been fired from this particular firearm.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for the purposes of identification as State Exhibit 276 through 285. Do you recognize what I've handed you as 276 through 285?
I do, yes.
Okay. Are those pictures that you took as part of your testing for this firearm to determine if it was the exact firearm that had been used to fire those bullets that killed Mr. Cooper?
This is a combination of photos of my first report and my second report, including the comparison photos that I took.
Okay. They're fair and accurate of what you did as part of your analysis?
Yes.
We move to publish 276 through 285.
Do you want to offer them first?
Oh, we move to admit them into evidence.
Mr. Robecker, any objection?
We have no objection.
All right. Then 276 through 285 are admitted, and we can now publish them. Okay.
Are you able to see that clearly, Ms. Hart?
I am.
Okay. Can you tell us what we see on what's been admitted as 276?
Yes, I can. So to start, what you're looking at here is what I would see through my comparison microscope. So I'm using a set of eyepieces, as I talked about, and on the left you have an image, and on the right we have an image. So I have two stages, I have two spots to put two different cartridge cases. In this particular photo, we're referring to report 11. So we see my lab item 38 down the bottom left-hand corner. That's the test fires from the item 38, or the rifle that was submitted. And that on the right side is the cartridge case that was collected from the scene. In this particular photo, you're definitely seeing that there is a difference in the firing pin strike, which is at the 3 o'clock position on that cartridge case. On the left, we have a very narrow rectangular strike. On the right, we have a more typical square rectangle shape firing pin impression. So that's just showing what two different firing pins will look like. This is an exclusion. These are two different class characteristics. So we're seeing two different shaped firing pins. And so that's referring to that report 11 where that firearm was eliminated as having fired that cartridge case on the right-hand side.
Okay, so here you're doing the elimination. This is not the one. You're saying, nope, this is not it.
Correct.
Okay. And that's how the part of the science works, is you can do that microscopic comparison.
That is correct.
What do we see on 277?
So again, on the left side, we have a different test fire from a different rifle, again from that report number 11. Item 39 is actually another rifle. So you're seeing, again, that rectangular shaped firing pin. However, you can tell there's a different shape. That firing pin's a completely different shape from the firing pin impression on the right-hand side, again at that 3 o'clock position. So again, it's a class characteristic that's different, and therefore there's an elimination.
Move to 278.
Again, another test-fired cartridge case on the left, and this is a very distinct, different marking left behind by that firearm. On the left-hand side, that firing pin and that cartridge is moving around in that chamber. So you see some shearing there on the left. That's what that big kind of oval-shaped reflective area is. Versus the evidence on the right-hand side. So again, this is another elimination.
And that elimination is every firearm kind of leaves a fingerprint, so you can tell which prints were taken, if I use normal layman's understanding of fingerprints.
Yes. Okay.
What do we see on 279?
So now this is a picture of item 49, and this is found in report 13. This is the Ruger 1022 rifle that I just showed you a little bit ago. The firing pin impression on the left from the test-fired cartridge case from that rifle has very similar characteristics from this view. Now this is a blown out view. This is a zoomed out distant view, an overall picture of that cartridge case. And so you can start to see, if I refer you to the top 12 o'clock, actually 11 o'clock position, we've got the ejector, we've got a mark in that top left corner, and then you work your way around to the 3 o'clock position, and that firing pin shape and the marks that are in that firing pin are consistent with each other. And from this position here, this overall just gives you a general view. I'll take additional photographs of that breech face marks, of the ejector marks, of the firing pin impression. So that's what you're going to see in the subsequent photos.
I'm going to hand you a pointer so that you can just clarify what you say in the jury. So that you can what is correct.
Thank you. So I was referring to that 11 o'clock position, these marks here and here, and then that firing pin impression here at the 3 o'clock position. And then there's also some breech face marks, but again, we'll look at those in closer magnification. So this would be the firearm that I identified the cartridge case as having been fired from.
Okay. What do we see on State Exhibit 280?
So this is actually kind of turning the cartridge case around on my scope. So instead of the previous photo, which we're looking at the head stamp area of that cartridge case, now we've turned it on its side and we're looking at the chamber marks from the inside of that chamber of that firearm. So again, these are stria. These scratches that go across, this black line is the line of demarcation. So on the left is the left stage of my microscope over here, and the right side of that line is the right stage. So I've got that cartridge case turned horizontally, and I can see these marks that are left from the inside of the chamber. And so you can start at the top and you kind of work your way down, and you can see how these lines here align across that line of demarcation. It's just another mark, another spot within that chamber that helps to identify that cartridge case as having been fired from that firearm.
What do we see on 281?
So this is a cast. So when we are dealing with cartridge cases, we use some casting material. It's kind of like an epoxy. It mixes together, and we're able to apply that to the head stamp We can pull that casting material off, and it's going to give us a mirror image, if you will, kind of like silly putty. When you pull silly putty off of a newspaper, you'd have that silly putty would leave the newspaper on its surface, and you can read it backwards. That's the same thing that's happening here with that casting material. So now we're able to see what's down, and this is the firing pin impression. So now we're able to see what's at the bottom of that firing pin impression. And again, across, test fire on the left, evidence on the right, and you can start to see these marks here, these impression marks here, and there's some marks down here that we're looking at, come around here. Those are the marks that I used to identify, again, that this cartridge case was fired in this particular rifle.
What do we see on 282?
This, if you remember from that overall picture at that 11 o'clock position, this is the ejector mark that we have on the breech face. And again, shape, we've got the shape and then the small little impressions here. These are what we refer to as, again, individual characteristics, and they line up across both sides of that of that screen, indicating again that identification.
Again, indicating that this is the firearm that fired that casing that was found inside that living room in Trail.
That's correct.
What do we see on 283?
This is just one additional mark, an extractor mark that was found on the breech face or the head stamp area of that cartridge case. Again, just these are photos that are taking pictures of the individual characteristics that I am seeing in regards to supporting my conclusion.
Again, same conclusion, that it's the same firearm.
That's correct.
What do we see on 284?
One more mark that we're seeing on that head stamp from the breech face of that firearm. We're just seeing some marks here that align that I saw on both sides, again, of that firearm and the test fire.
And on 285?
Just a different view of that.
Okay. So your conclusion within a reasonable degree of scientific certainty is that's the same firearm that was used to kill Mr. Cooper?
To the cartridge case that was found at the scene.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. Now, Judge, you can take it down. When you examined this firearm, the Ruger, did you find it to have a muffler?
No. It did not have a suppressor.
Yeah, what is that? Can you explain that to the jury?
A suppressor just acts to suppress the sound of the shot being fired.
There's no suppressor on this firearm.
That's correct.
The bullets that were found or retrieved from the body or the head of Mr. Cooper, were you at some point, did you have a chance to try to make a comparison of those bullets as to whether they came from this firearm?
Yes, I did.
And what was your findings in that regard?
In this particular instance, the bullets were in poor condition. The rifling information that was located on the bullets compared to the bullets that I captured from the rifle, so the test-fired bullets, unfortunately I did not have enough individual characteristics to make a conclusion in regards to an identification or an elimination. In this particular case, it was an inconclusive result. It had similar rifling characteristics, so the shape and the size and the number of lands and grooves that were present did align between the unknown bullets and the test-fired bullets. However, there wasn't enough information to go any further than that.
And when you say poor condition, what do you mean? Is that they were damaged and you're unable to use them because of the damage they didn't cut?
They were damaged. The 22 bullets are lead bullets, so they're very soft, so they tend to, one, damage easy, and two, they don't usually have great individual characteristics that are captured from the rifling information inside that barrel. And so in this case, they just lacked the individual characteristics, those small marks, to make any type of conclusion.
And when you talk of the damage, like I said, they were retrieved and have been admitted as 296. 296, they were damaged. Will the damage be when they pierce through skin and meet bone on the face of Mr. Cooper that could cause the kind of damage that you're talking about?
Yes, it could.
Talk of this firearm. When this firearm is fired, as you said, you didn't find it having a muffler when you tested it. What kind of sound will it make? A loud sound when this firearm is fired, especially in a small, closed quarters of a house?
Yes, it would.
Now, did you find this firearm to be in good working condition?
Yes, it worked properly for me in test firing it.
And when you say that, can you just explain what that means?
Again, we go through the firearm, we take notes, we make sure it's in functioning order. It did not malfunction in any way. When I pulled the trigger to the rear, it functioned as I would expect a rifle to function. When I test fired it, I didn't have any issues with misfires or anything like that.
Okay. Now, again, sounds like a silly question, but to use this firearm, you would have to hold it?
That's correct.
It has a trigger function.
It does.
Can you tell the jury what that is and how that applies, how you fire this firearm?
Sure. The trigger must be depressed to the rear to release the firing pin, so that the trigger has to be depressed with each round fired as a semi-automatic. So with each pull of the trigger, a round is fired.
So when you say that, when this firearm, we've had evidence that Mr. Cooper was shot twice on his face. For that to happen, will someone have had to pull the trigger on two separate occasions?
Yes.
And this firearm will not just go off by itself. Someone would have had to hold it, point it, pull the trigger 2 times for it to make those 2 shots on Mr. Cooper's face.
The trigger has to be depressed to the rear. As for holding, it could be sitting on a table and the trigger could be depressed to the rear. So, but the trigger has to be pulled to the rear.
And just to clarify that, the firearm won't go off by itself. It just won't do that from what you tested and found it to be in good working condition.
Correct.
I have no further question for this witness at this time. Thank you.
Any cross-examination, Mr. Rottbaker?
None from us, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. You may step down. Do you have another witness this morning? Okay. Well, let's get started and go till lunch once she's here. If anybody wants to stand up and stretch while we're waiting a minute, go ahead. I'm going to go ahead and swear you in again. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be giving today will be the truth?
Yes.
All right. And just for the record again, just give us your name.
My name is Brenda Reinhardt, Reinhard.
Mr. Kodiaga?
Thank you. Ms. Reinhardt, it's still morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
We've recalled you. You were here yesterday. Your testimony yesterday had covered DNA and tests that you've done in this particular case.
Yes.
Okay. And as part of this investigation, did you also have a chance to examine a rifle, a 1022 Ruger rifle with serial number 003-61269?
Yes, I do remember that rifle. I would have to look at my notes to confirm the serial number, but yes.
Will it help to look at your notes to just confirm that serial number?
Yes, if I may.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
And I also have a copy of your report if you want me to give you that.
Yes, it was 0036-61269.
Do you remember when you would have examined this rifle for DNA?
Yes.
Can you tell us when you examined it?
I examined it in December 17th of 2024.
And permission to approach?
You may.
Show you what's being admitted as State Exhibit 298. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Ms. Reinhardt, is that the same weapon that you examined?
Yes, it is. It also has the Iowa Crime Lab orange sticker on here that was on there that is when it's brought into the lab that's placed on there.
When you examined this item, what were you examining it for?
So normally when we get in firearms, the lab, we will swab the rough areas of the gun. And on this particular firearm, it is very smooth. So a lot of times we look at the grip or even the forearm might have some rough areas, but it was all smooth. So the rough areas that I swabbed would have been the safety, which is on the other side over here. So that's a rough area. I also looked at the charging handle, which is right here. And then I also swabbed the trigger. And I also took additional swabs. So I did take from a smooth area, which there was no latent print examination on it. So I did take from the stock area, which would be this area where I would hold the gun, and then also the forearm. So this entire area I also took swabs of as well.
You described it as having a lot of smooth areas. Does that cause problems for you in terms of getting good material from it?
Yeah, typically rough areas are a better source for DNA because they do have those grooves that DNA can get into. And sometimes there's latent print examinations, so we do leave most of the smooth surfaces for them as well.
Okay. When you looked for swab for DNA from this rifle, were you able to find or get detect factors that were sufficient for you to test?
No. Of the 3 sets of swabs that I looked at, they were either too weak for conclusive interpretation, or there was some, excuse me, let me look really quick. Yeah, in all 3 of them, the DNA factors detected from the swab of the safety, charging handle, and the magazine release were too weak for conclusive interpretation. And then the swabs of the trigger was too weak. And the DNA factors from the swabs of that forearm, and the forearm right here, and then the stock area was also too weak for conclusive interpretation.
And in layman terms, what does that mean?
There was just too little DNA, so I couldn't tell. Even if you had a known sample that was brought into the lab, I have nothing for comparisons, too little or too weak.
So even if you have Houston Danker's DNA at that time, or the defendant's DNA at that time, you cannot compare because what you're getting from the firearm is just too weak to be able to say, yes, that's Karina Cooper touched it or Houston Danker touched it.
Correct.
And fair enough to say, you talked about this yesterday, but just to highlight that to the jury, what are some of the reasons why you can't find, why you end up at a result of too weak for interpretation?
It depends on how often or how long an individual has touched or handled a gun. I know if you're a gun enthusiast, you might clean your gun a lot, so they could have been wiped off, it could have been cleaned, gloves could also be worn, and smooth surfaces, that's also another area. But yeah, guns, we don't really get great DNA results depending on how it was handled.
Okay, and by the time you're testing this gun, it's sometimes in 2024?
Yes, it was 2024 when I examined the gun.
So time has passed from when this gun was suspected to have been used in the killing back in 21 to 24. So this passage of time to people handling it, to cleaning it, to all those factors will lead to the results of 2 weeks for conclusive interpretation.
Yes, I don't know how it was handled between those times.
I'll retrieve the weapon and then I'll have no other question.
Mr. Hawbaker, any cross-examination?
None, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You may
Thank
step
you.
down. And my understanding, Mr. Kodiaga, was that's it before lunch. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Yeah. Got 7 witnesses done this morning, so can't expect the state to have more than that here, so that's good. Ladies and gentlemen, so we are going to start a little early. You folks coming back and being ready to go by 1:20, does that work? So we start, say the same amount of break. Is that going to work from your end?
It will.
Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll ask that you be back here ready to go by 1:20. I would again remind you of the admonition that I've given you earlier. Again, hit the high points. Don't talk to anybody about the case. Don't let anybody talk to you about the case. Keep an open mind. Don't do any type of research or investigation related to this case on your own. And avoid any media accounts and social media commentary or accounts related to this case as well. So with that, have a good lunch, everyone.
All right, yes, zoomy time. Now, he usually comes back. I just want to make sure. It doesn't look like they do come back. All right, we can fast forward. I'm going to recap, though, quickly. Let me just come back here. Looks like they cleaned the, remember yesterday there was the spider webs, cobwebs on the Eagle? Looks like they cleaned it. All right, so 7 witnesses. Wow, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. We heard from Brad Sieck. Danker gave him 3 guns. Well, let's just kind of go through everything here. So Bradley Sieck, he worked with Houston, and Houston asked him to hold his guns. There were 3. One was an AR-15, double-barrel shotgun. The other one was a Ruger 22 rifle. That was the one. I think that was the one. No ammo was provided, though. He kept them for about 6 to 8 months. He asked Houston about them, and he said, don't worry. Yeah, just keep holding on to them. Just keep holding on to them. But nothing changed in regards to that. He finally turned them over to law enforcement because Houston wasn't going to pick them up. And he kind of smiled a little bit. And he's like, why? So he wasn't going to be able to pick them up again. He's like, and because Houston was arrested. Houston was arrested February of 2024. So he was, and then crossed. So he was given them late summer, early fall of 2023. So that's the 6 to 8 months. So then we heard from Deputy Brian Randall. He picked up the firearms from Bradley Sieck, the 22. Let's see. You need proof of training for initial permit. So he was pretty quick. Then we heard from Janna Barry. She's a toxicology expert. Screening for trace amounts of blood. She searched for clothing. She used the Blue Star chemical. Oh, she was the one that found there was a positive reaction on the carpet as you walked into his place, and then on the white rug, and then the van shoes. So that was the big one where the shoes had that diamond pattern. Remember there was that print at the crime scene in blood, and it looked like a diamond pattern. So that was pretty significant. She said she also found 14 spent cartridges, 22 casings recovered on the porch. So I don't know where this guy lives. I hope he lives in a country setting. I guess he does. It's pretty rural. So he's out on his back porch shooting whatever he's shooting at. She also collected 3 iPhones, but she transferred that to another agent. Then Sabrina Sehoffer, she was DNA. There was 9 stains on the jeans. Nothing tested positive. She tested the large large carpet, tan moccasins, brown boots, the van shoes, nothing. No stains, nothing tested positive. So again, remember, this was June 2021. She's testing it May 7th of 2024. Lots of time for cleaning to happen and all that stuff. Then Victor Merillo, he came in. He's the firearms expert. He took a long time explaining, going through all the parts of guns and ammo and all that stuff. He says the 22 cartridge. He says it's the most popular. It's one of the smallest cartridges, smallest bullets, if you will, and it can be found almost anywhere. That's why it's very popular. Let's see. So he left before. So he tested. He tested what did he test? He tested the 22 rifle found in the safe. All right. So there was one in the safe at the residence, and that one was not the one that was used. He also compared a Ruger pistol, Ruger rifle, and a Martin rifle. Those were not used as well. So the possible firearm that was used was the Ruger 1022, right? So those were submitted in 2021 and 2023, right? So those weren't the right ones, as we found out. Then Kristen Hart came in, and actually, no, it wasn't her. She was. Yes. So Kristen Hart, she's a firearms expert. She basically took over the case after Victor retired, and then he is back. He said he's part-time, right? But he left basically. Kristen Hart comes on. She tested the rifle that was what's his name? Brad. I had a brain fart there. Brad, that Danker had given to Brad, and that was confirmed that is the one that was used. So the cartridge case from scene confirms the Ruger 1022 rifle was used. So she tested 5 long guns, rifles basically, 1 handgun, and then the other one she tested a long gun, another long gun that ended up being the weapon. So let's see, and then Brenda Reinhardt, she was a recall witness. She swabbed that 22 rifle for DNA December 17th of 2024, and it was all too weak for interpretation. So for conclusive interpretation. So Danker had it, so we're not quite sure who actually owned it, but Danker had it, and it was used. So I guess, does it matter who owned it? I would still like to know who owned it. You know, who actually owned it. I'm pretty sure. Well, Karina had a permit, I guess, for the 22, but that was found in the gun safe. So I guess it was his. I guess it was Danker's. What else you guys got? Steph, so far, how does this link to her? I think it's the Snapchats. Yeah, it's the Snapchat messages, and they're, he messages her, don't forget the casings, don't forget the effing casings, pick up the casings, so there was one casing that she did not pick up. So I think it's the if somebody said that, yeah, okay, Pammy, of course. Pammy's on it. Yep, Snapchats mainly. Yep, I think it was that. I think it was the Snapchat. I agree. Father, all right, chatty chat. I'm out for the day. Have a wonderful weekend if I don't get back in time. All right. Father, have a great rest of your day. Be safe. Shanna says, could he just hide the gun for her? He could. But there was a 22 in the gun safe, so I think that was hers. We haven't yet confirmed whose this is. We haven't quite confirmed who actually used it. Proctor, why did they not lose it? I know, right? Just throw it in a lake. I don't know. I don't get it. Widespread says, you would think she'd have kept track of the number of casings she needed to find. I know, right? It's only 2. It's not like they fired 100. Irene, I love this judge stretching. I know, right? All right, let's continue on. The ME is coming up. You guys, you might recognize the ME. We already saw DCI agent John Turbot from another trial. see if you guys recognize the ME.
All right, everyone, go ahead and have a seat. Okay, we are back on the record after our lunch break. I hope everybody had a good lunch. We have our jurors, counsel parties here, and I believe we're ready for another witness by the state. Mr. Ringel, are you prepared to call your next witness?
The state is prepared, Judge. The state would call DCI Agent Hollywood.
Good afternoon. Ms. Witt, there's a chair over here to my far left. You can come on up and have a seat. And you can move that microphone around however you'd like. So Ms. Witt, first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to swear you in. If you please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be giving in these proceedings will be the truth?
I do.
Okay. And for the record then, can you please provide us with your first name and your last name and spell them both, please?
It's Holly, Holly, Witt, Witt.
Right. Thank you. Mr. Ringel.
Agent Witt, how are you employed?
I have been with the Iowa Department of Public Safety as a state police officer. This is my 30th year.
Could you briefly outline your education and training?
Yes, sir. In 1995, I graduated from Simpson College with a Bachelor of Arts degree in criminal justice. Immediately after that, I went to the 22nd Iowa Department of Public Safety Academy. So this is an academy with Division of Criminal Investigation, which is the division that I'm in now, state troopers, narcotics agents, and fire marshals. It's an approximately 22-week academy. I graduated from the State Police Academy, which is held at Camp Dodge in Johnston, Iowa, and I've been continually serving as a state police officer since that time.
You said you've been with DCI for some time. What are your duties or your roles with DCI?
So my current assignment is with the Major Crimes Unit. My office is in Dubuque, Iowa. And then, so I do, DCI is an invited agency. We assist county and local, sometimes federal law enforcement with investigations, but we have to be invited in. I came back to the Major Crimes Unit about 4.5 years ago, and during that time a position was opened that was an application process, so I competed against other candidates to be the technology agent for the Major Crime Zone. So my primary focus is to make technology more accessible and understandable to law enforcement and juries in the context of criminal investigations.
And how do you go about doing that?
So I do a lot of search warrants for cell phone records. I'm also a mobile forensic examiner. I have training in software. So today you're going to see visual depictions of business records from companies such as US Cellular and Snapchat. I just try to make technology understandable in the context of a criminal investigation.
Do you have any certifications outside of the training that you just discussed?
I'm certified to operate a number of mapping softwares. They're just a visual depiction of business records. I'm also a cell phone forensic examiner, and then there's continual ongoing training, like for example, law enforcement in Google, they have law enforcement summits every year that talk about the newest technologies that the companies such as Snapchat, Facebook, Google are rolling out. So it's continual ongoing technology. Technology is always changing and evolving.
Were you assigned to assist with the investigation into the death of Ryan Cooper?
Yes.
Do you recall when you were assigned to assist?
Yes, I was contacted by case agent Ryan Herman on June 18th, 2021, via the telephone, and one of my primary responsibilities is doing what we call a tech triage, talking about potential options with technology available in the case, things that I would want them to do to preserve a cellular phone correctly, and just asking about general contact numbers and reminding the agents to ask about anyone under 20 can say, I called someone, and that can mean I actually texted them. That doesn't necessarily mean they use the native app on their phone. Like sometimes they use Snapchat or Facebook, and that can mean I talked to them. So just reminding them to also get like a broad collection of how people communicate with one another that are persons of interest in the investigation.
So you're serving in somewhat of an advisory role and providing agents with information to aid them in their investigation, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you specifically, what was your role or what did you do besides that advisement role?
So primarily I focused on a number of records that are actually from the companies. So I'm not talking about physical devices today. I'm talking about a visual depiction of the records from Snapchat and US Cellular, and we have a little bit of Google records in this case that we'll talk about.
So when you were assigned to this case, what information did you have?
The case agent typically gives me a brief rundown of the details as they know them once they've arrived upon scene and had a chance to talk to and work with local law enforcement. I knew that Mr. Ryan Cooper was killed in his residence. I knew that there were Mrs. Cooper was present in the residence that day. I asked them to collect phone numbers for Mr. Cooper, Mrs. Cooper, and I knew that they were both business owners or did things in the public, so there was a high likelihood that they utilized things such as social media. So I asked for them to find Snapchat profiles, Facebook profiles, gather their cell phone numbers. I did a bunch of preservation immediately of that stuff, and then I immediately began working on search warrants. So all the information I will testify to today was obtained by serving a search warrant to either the cellular provider or the social media company.
You mentioned a preservation request. What is that?
A preservation request is a request to a social media or cell phone company, and it just preserves any information that that company has on their server that are business records relating to, for example, if it's a particular phone number or account, it's a snapshot in time on that. They actually don't disclose it to us until we go through proper legal process and we get a search warrant.
So you described some of the basic information that you had as you started your work on this case. You talked about some potential sources of information and the fact that you utilized a preservation request. With the information that you had received, how did that inform the decisions you were making on this case or the requests that you were making?
So we use the information that we receive from social media companies and cell phones to help guide the investigators in the investigative process, because oftentimes this information will reveal routes of travel, patterns of life, who someone is communicating with, whether it's on Snapchat or whether it's on phone calls or text messages. So I analyze the information received from cell phone records, social media companies, and then we use that in the investigative process to determine who killed Ryan Cooper.
And so you mentioned location data related to a device or a cell phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
But you also mentioned location data associated with applications, and you mentioned Snapchat and other similar applications. Could you explain the difference between the two?
Right. So the location data from a search warrant, in this example we're going to use Snapchat, that we get back from them is provided by the company Snapchat. So it's independent corroboration of any location information that that iPhone would necessarily have on the actual device. So the company sends back information, and Snapchat, because that user has enabled certain location attributes on the phone. So Snapchat, you can go in and you can say, I want to share my location. I don't want to share my location. There are certain times when you use Snapchat, if you're looking at an advertisement or whatever, Snapchat has, when you sign up for that app, Snapchat's probably going to use your location because it wants to send you ads that are targeted to where you are at in your geographic location. It wouldn't do me any good as an advertiser to see, to send someone in Iowa ads that were located in California, for example. So when you provide basic information to Snapchat, such as your address, your phone number with your zip code, your area code, Snapchat and all the applications that are social media applications then can target content to you based on those geographic identifiers.
So if someone's using Snapchat, they've enabled those features, that location information is available to Snapchat, that then becomes available to you because that's in their records?
Yes.
So if you apply for a search warrant, you can obtain that location information?
Yes.
With the information that you had and the potential sources of additional information, what were the first steps that you then took in your investigation?
So obviously we take time, and we have to have probable cause to do a search warrant to obtain this stuff. So we have to show that communications in this case, such as on a cell phone or U.S. cellular records, Snapchat records, Google records, are relevant to the investigation that we're conducting, so that it's reasonable that phones or applications were used in the planning of the crime. They would have location information. Sometimes this information can alibi someone as much as it can, and put someone's device near a crime, or give location information that's relevant in the investigation. So oftentimes it will clear someone out because their device is nowhere near that. We also look for things like pattern of life. When does a device wake up in the morning? Where does the device routinely go during the week? Like, I go to work every day, so if you were to look at my device information, you would see that my device goes to my office in Dubuque Monday through Friday, most days. And then if you were to look at my communication, you would see I'm primarily communicating during business hours with coworkers that also do my job. So it shows patterns of life. It shows deviations from patterns of life. It shows where a device normally goes. And just to be clear, everything that I'm talking about today is for a device, not a person. I have to say the device went here, the device went there. But there are times that I can say there was a user-manipulated event. For example, an outgoing phone call or a sent Snapchat. That's an event that has to take place, that a user has to physically manipulate the device to do those things.
I just want to make sure that it's clear what you're talking about, because you were referencing a device versus a person. And I think there may be a misconception that if you see a device moving, that also indicates that that person is moving. Can you just explain a little more clearly what the difference is when you talk about a device versus a person, and when you can state that someone is manipulating a device versus when a device may just be, again, separate from the person?
Yes, sir. So let's do the easy one first. So even in U.S. cellular records, something such as an outgoing phone call would be a device manipulation. That means someone actually has to physically be with that device to make that outgoing phone call. There are things in records that aren't dependent on a user using a device, so such as location where a phone is at, or where a Snapchat location would give you. That isn't dependent on a person necessarily doing something on Snapchat, sometimes those are things that are running in the background. So there's something on phones called U.S. cellular records called timing data. And that's like if you've ever seen the Sprint commercials where it says, "Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?" That's network engineers testing the efficiency of the network because they don't want things like dropped calls or areas where there's no cell phone coverage. That runs in the background of U.S. Cellular all the time. So the network is the cellular network is constantly checking in with the cell phone to make sure that there's good coverage in the area that you're in. Because if it wasn't, you would switch to a different carrier.
And so that's essentially all cell phones, right?
Yes, sir.
And when you say the network is checking in, what does that look like?
So the cellular network is just a fancy term for the infrastructure that exists. So you and I can use our cell phones to make wireless phone calls. Timing data is the part that they test the efficiency of their network, making sure there's no dead spots. And that runs, the system engineers are constantly using timing data, and that's recorded in their normal business records on an ongoing basis. But because it has a location base, we have to get that with a search warrant.
So if we're talking about some of this timing data, it's essentially, if I understand, the network checking in or pinging off a device. So
timing is a measurement because radio waves travel at the speed of light. So it's just a measurement that's reproducible. We can reproduce it from the business records, from the cell phone to the network and back to the cell phone. So that it's a known distance and it's recorded in the business records, and we can reproduce that timing data measurement visually so you can see, now this is still an estimate, but the phone is at or near that location, recorded in the U.S. Cellular business records that are certified as true, accurate, and correct. And companies keep these through normal course of business. They need them for billing. They need them to make sure their network is running efficiently. So these are records that companies keep in the normal course of their business.
And so knowing that, and you had talked a little bit about looking for some U.S. Cellular records, did you in fact apply for a search warrant and obtain records from U.S. Cellular?
Yes, search warrants. I didn't do every single search warrant in this case. Search warrants were applied for by law enforcement and the records were obtained, and then I examined the records.
When you obtain those records, are those for specific phone numbers or how are they delineated?
They are. So when you apply for a search warrant for a cell phone company, you have to provide them the cell phone numbers that you're looking for.
Judge, may I approach this witness?
You may. You don't need to ask again with this witness. Thank you.
I'm showing you a mark as State's Exhibit number 315. And take a look at that. Ask you to recognize what that is.
Yes.
What is that?
This is a certificate of authenticity for business records from U.S. Cellular.
And is that in response to the search warrant that you just referenced?
Yes, it is.
And what are the target numbers associated with that records request? You don't need to read the phone numbers, I suppose, but if you could just indicate whose phone numbers those were to your knowledge.
Sure. It's Houston Danker's phone number, Karina Cooper's phone number, Ryan Cooper's phone number, and Aaron Cooper's phone number. And the date range of these records is June 1st, 2021 through June 18th of 2021. So 18 days in June.
And Your Honor, at this point, the state would move to admit State's Exhibit number 315, as well as State's Exhibit number 316, which is the location data received and certified by those by the certification in 315, and that's by stipulation of the parties.
Ms. Watt, just to confirm, okay, then State's Exhibits 315 and 316 are now admitted.
All right, had you prepared a demonstrative exhibit associated with your testimony here today?
Yes, sir.
Would it aid in your testimony to use that demonstrative exhibit?
Yes, sir.
With the court's permission, I'd ask to publish that demonstrative exhibit.
Any objection, Ms. Watt?
No, Your Honor.
on. I think I need to reset the projector, so just give me a second.
Agent Witt, is this the demonstrative exhibit that you prepared?
Yes, sir.
And I'll let you know as well that there is a laser pointer up there in front of you. If you want to use that, I believe it'll show up if we lower the lights just a little bit, if you need to use it. So what is this first page of your demonstrative exhibit? What does that show us?
So this is just going to cover for you visually the records that we looked for. So the U.S. cellular records that we obtained from search warrant, and then there's our date range of June 1st through June 18th, 2021, are for Aaron Cooper. I'm just going to refer to it by the last 4 digits of their number there. And then you'll also notice that we assigned, so Aaron Cooper's number, the last 4 digits of his cell phone number are 0636. And then if you look, Aaron Cooper is assigned orange. So anything that's mapped for Aaron Cooper will be orange throughout the entire presentation. Houston Danker's cell phone number is the next one. The last 4 digits of his cell phone number right here are 1616. And then anything mapped for Houston Danker in this presentation will appear red, and it will appear consistently red through the entire presentation. Ryan Cooper's cell phone number is 3536, the last 4 digits, and Ryan Cooper's U.S. cellular cell phone records will be green, and Karina Cooper's cell phone number 6135 are her last 4 digits. And anything mapped for Karina Cooper will be blue.
All right, and that's for the U.S. cellular records that you obtained?
Yes, sir.
And now I think the next heading is Snapchat. What information did you obtain from Snapchat?
So we obtained information from 2 accounts from Snapchat. The first one, the HDank1, for the date range of March 1st, 2020 through July 1st, 2021, is Houston Danker's Snapchat information, and we will keep that red. So if you see locational information from Houston Danker, that will be consistent with the color for his cell phone mapping as well. And then the second Snapchat account obtained for the same date range is Karina Cooper's, and her Snapchat username is right here, Karina Coop. And that will remain kind of the blue turquoise color consistently throughout the records.
And then at the bottom of this slide, it indicates that you had prepared a search warrant for Google. What information were you seeking from Google?
Right, so we did a search warrant to Google. Google has a wide variety of information. Obviously, this is the Gmail address here, karinacooper50@gmail.com. Google also sometimes has locational information. It has information about apps that you use through the Google browser. So if you download Snapchat, Google records that. If you change your password on something, Google records that. It can have locational information. And also there's all search history that can be there. And when we do a search warrant to Google, it depends. It's user controlled, so people that have a Google account can set their privacy settings however they want. So sometimes we see their entire search history and location information, sometimes we don't. It just depends on how they have their privacy settings set.
And the range for the U.S. cellular records was June 1st through June 18th of 2021. Is it your understanding that Ryan was killed on June 18th of 2021?
Yes, sir.
Moving on to the next slide, what are we seeing here?
So this is just to give you an example of some cell sites. So if we look here in the middle, this is like a typical cell phone tower is how I would describe this, with the 3-sided array. Here's one side, here's the second side, here's the third side. But I want you to steer away from using the term cell tower, because this is also a cell site. It has cellular communication on it. We see a lot of antenna arrays for cellular carriers in Iowa on water towers. This is in Mason City. There's cell phone towers on a building. So this is just to kind of generally explain to you that cell towers communicate through RF frequency radio waves with cell phones. And then cell towers are kind of the middleman in the cellular network. They also help facilitate communication to the rest of the cellular network so our mobile phones can talk to each other. So this is just to kind of orientate you to cell phone towers. When you see cell phone towers mapped here, I'll point it out on the map to you, but these cell phone towers are mapped by their latitude and longitude. So we don't map by the business address in the cell phone records because that can be like a mailing address. So we always map by the physical latitude and longitude of the actual cell site. And the latitude and longitude is provided in the U.S. cellular business records.
So in the business records, these cell sites, towers, or whether the communication devices are on flagpoles, et cetera, that information appears by latitude and longitude in the records.
It does.
All right, what are we seeing here?
So this is just to orientate you what mapping looks like. It's going to be pretty simple. So in this case, where the triangle meets here, that's the geographic location of the cell site or cell tower in this case that we're using. This arc and shaded area here is just to tell you what sector. Do you remember the last slide where we saw the 3 sectors? This is just to tell you what sector it's using, and this is just to cue your eye. So this is a cell phone call. If I was mapping the cell phone call, this is just an example for us, I would just say that on this date and this time, this cell phone was using this cell site and it's somewhere in this sector. But I cannot be any more specific on that with just a simple cell phone call. So if you think of a flashlight analogy, and I am standing at the point and I'm shining the flashlight, anywhere that beam goes kind of in this sector is where that cell phone can be.
All right, and so you said that's as specific as you can be with that information. What's per call measurement data?
So per call measurement data is our timing data that we talked about earlier. And this data is awesome. So here's our cell site, and this is just showing this is the cell sector. But with this timing data, I can actually be very specific. I can say that during this date and this time, this phone was at or near this arc at this time. So it's much more specific. So we can place phones much more specifically with that. And as you will see in next slides, there's thousands of these data points. So if 2 data points cross, if we have arcs that would cross one another, it's kind of like pirate's treasure. It's X marks the spot. The phone that's the first place that I would use to look at the phone. And I've been looking at mapping records for 18 years now. We've used them to find deceased people, missing children, silver alerts, things as small as a set of keys, driver's licenses. So we always look for independent corroboration of our data. We don't just ever use one set of data. We use the extractions from the cell phone. We use cell phone records. But these records are very, very accurate, and they help us determine where a cell phone was at a particular date and time.
So these records you stated are very, very accurate to the point that you can find sometimes fairly small items.
Yes, sir.
And is a further degree of accuracy obtained then by cross-referencing this information with other location information such as that you referenced from Snapchat?
Right. So as a tech agent, it's really important to also get a wide variety of sources. It's like putting a puzzle together, and we don't take all of our puzzle pieces from one source. We want to see a complete picture. So we always look for additional sources of information that corroborate location information from one set of records. So we're constantly evaluating that against cell phone extractions, data from other sources that may have locational information.
Is this only valuable for devices that are fixed, or does it cover movement as well?
It covers movement as well.
And is that what we're seeing here in this next slide?
Right, so this is not an actual slide from our presentation. This is for illustrative purposes here. But sometimes, as you can see, we have Monarch Highway 80 here. And then you can see that the device is moving. So the device is here at 10:28 p.m. It's here at 10:47 p.m. And then the device is here at 10:21 p.m. So in this particular example, I told investigators you need to look for a device moving in a vehicle because I certainly can't travel that far on foot during that time. So I would look for the device moving along this interstate, and I would look for a vehicle or something that could convey the device along that interstate. So sometimes it can show us a movement from one place to another as well.
If you're standing in a fixed location with a cellular device, presumably it's going to bounce off one tower or the location will be fixed. If you're moving in a vehicle, how is the phone or the device interacting with the towers?
So I always tell people that devices are like divas. They always want the best signal. So not necessarily the strongest signal, but the best signal. So devices always make a batting order. So they may actually see all three of these towers at one time. But when the device is here, this device says the best signal is coming from this cell phone tower. When the device arc is here, the device has switched its batting order and said, this is the tower that I am communicating with on the cellular network that has the best signal. And then when the device is in this area, it's again switched towers and said this is now this is called network optimization. This is now the cell site that has the best signal. So the device, the network always, and the cell phone always want to use the best signal, not necessarily the strongest signal, the best signal for that. And then our location of the device would be at or near this arc on the last slide.
So the phone is always switching to whatever will provide, whichever tower or cell site will provide the best signal.
Absolutely. I've seen records where a person walks across the house and when they're on the west side of the house, it uses one cell site. When they're on the east side of the house, it uses another cell site because it's the best signal.
All right. And so that was cell network location information. You talked about per call measurement data. This is about Snapchat geo-targeting information. Could you explain what's different and distinct about this geo-targeting information?
Yes. So geo-targeting information was developed by marketing companies as a marketing strategy to deliver more relevant content to a user's phone based on where they're geographically located. And Snapchat will say this, it says it in its disclosure policies. It collects three types of information that's locational information. It also collects your address, your area code, your cell phone number, and your zip code, so it knows where you're at. There you go. It knows where you're at. So the three types of information that Snapchat collects to target ads to you is IP information, GPS coordinates, and cellular data. And then Snapchat gives some broad information about the accuracy of its geo-targeting information. So at the country level, its geo-targeting information is 90% accurate. At the state level, it's 75 to 80% accurate. And then its accuracy varies on that based on zip codes, cities, and regions. And they don't give us more specifics than that.
So Snapchat's geo-targeting information comes from three sources of location information, and then you can compare this information from Snapchat with cell phone network location data.
We absolutely cross-reference it, yes.
What are we seeing here?
So this is just an example of what a radius. So Snapchat is saying this phone is at or near at this date and time. So on June 17th, 2021 at 8:11:25 p.m. This phone is in this bubble, and this bubble is 36.6 meters. So the circle of the radius is determined by latitude and longitude, and that's going to be in the center right here. That's going to be your center.
So it's just giving us some information about accuracy, essentially, correct?
Yes.
what are we seeing here?
So this is just to give you a reminder or cue. When you see mapping for Houston Danker for his cell phone number or Snapchat, it's going to be red. When you see mapping information for Ryan Cooper, we are just using his cell phone in this, it's going to be green. And then when you see mapping information or visual depiction of records from Karina Cooper, it's going to be blue for US Cellular, Snapchat, and then there's some Google information. Yeah.
All right. You've noted key locations in Traer, Iowa. What are these key locations?
Right. So this is just to orientate you to the lay of the land and where things are at here. We're going to start here on the west side of the screen, so north is up on all of the slides today. Ryan and Karina Cooper's residence is here, 1846 K Avenue. This pin just represents the geographic location of their house. Aaron Cooper's residence is here, 1856 Highway 63. This is Highway 63. It turns into 96 here, and then Highway 63 at this intersection continues north-south. Here we have the city of Traer. This is 2nd Street or Highway 8 as it's referred to. And then Houston Danker's residence is going to be on the east side of this slide, and it's 2798 Highway 8. This is just a different view. So the thing that I want you to notice is we have more population density here. This is obviously the city of Traer. You can see more streets. Again, this is the Cooper residence, pretty rural, surrounded by farmland. I think there's one small residence here and one residence here, one here. This is the Aaron Cooper residence, and then Mr. Danker's residence. So we're just showing you the geographics that this is rural Iowa. Okay.
So what are we seeing here?
This is, again, just to show you our roads here. This is 63 north-south. This is Highway 63 east-west, and then this is K Avenue. Their street address is actually K Avenue, so you'd come up here, and then there's a driveway to their house. Right.
And is this just a satellite view of that same property?
Yep, it's just to get you used to looking at the maps so you know where things are geographically located at the maps. And we're going to show you the maps in the simplest format, so you're going to see them mapped in the other sequence, but we just want you to recognize that there's farmland around here, K Avenue, Highway 63, and then here's our T intersection here.
All right. So what are we seeing in this slide here?
So Ryan Cooper's cell phone starts its night out at the Traer Sports Complex, and when you're seeing the darkening of the lines here, we call that pancaking. It just means that the phone's in the general geographic location for a long time. So our arcs appear darker, and then what you're going to see is that the phone is going to leave the sports complex. It's going to go up through Traer, and then the device is going to end up in the general vicinity of the Cooper residence here at 1846 K Avenue. And the time frame of that is the travel here from the general vicinity of the Traer Sports Complex to there. There we go. Was 740 to 802. So if you look at Google driving distance, so if you were just to put that in your map and say, what is the driving distance from the Traer Sports Complex going up 2nd Avenue and through Traer, which is the path that I see the device travel. Google driving distance says that takes about 10 minutes. So the device, when it starts to migrate from the area of the sports complex, Ryan's device, I don't know what they had going on that night, but it takes them, this device on this trip, approximately 22 minutes from the Traer Sports Complex to the residence, the Cooper residence at 1846 K Avenue. Okay. So this is the time.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Just returning to that previous slide.
Sorry.
Is this an example then of, you mentioned that this was pancaking, showing that the device is just in the same place for a period of time. I see the clock running there.
Yep, and you can actually see the actual times of all of these slides. And then it's also just to kind of orientate your eye to movement. The device is going to eventually leave the Trayer Sports Complex, kind of go up through Trayer, and then end up at the residence. So this is the device moving there, and there's the device at the residence. Definitively at 802, I'd say the device is in the vicinity of 1846 K Avenue.
And this is the night of June 17th, 2021?
Yes, sir. Okay. And then this is just to show two things. Again, we're just getting used to the pancaking or the darker lines. So this is just a brief time period from 8:02 to 8:26 p.m. And then you can see this is the cell site, but this is our timing data, so we can be more specific and say the device is generally in the vicinity of the residence. And then that phone call in the lower left-hand corner right here at 8:26 is the last time that I can say there was a manipulation on that device. So at 8:26 p.m., Ryan Cooper's cell phone made an outgoing phone call. Okay.
All right, what are we seeing here? It says June 18th, 2021, 4:43 a.m.
Yes, sir. So we're seeing our heavy arcs here. This is just a still image. We didn't, this is about the time that law enforcement arrives on scene, and we're just seeing that this device is stationary near 1846 K Avenue. And also what we know is that this device was recovered by investigators at 1846 K Avenue. So independent corroboration. The records tell us that this device is there, and the investigators physically were able to recover the actual device from the residence.
It's based on the location information that you received from U.S. Cellular as well as that outgoing phone call. Does it appear to you that Ryan Cooper's device left the residence there at 1846 K Avenue on the night that he was killed?
No.
And that was information for Ryan Cooper's phone. This is Karina Cooper's phone, correct?
Yes, sir. And you're going to see this in blue. We've put the blue up there just so you know. This is what Karina's phone was doing on June 17th and 18th of 2021.
And this is sourced from U.S. Cellular records and Snapchat information?
There are two sources in here, and I'll make sure to point out the difference between them. So again, we see Karina's phone on June 17th, 2021 at the Trayer Sports Complex. It starts at the Trayer Sports Complex, and then you're going to see here shortly that Karina Cooper's device is going to leave the Trayer Sports Complex, and it's going to follow the same path over to 1846 K Avenue. And then, can we just replay that slide one more time? Go forward for me. Thanks. So this is when the device is stationary at the Trayer Sports Complex. So I'm just showing that her device is also at the Trayer Sports Complex. Counselor, can you go forward to the next slide? I just want to show the Snapchat. Sorry. And this is just to show that she has Snapchat information around the Trayer Sports Complex between the time of 5:48 and 7:40. The specific times are indicated on here. So we have cell phone information from U.S. Cellular, and then we also have Snapchat information that agree that this device is in the general vicinity of the Trayer Sports Complex. And then this is the device traveling from the Trayer Sports Complex through Trayer, and the device is ultimately going to end up at 1846 K Avenue. But in reviewing these records, obviously I watched them hundreds of times, I see what I think is a little pause in Trayer, and we will show you on Snapchat where that is on the next slide here. So this is the device leaving. Do you see some overlap of arcs here? I think this device stopped at Pizza Palace on the way home in Trayer, Iowa. So we see that on Snapchat, and I see just a little pancaking and overlapping in town. And then ultimately, there it is right there. And then this is Snapchat to show by this time this evening that the device ends up at home. It takes about 20 minutes and 25 seconds for her to get home. And then the U.S. Cellular data also agrees that Ms. Cooper's device is home during this time frame. So this is just to show from 8:01 p.m. to 4:43 in the morning And then we do have some Snapchat locational information that shows the devices in the general vicinity of 1846 K Avenue. So our data is in agreement.
And is this just the U.S. cellular information, and it also has an outgoing call as well?
Yep, and then we have one outgoing phone call. So the last time on the 17th of June 2021 that I see a device manipulation, so this is a human manipulation, is at that 8:04 time frame. Last outgoing call there.
Okay, and that's on June 17th at 8:04.
Yes. But the device is there at 4:43 in the morning, and we know this device makes the 911 call. And then this is just to kind of give you an idea of Snapchat patterns are really granular like this, what Snapchat looks like from 8/11, and then the Snapchat location information, we don't get any additional Snapchat information for Karina Cooper's Snapchat account after 3:33 a.m. in the morning. It ends.
But was there Snapchat information around 3 in the morning and up until 3:33 in the morning?
3:33 is our last data point. So there's consistent Snapchat information from 8:11 p.m. This is locational information from Snapchat. So something is triggering locations in Snapchat. This is geo-targeting information. And we have that consistently on an ongoing basis from 8:11 p.m. till 3:33 in the morning. And then there is no more.
And so based on the information you had provided before, this would be user manipulation of the phone, including sending Snapchat messages, correct?
You know, there's lots of reasons. Snapchat doesn't tell us exactly what's going on, but something is happening in an interaction with Snapchat that there's geo-targeting information being recorded.
And that went on through 3:33 a.m. and then it stopped?
It did stop.
What are we seeing here?
And then I just wanted to show you the last user manipulated event. So here's our cell site. Remember, this is our general flashlight example, but here's 1846 K Avenue. So on June 17th, 2021 at 8:04 p.m., this is the last outgoing call on this date. And then our first outgoing call here is June 18th, 2021 at 4:30 a.m.
And again, that's from Karina Cooper's cell phone at 4:30 a.m., correct?
Yes, sir.
What are we seeing here?
This is just a visual depiction of records so I can sequence them from you. So what you're seeing here is at 4:30 a.m., Karina Cooper's cell phone calls Aaron Cooper's cell phone. This is a connected call recorded on the U.S. cellular records, and that call is 27 seconds in length. At 4:31, Aaron Cooper's cell phone calls Karina Cooper's cell phone. That's a 1-second call, so it may or may not have actually rang, but the network recorded this event here. And then at 4:32, Aaron Cooper calls Karina Cooper, and this phone call is 22 seconds in length. This information here and here that are underlined, this is from the Tama County dispatch records for 911. So when you call 911 from your cell phone, that the cell phone companies purposely don't put that in business records, because if you're calling and someone that's with you in a situation is the bad person, and they have access to your cell phone records, they don't want that to show. So cell phone companies don't necessarily show those in business records, but we know this from the Tama County dispatch logs. At 4:33 in the morning, Karina Cooper calls 911. And the duration on this call is 4 minutes and 59 seconds. And then shortly after that, Aaron Cooper also calls 911. That's at 4:34. And that phone call lasts 7 minutes and 41 seconds. At 4:39, dispatch puts, and they're actually on the phone with him the whole time, puts Aaron Cooper out at 1846 K Avenue. And then 4:42, dispatch logs the first deputy on the scene from the 911 dispatch logs.
All right, and this is Houston Danker's U.S. cellular and Snapchat information, correct?
Yes. So this is just, Mr. Danker works in Van Horn, Iowa, and this is just him progressing up to his residence here. So this is a snapshot of time the cellular records from June 17th, 2021 from 6:21 p.m. to 6:58. So this is just him leaving work and going to his residence. Okay.
All right, this says device trip 1. What information are we seeing?
So first what you're seeing here, we'll just let it play, is the round trip. This device is going to leave 2798 Highway 8. It's going to come up kind of through Traer. It's going to come a little bit here. We're going to break this down in a minute. Just past 1846, the Cooper residence here. So this is the first arc. Can we go back one slide? Oh, forward, sorry, I apologize. So this is the device traveling up. This is its furthest forward progression, and this is the device traveling down. And the time frame on that is 6:58 p.m. to 7:30. So Google driving distance is 9 miles. Google says it takes about 11 minutes to get there one way, and the whole trip was 31 minutes and 21 seconds. So starting from 2798, going up and through, kind of the furthest device progression here, and then returning back the same way to 2798. So in this entire set of records, this device only drives by 1846 Avenue 3 times once, and that's on June 17th, 2021. So I'm showing you the 3 trips that this device makes past the residence. Okay, so this is just to show you, this is where the device started. This is where the device ended on the trip out here. So this is from 6:58 to 7:14. So this is all part of that animation we just showed you. The next slide will kind of show you the return trip here. So by 7:14, we call this the most forward progression, the farthest forward progression there. By 7:14, that's as far as this device goes forward. This device is turning around here. By 7:16, I can see that the arcs are now moving to the east, and this device has turned around, so it drove by the residence once this way, and then it's returning past the residence here, and it's ultimately going to go back to Mr. Danker's home residence.
All right, this says 7:14 to 7:30.
Yep, so this is just to show from our farthest forward progression to the return arc that I see near the residence at 2798. That's the return trip time, and that takes about 15 minutes.
All right, what are we seeing in device trip 2?
So device trip 2, we can just let it play. We're going to see that this device is going to leave the residence here. It's going to go up through Traer, and then it's going to continue on to Gladbrook. It's going to be in Gladbrook for a limited amount of time, around 5 minutes, and then it's going to drive back past the Cooper residence up through Traer, and then Mr. Danker's device is ultimately returning to his home residence here at 2798 Highway 8. So as the crow flies, it's 17 miles, 17.1 miles, and this trip from arc to arc takes 39 minutes and 4 seconds, and that's pretty close to what Google Drive Time says. Google Drive Time says from the Danker residence here to Gladbrook, it should take 20 minutes one way, so 40 minutes round trip. So this is pretty consistent with what Drive Time says on Google. And then this is just a blow up of that to show when the device is going by the house, and we're seeing some blue here, as you can see. So there is Snapchat activity from Karina Cooper's Snapchat account near the 1846 Avenue at 8:13:35, and then the red obviously is Mr. Danker's device traveling west towards the Gladbrook area.
All right, the next slide here.
This is just to show that Mr. Danker's in Gladbrook for a limited amount of time. This is our farthest outward progressing arc. That's at 8:20. And this arc here at 8:25 is showing that the device is returning, starting to move eastward. So the device is in Gladbrook for less than 5 minutes on device trip number 2. And then this is just to show what the times are on our arcs, and then we see our forward progression. So here's 8:30, here's 8:31, that's going to be this arc here, and then 8:32. So it's just showing that the device is moving to the east, and then we also see that Ms. Cooper has Snapchat locational data at 8:29 during that time as well. And then ultimately this is just to show you from arc to arc the device furthest forward progression, and then it returns back. So.
All right, you've marked this as device trip number 3.
I did. So this trip is from, the device is going to do something different here. So this trip is on June 17th, 2021 from 9:04 to 9:40 p.m. So the device is going to leave from the Danker residence. But what you're going to see here, and we'll break this down, is that this device is largely stationary in this area for about 7 minutes, and then it's going to return a slightly different way here, come back up, and return home. We'll break that down for you more specifically. So the device on the third trip leaves the same way, but it hangs out in a specific area for a little bit. We have some pancaking, and X marks the spot stationary movement, and then it ultimately returns home a different way. And we'll break that down more here. And we can see that there is some Snapchat activity here as the device, Houston Danker's device. This is Karina Cooper's residence. And we can see that there's some Snapchat activity while the device crosses. And then ultimately when we're seeing these X's and this device is in this area, we'll see it on a different slide.
Okay, you're saying that you're seeing Snapchat data from Ms. Cooper as Mr. Danker's device crosses that area near 1846 K Avenue.
Yes, I am. So there's Snapchat activity on Karina Cooper's phone, and Mr. Danker's device is locationally in the vicinity of this area right here.
And you said that the device was in that area, and you said about 7 minutes, if I understand correctly. You mean in the area of Ryan Cooper and Karina Cooper's residence, correct?
I do. We'll see that more specifically on the next slide. Okay. Can you go ahead and hit play? So from 9:19 to 9:26 p.m., I don't know if you're able to pause this. This device, do we see our pancaking kind of stationary here? A lot of X marks the spots here, crossover, and when we see that, we know the device, we can be more specific on where this device is located. And also the phenomenon of, on that last slide, just let it play again. This device is using 4 different cell phone towers in this 7-minute and 9-second period. So the device is in this general area from 9:19 to 9:26, about 7 minutes and 9 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4 cell sites. So the device really isn't moving much during that time.
What are we seeing here?
This is just to show from the arc coming back when the phone is returning to the way home. Like this is the first arc, this is the second arc, and then the next slide will show you the route of travel. So the device returns to 2798 a different way. And we're going to break that down on the next slide. So the device is going to come down here. You're going to see it move along here, up, and then ultimately end up at 2798. So the device returns home. It takes a different route the last trip by.
And so when you say it takes a different route, you mean this third trip differs from trip number 1 and 2 in terms of the route taken to return home?
On the return route. The return route is more gravel and rural roads. So the return route isn't just back through Traer, back to the house. It goes out this way. It's in this area for a period of time, and then it comes down and ultimately returns to 2798.
And you also indicated that here on the bottom right-hand part of your slide, it says 14 minutes and 30 seconds. Was that their recorded travel time?
Yes, so it's very fast. The Google drive time, so Google figures on the speed limit. The Google drive time for this return route from roughly 1846 K Avenue over to 2798 is actually 18 minutes. So this device is absolutely moving at a higher rate of speed than recommended drive time.
And just as a reminder, we're at 9:26 to 9:40. This is the night before Ryan is killed, correct?
Yes.
What are we seeing here?
And then this is just to show that Mr. Danker's device from 9:40 p.m. until 5:22 a.m. Ultimately, the device leaves the residence to go to work. It goes down to where we know Mr. Danker works is at home. So the device is stationary there. And then we don't get on so the device is home. We don't see it really go anywhere during this time frame. And we don't have a lot of Snapchat location information for Mr. Danker's device. The last Snapchat location information we get from this device, if you can flip to the next slide for me, please, is at 10:47 and 10:48 p.m. on June 17th. And then there is no more locational information on this device going into the early morning hours when the device leaves. So the device leaves, this is the last locational information I have, and the device leaves the residence.
So if I understand, returning to your previous slide, Mr. Danker's cell phone was at or around his residence throughout the night, including the time that Ryan Cooper was killed, until the next morning around 5:22 a.m.
That is correct.
And what are we seeing here at 5:22?
This is just to show you that the device has departed the residence here. So we're at 5:22 and we see the device moving away from the residence, and the device ultimately leaves.
All right. Showing you some information here, it looks like it says U.S. Cellular and has Karina Cooper's cell phone number and device history. What is the information that we're seeing here?
Yep, so I just want you to recognize our last 4 digits here. This is Karina Cooper's cell phone number. Our last 4 digits here are 6135. So this is actual subscriber information. It's just a snip from U.S. Cellular business records. And this is the Apple iPhone 8 Plus. So the cell phone company tells us what this cell phone is. And then the last service that this device has is, this device was seized by law enforcement on June 18th, 2021, from Ms. Cooper at the Cooper residence. But the service on this is ended or switched on June 21st, 2021. And if you look at the time here, 11:27:33 a.m. on June 21st, the service is ended. And then the service begins on this device, which is an Android-based phone. We have our same phone number here. So Karina Cooper switches her service to a different cell phone. This is 11:27:34, so just seconds after that. This cell phone is in service. The Samsung Galaxy S5 is in service. She keeps service with this phone number until June 2nd, 2021. And then we see here, if we look, we have another device switch. We've switched devices again, so the final device, and then we don't see an end service date here, meaning this may be the device she still has, or during the set of records we have, this device was still in use. This device is used from July 2nd, 2021, and it's an iPhone SE, second generation, also an Apple.
All right, and this final information says Karina Cooper, Snapchat, and Google. What information do we see here?
Right, so we obviously see on June 21st, 2021, this information here, the top two entries are from a search warrant to Google. We can see that at 4:28 p.m., Google Chrome, so an internet browser was visited, and Google Chrome actually recorded this as Karina Cooper's Snapchat password was reset. Then shortly after that, 1 minute later, Google Chrome records that they sent an email about Snapchat. So if you reset your password, Snapchat emails you to make sure it's truly you. And the email was sent, and it was a Snapchat email saying your password has been reset. And then this piece of information here, this is an actual snip from the Snapchat records here. This information is on June 22nd, 2021 at 2:54 p.m. Karina Cooper's Snapchat is deleted. That is a user-manipulated event. You have to go on and physically delete your Snapchat. And I don't know if you can see this because of the other screen, but over in the far corner, it just shows that Snapchat's business records record the status of this Snapchat account is that it was deleted, and that's a user-deleted account.
And perhaps you could show that information on the smaller display for the jury. I think they may be able to see that better. You can stand up.
Oh, it's eating it. If you look at the lower right-hand corner, the last column where there's gray shading, it just says deleted. And that time is in, business records often come in universal time coordinated, so we have to convert that to our time, and the time offset's -5. So the time here in Central Standard Time is right here. It's 2:54:12 p.m. that Snapchat records on June 22nd that Karina Cooper's Snapchat account was deleted.
So 2 days after Ryan's death, she's resetting her Snapchat password. What's the relevance of the fact that this is done through Chrome?
So she wouldn't have her phone. So if you log onto your Snapchat account from a different device, you're going to have to remember your password. So there's a possibility she didn't know her password, or she just wanted to change it, or the person that was logging in just wanted to change it.
Essentially, that would allow you to gain access to your Snapchat account.
Right. You can't gain access to your Snapchat account on a different device that you haven't been logged into unless you can provide your password.
And then the account was fully deleted approximately 4 days after Ryan's death.
That's correct, on June 22nd, 2021.
And were you able to determine, you talked a little bit about pattern of life, did Karina Cooper previously use Snapchat frequently?
Yes.
Please explain.
So she used Snapchat. We did recover some content on Snapchat. She was in a number of texting groups, one like the Housewives of Tama County, where it was a bunch of other people, and they would talk about kids, trips they were planning, things like that. She used Snapchat a lot for pictures of her children or cute little videos of her kids, them doing activities, riding bikes, baseball, and some communications with relating to like business or hair appointments, all sorts of things. So a frequent Snapchat user, which isn't uncommon for a business owner.
And we also saw some Snapchat messages between Karina Cooper and Houston Danker at 3:30 in the morning on the night of the homicide regarding shell casings and other things of that nature, including her making a statement to Houston Danker, go, which was the last communication that we saw between
Objection, Your Honor. I'd like him to ask a question.
Yep. Go ahead and ask your question, Mr. Ringel.
Thank you. Did she frequently communicate with Houston Danker via Snapchat?
We don't see that in the business records from Snapchat, because once a user deletes a snap from Snapchat's server, it's gone forever. So we don't recover the particular messages that the counselor was referencing regarding remember the casings or go from the business records from Snapchat, because if you delete something from the Snapchat server, Snapchat gets rid of it. They don't preserve it. So when we serve just a search warrant, that's why we serve warrants to multiple sources. That's why we examine the phone. We didn't see it in this particular set of records.
And that wouldn't be seen in this set of records, but that's information, as Ms. Lord testified to, and based on your training experience, that may be recovered from devices themselves.
Yes, that's why we always look for multiple sources of information.
I have no further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Cross-examination, Ms. Watt.
Yes, please. Detective Witt?
Special Agent, Detective,
Okay.
It's fine.
Special Agent Witt. When we're retrieving things through a search warrant with Snapchat, I think I understood you. It kind of depends on whether you're having your settings to save the snaps in the phone.
That's one of the factors, yes.
Okay, so I know that sometimes you can have the messages disappear immediately, you can have the messages disappear after 24 hours in particular conversations, right?
Yes, Snapchat is user controlled, so in the case of an application like Snapchat, users have a lot of choices over if a message is kept or a message is deleted.
Okay, and so if I have my Snapchat messages with a particular person set to delete after 24 hours, after 24 hours, Snapchat doesn't have it anymore.
The business records don't have them anymore. We may be able to recover it from a secondary source, such as an examination of a phone.
Right, and I understand in this case we got a lot of Snapchat information from the phone itself. But Snapchat, I think there's just some misinformation that things are always recoverable from Snapchat. We're not getting it from Snapchat, correct?
So the content of
the ones that aren't saved, I'm asking about the ones that get deleted after 24 hours, we're not going to be able to send a search warrant to Snapchat and get those from Snapchat.
There's one exception to that. So if we get a preservation letter in really quickly, it might be preserved on the server before Snapchat's cleared it, but that's a very slim chance. So generally speaking, yes, ma'am, if a Snapchat is deleted, we won't be able to recover it from a search warrant to Snapchat.
Okay. Sometimes from the phone, as in this case.
Yes, ma'am.
You mentioned that part of the records you got from Snapchat indicated that Karina was in some group chats on Snapchat.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you were able to recover a bunch of messages from those groups from Snapchat?
Yes. So a preservation letter was sent really quickly that morning, and I think we were able to get the content because the preservation letter just takes, when you send it to Snapchat and they receive it and they acknowledge receipt, they just preserve a snapshot of what is on their server relating to that account at that particular time.
Okay, so it would tell us what group she was in at the time that you sent that preservation letter.
There was some content with some of the groups as well.
Right, and that would be dependent upon whether they had in the group had it set up to delete over time or just for the snaps to remain, right?
I don't know who owned or was the administrator on all of those groups too, because sometimes it can depend on if you're the facilitator of the group, if you start the group, you may be able to delete the entire group, but if you're just a user on the group, you may only be able to delete your personal conversations.
So at the time of June 18th, though, she was still in a Snapchat group about like Housewives of Traer or whatever it was called.
There was some content recovered. I guess I can say that Snapchat group still existed. I don't know. She was in that group. I just don't know if there was particular snaps. I can't testify to that. I didn't look at it.
Right. I'm only wanting to know, does it show us at least that she was still in the group?
Yes.
Thank you. Do we have an answer for why Houston's phone doesn't have as much GPS data from Snapchat?
So, as with all applications, you can adjust privacy settings and choose not to share your location. You can opt in or opt out of things. So Snapchat's largely user controlled. I don't know what particular settings he had on both his phone and then within the app of Snapchat. There just wasn't as much location information. Sometimes it's usage too.
Okay. So, but somebody on Snapchat, I can choose to have my location update on the Snap Map, right?
Yes, you can.
From the information that we have from Karina's phone, of the search warrants and all of that, does it appear that her location would have been on and showing on the Snapchat, or do we not know? Snap Map.
So Snapchat doesn't tell us this information came particularly from a Snapchat. Snapchat just tells us generally that there is location information that they have recorded in their business records. They don't say this is particularly from Snapchat or this is particularly from an IP address. This is particularly from a geolocation address.
Okay. And so we also don't know what triggers the GPS location updating on Snapchat?
So they don't tell us, no, they don't tell us the specific trigger of why we have location information at that time.
Is it at least safe to assume, though, that given we only have a couple of data points for Houston's GPS from Snapchat, that would at least suggest to us that his privacy settings are more restricted either on his phone or on Snapchat than Karina's would have been?
I don't know that, like, I don't know that I can. That would be one possibility.
Okay. With Houston driving by this residence, I just want to make sure I understood your testimony. So when we see that he was red, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So when we see the arc there that kind of only goes to where, what is it, 63, where it makes the turn, is that, are we saying then that that's all the further his phone goes, at least the first trip?
Yes, that's the first trip. The furthest device progression is kind of at that T intersection just past the Cooper residence, and then it returns back to his residence.
And then the second trip, he goes all the way to Gladbrook, but not for long.
Yes, under 5 minutes.
Then the third trip, I didn't quite understand where you're saying his phone likely was.
So between the intersection where 63 starts running north and south, that T intersection, and the Cooper residence, really for that 7-minute time period, that device is kind of generally in that general area, and then the device returns home, but it goes I'll call it the southern route. It goes the alternate route on the last trip home.
But do we know, for example, was he at their house?
I can just say that the device was in the general vicinity of that area.
Okay. So, I mean, it's possible that he's like across the street in a cornfield as well?
Yes, it's possible.
Okay. You did mention that the device is traveling quickly to get from that hangout point to the house, but you said you took gravel roads?
Well, it takes the southern route. I do think that some of those roads are gravel. I know they are. Some of the roads are gravel there. It's not hard pavement the entire way.
Do you know what the speed limit is on gravel roads?
I do not know. Okay. I just know that it exceeds what the Google Drive time. It was faster than the Google Drive time.
I was just wondering if it's a common occurrence that people drive faster on gravel roads than what the speed limit is, which might help explain how that device is going so fast compared to Google.
Well, I can't speak to people generally on if they feel comfortable on gravel or not.
Okay. I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Mr. Ringel?
Defense asked you, based on that 7-minute period on the night prior to Ryan's death, that Houston Danker's device was near 1846 K Avenue. If he could have been in a cornfield, is it also possible that he could have been at the house or meeting with Karina?
That's equally as possible, yes, sir. It's in the general vicinity.
No further questions. Anything further?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You may step down. State prepared to call sex witness. And while next witness is coming in, I'm going to stand up and stretch. Anybody else want to, feel free. All right, why don't we all go ahead and have a seat. And is the state prepared to call its next witness?
Yes, Judge, thank you. The state would call Dr. Kelly Cruz.
I'm assuming that's you. Yeah, you want to come up to have a seat to my far left? Dr. Cruz, I'm going to go ahead and swear you in. If you please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be giving in these proceedings will be the truth?
I do.
Okay. And then for the record, can you please provide us with your first name and your last name and spell them?
My name is Kelly Cruz. It's Kellylly Kruse.
All right, Mr. Ringel, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Dr. Cruz, how are you employed?
I am an associate state medical examiner at the Iowa office of the state medical examiner.
Can you talk about your educational background, please?
After I graduated from high school, I attended Tulane University. There I earned a Bachelor's of Science in Anthropology. I then attended St. George's University. I first earned a Master's of Public Health degree, and then I attended their medical school. I graduated from medical school in 2013. From 2013 to 2017, I attended and completed an anatomic and clinical pathology residency program located in New Jersey. And from 2017 to 2018, I completed a forensic pathology fellowship program at the Chief Medical Examiner's Office of Maryland.
Can you talk a little bit about your employment history as well?
I came to work in Iowa following my fellowship. So this here has been my only full-time job. In terms of additional work, I provide consultation autopsies for local hospitals in the Des Moines area.
How are you currently employed then?
I am currently full-time employed by the State Medical Examiner's Office.
What is forensic pathology?
Forensic pathology is a specialized area of medicine. It falls underneath pathology. Pathology is the study of disease and disease processes. In the most common setting, a pathologist is in the hospital. They look at organs, they look at blood, they look at blood work, chemistry to diagnose natural diseases. A forensic pathologist or forensic pathology goes a step further. We have knowledge of those natural disease processes, but then we also have knowledge of injury, and we specifically look at how disease processes and injuries can lead to death.
So you're employed as a medical examiner, then what does a medical examiner do?
A medical examiner is a physician, and that's in Iowa, we have a fairly unique system. So each county has their own medical examiner. They're all physicians, but most of them aren't forensic pathologists like me. Most of them will then use their medical knowledge and training to determine if an autopsy is necessary. If they think an autopsy is necessary, then they will send the deceased individual to the state medical examiner's office in Ankeny, and then myself and 5 other state medical examiners will perform an autopsy on them and determine why they died.
Can you explain to the jury what an autopsy is?
An autopsy is an examination of a deceased individual. The main purpose is to determine their cause of death, so the reason why they died. As part of that examination, we document injury, we document natural disease processes, and we will interpret ancillary testing like toxicology.
Do you collect evidence as well during the autopsy process?
We do. We have standard evidence that we collect for every individual. We will collect a blood stain card, so take blood and put it on the card for potential testing. We will take fingerprints. We also collect blood, vitreous fluid from the eye, and urine if it's available for toxicology testing. Any additional evidence collection would be done at the request of law enforcement.
What is toxicology?
Toxicology is the testing of a specimen, usually blood, for alcohol, drugs of abuse, prescribed medications.
You mentioned cause of death. What is the cause of death?
The cause of death is a process that ultimately leads to a person's passing. It can be a natural disease, it can be an injury, it can be a specific drug. There are a lot of options when it comes to cause of death.
What is manner of death?
Manner of death describes the circumstances surrounding a person's death. In contrast to cause of death, we only have 5 options for manner of death. We have natural, so death due purely to natural disease. We have accident, which is death due to unforeseen circumstances. A good example would be a car crash. We have suicide, death at the hands of another, or death at the hands of oneself. Homicide, death at the hands of another, and then undetermined, which is a manner that is chosen when we might not have enough information to choose one of the other manners, or we have 2 competing manners.
Approximately how many autopsies would you say you've conducted?
I've conducted over 2,000 autopsies.
Is there a standard procedure for conducting an autopsy?
We abide by procedures that are set forth by the National Association of Medical Examiners at our state medical examiner's office here in Iowa. We have our own set standard operating procedures that we follow closely for every autopsy, regardless of how a person died.
As a medical examiner, do you attempt to obtain a history prior to the autopsy?
Yes.
Why do you do that?
History is quite helpful with the autopsy process. We have that standard operating procedure, but there may be components of a history or circumstances surrounding someone's death that might lead me to order additional testing. Say if someone was in a car, I may be order carbon monoxide testing, which I wouldn't do otherwise. It might encourage me to send certain organs to a specialist or order special toxicology testing.
In order to obtain that history, what type of information do you review?
Our office requires at least a small amount of information about the person who's coming to our office from that county medical examiner and the personnel there. They have county investigators as well. The amount of information varies, so it's really just case dependent, but we try and provide guidance and training to those county personnel so that what they give to us is helpful for the autopsy.
We talked briefly about evidence collection. What's the purpose of evidence collection during an autopsy?
Our standard evidence collection with the bloodstain card would be if we needed to test for DNA in the future. Fingerprints are taken potentially to confirm identity. Family may also request photographs of fingerprints for things like jewelry and tattoos. Other evidence collection includes fingernail clippings, which might be helpful if there's another person's DNA on those clippings. We'll collect head hair, and that can be matched to something at a scene. Clothing that might potentially have some evidentiary value as well. It just depends on the case.
Do you collect projectiles and things of that nature as well?
Yes.
Any other standard components of an autopsy?
All of our autopsies at the state medical examiner include both the external and internal examination, regardless of how a person died. So we look at everything on the outside of the body and the inside of the body to diagnose natural disease and injury. Depending on the type of case, we may have that additional evidence collection. Also, depending on the type of case, we may perform x-rays prior to the autopsy.
You complete a report in association with the autopsy that you complete?
Yes.
Did you perform an autopsy for Ryan Cooper?
Yes.
Do you remember when you performed that autopsy?
Yes, it was June 19th of 2021.
Do you recall how you received the body?
All bodies are transported, or at least we request that they're transported in a body bag. Counties have their own transportation system, either by funeral home or ambulance service. The body is brought to our office. It's placed in a cooler and then removed from the cooler on day of autopsy.
And is that bag typically sealed?
Yes.
And how is that sealed?
It is sealed with a lock. So it is a plastic device that has a number on it. That number is documented at the scene when that bag is closed and the lock is placed in between the zipper pulls. And then that lock number is documented at autopsy to confirm that the bag has not been opened in between the body going from the scene to autopsy time.
And you received Ryan Cooper's body in a body bag, correct?
Yes.
And was it locked or sealed as you just described?
Yes.
Any reason to believe the bag had been opened or tampered with?
No.
And did you conduct your autopsy according to the protocol that you just outlined previously?
Yes.
Did you take photographs during the autopsy that you conducted?
Yes.
Would those assist you with your testimony here today?
Yes.
Your Honor, if I may approach with State's Exhibits number 286 through 293.
You may.
Again, States 286 through 293. You recognize those?
Yes, these are photographs taken during the autopsy of Ryan Cooper.
Fair and accurate representations of what you observed during that autopsy?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the State would move to admit States 286 through 293.
No
Okay.
objection.
All right. All right, then States Exhibits 286 through 293 are admitted.
State requests permission to publish.
All right.
Starting here with States Exhibit 286, what do we see here?
This is a photograph that is taken of that body bag that Mr. Cooper's body was received in. The blue plastic material here is that lock I described with a unique number. The body bag itself also is tagged with the name of the person inside, and it says Ryan R. Cooper.
States 287, what do we see here?
This is a photograph of Mr. Cooper as he was received. This is before his body has been touched by our office, so it is his body exactly as it was in the body bag.
288, what do we see here?
This is Mr. Cooper's upper body after his clothing has been removed and he's been cleaned.
And that's part of the standard procedure of an autopsy?
Yes.
Why is that done?
The cleaning process?
Yes.
Many different things such as injuries can be obscured by blood. So the body is documented as received with that blood. It's photographed. And then once everything is appropriately documented, the blood is cleaned to see if there is any additional injury that we couldn't see underneath the blood.
Once you'd completed that cleaning process, anything of note?
After Mr. Cooper's body had been cleaned, he had a number of different injuries. The major injuries and the ones that caused his death were on his face. There's a gunshot wound here to the left cheek that can be seen in this photograph.
289, this is a close-up of Mr. Cooper's face, correct?
Yes.
What are we seeing in this photograph of relevance to you?
This is what we call an identification photograph. We take a photograph of everyone's face at autopsy. Part of my job is confirming identity of the deceased individual, so this photo would be compared to something like his driver's license photo. Of note in this photograph is one of 2 gunshot wounds on the left cheek, and around that gunshot wound are pinpoint red dots or abrasions, which is called stippling.
What is stippling?
Stippling is abrasions or little scratches in the skin that occur when unburnt gunpowder particles make contact with that skin. When a bullet is fired, or when a gun is fired, the bullet leaves the gun and it's accompanied by gunpowder. That gunpowder can be completely burned in the form of soot, or it can be unburned, and when that unburned gunpowder particle makes contact with the skin, it does so with such force that it causes a little scratch or abrasion in the skin, which is that stippling that we see here.
Does the presence of stippling tell you, as a medical examiner, anything about the location of the barrel of the gun in relation to Mr. Cooper's face?
Yes. The presence of soot and or stippling to me says that the gun was relatively close to the skin. Soot can't travel very far, really a matter of a few inches. The unburnt gunpowder particles can travel a bit farther, maybe a few feet. So the presence of that stippling indicates that the gun was likely within a few feet of the body.
State's Exhibit number 290, what are we seeing here?
This is the left side of Mr. Cooper's face. Here, near the top of the photograph, is that one gunshot wound that we were able to appreciate with a picture of his entire face. And below it in the photograph is that second gunshot wound. He had a total of 2 gunshot wounds to the left cheek, one closer to his nose and one closer to his ear.
State's Exhibit number 291, what are we seeing here?
This is a photograph of the base of Mr. Cooper's skull. In order to examine the brain, an incision is made over the top of the head, and the scalp is moved forward and backward in relation to that incision. The top of the skull is removed and the brain itself is removed. And here we're looking at the base of the skull where that brain would usually sit. Traversing the skull are these metallic rods, and these show the wound paths of each of those gunshot wounds. So each gunshot wound was associated with injury to the skull and the brain, and bullets were recovered.
You talked about entrance wounds. Did you observe any exit wounds?
There were no exit wounds. Bullets were recovered from each gunshot wound.
It should be fairly clear we've had some testimony about what an entrance wound is, but what is an exit wound and what would you expect to see? Were you observing exit wounds?
The exit wound would typically be at the end of that wound path. For me, when I'm looking at a body and there are gunshot wounds, there are very clear differences, at least usually, between entrance wounds and exit wounds. Entrance wounds have a rounded appearance. It's a punched out defect. That bullet has a lot of energy and it pushes through the skin, creating a hole. So if I tried to, I couldn't push the edges of that wound together. There's missing tissue there. An exit wound has more of a slit-like appearance. The bullet loses a lot of energy along the wound path and essentially just pushes out through the skin, wherever that exit wound may be. So as you saw with the picture with the skull, I traced the wound paths. At the end of the wound path, there weren't any slit-like defects or any injuries that looked like exit wounds. And I did recover fragmented bullets, but 2 of them.
Showing you State's Exhibit 292, what do we see here?
These are 2 of the larger bullet fragments that were recovered from the brain. What we could also see with those rods moving through the skull is that the wound has intersected. So they essentially terminated roughly in the same area of the brain. And so determining which of these two bullets was associated with the entrance wound closer to the nose or the ear was not something I could do.
And you said that the two shots terminated in the same area. Is that illustrated here in 291?
Yes, these rods, as they move through the brain, they start to intersect in this area, and that's where those bullet fragments were recovered.
These are the bullet fragments that were recovered. Do you know what you did then once you recovered those bullet fragments?
Once those bullet fragments are recovered, they're photographed, as we see here. They're then handled by an investigator within my office. They're packaged and sealed for chain of custody purposes, and they may pass that bullet off to a ballistics laboratory, off to law enforcement. I'm not involved in the process after that.
And these are the largest bullet fragments that you recovered in this case, correct?
Yes.
And when you recovered them, were they in this deformed state?
Yes.
Is that, based on both your training and your experience, typical for bullets to be deformed?
It depends on what the bullet hits in the body. They often deform when they hit bone.
State's Exhibit number 293, what are we seeing here?
These are additional bullet fragments. These were from the skull on the opposite side of the entrance wounds. The other bullet fragments were recovered from more inside the brain, so I packaged these separately.
And so State's Exhibit number 292, which I'm displaying here, which you described as bullet fragments, and State's Exhibit number 293, some smaller fragments. Is that the totality of projectiles or bullet fragments that you recovered from Mr. Cooper during the autopsy?
Yes.
And again, these were packaged and sealed and passed on to investigators, correct?
Yes.
Thank you, Judge. Just let me know if it's going to be helpful as we go through these remaining questions to reference any of those exhibits. In your report, I believe you referred to the gunshot wounds as gunshot wound A and gunshot wound B. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is there a particular reason that you chose that nomenclature?
I will label my gunshot wounds with letters of the alphabet, and for me, it's for organizational purposes. I tend to go from the head to the toe, right to left. So essentially arbitrary, but to me it helps organize my report.
There's not a timing component to the way that you've listed them. It's not first and second. Can you explain why that is?
Correct. So I don't have a way with my autopsy of determining which gunshot wound was inflicted first or second.
Another question that comes up with some frequency with medical examiners is the ability to estimate or make a statement regarding the time of death. Is that something that you're able to do when conducting an autopsy?
No.
Can you explain?
Time of death is quite difficult, and it's often portrayed as being something that's quite easy and can be done with great precision in movies and television. We don't have a lot to look at the autopsy that help us determine time of death. There are a number of different changes that happen in your body after you die, but as I indicated, the body is transported from the scene to our office, placed in a cooler, and I often perform the autopsy a day or two later. What I can say with these gunshot wounds is that Mr. Cooper was alive at the time he sustained them. I just don't know when he sustained them.
And so we'll go through gunshot wound A and B separately, but if I understand your testimony, you're saying he was alive at the time that each of these wounds was inflicted.
Yes.
Starting with gunshot wound A, you've listed that as left cheek medial, correct?
Yes.
What does that mean?
Medial meaning the one closer to the nose.
We've already seen that you were able to determine a path that bullet traveled.
Yes.
Were you able to tell, or are you able to determine the specific position of the body at the time of the shot?
I can't tell the specific position of the body. When I determine the trajectory of a bullet or the direction of a wound path, it's only within that person's body.
And so how is that described then when you describe that path of travel?
The path of travel for gunshot wound A as well as gunshot wound B was from Mr. Cooper's left to his right, his front to his back, and upward.
When you say upward, what does that mean in relation to what?
Upward in relation going from his chin up to the top of his head.
And that was illustrated on the state's exhibit that showed the metal rods. That was the path of travel that you're describing, correct?
Yes.
With regard to gunshot wound A, was that shot independently fatal?
Yes, that shot was independently fatal.
And when you say independently fatal, what do you mean, just to make that clear?
Gunshot wound A injured a number of vital structures. It injured his skull and it injured his brain.
And that alone would have been sufficient for him to die?
Yes.
Without gunshot wound B, he would have died from that injury?
Most likely, yes.
Are you able to determine how long it would take him to die from that injury?
I can't say with certainty. Injuries to the brain are more quickly fatal than an injury to a different part of the body.
Would you describe it as rapidly fatal?
Rapidly fatal injuries, we try and use when there's injury to, say, the brain stem, but fairly quickly fatal.
And you stated he was alive at the time that this shot was fired or the wounds occurred. How do you know that?
When a person is alive at the time they sustain an injury, there's bleeding associated with that injury, which to me says that his heart was beating at the time. Let's say the bullet moved through his body, which then pushes blood out from injured blood vessels and into surrounding tissue.
What is the perimortem phase? What does that mean?
You can break timing up into different categories. There's the antemortem phase, so before a person died. The perimortem phase is really the time in which the person is dying, and then the postmortem phase after the person dies, say when I do the autopsy.
So it's gunshot wound A. You stated it was independently fatal and suffered while he was still alive, and also indicated that it would be quickly fatal. About gunshot wound B, I think you described that as left cheek lateral. What does that mean?
Closer to the ear, still on the left cheek, and gunshot wound B was also in itself fatal.
So that's an independently fatal wound. Same question. I think you made this clear. He was alive at the time of that shot as well.
Yes.
Independently fatal, how would you describe? Because, well, first of all, what wounds did he suffer from gunshot wound B?
Gunshot wound B, he also had injury to the skull. The bullet then entered into the brain. It injured both sides of the larger part of the brain, the cerebrum, and then it also injured part of the brain stem, which serves as a way of your brain telling your body to do normal vital functions, and also a connection from the brain to your spinal cord.
Same question. Would you say this was also quickly fatal due to the nature of the wound?
Yes.
And then I'm assuming that you're observing the same thing and making the statement that he was alive at the time that this wound occurred. There was bleeding associated with the wound.
Yes.
With regard to the stippling that you observed, were you able to observe stippling from both gunshot wound A and, associated with gunshot wound A and gunshot wound B?
Yes.
What did you observe?
In terms of the stippling, I measured the distance from the abrasions from the edges of the wound. The gunpowder will fan out and create a rough circle, so there were two rough interlapping circles around both gunshot wounds.
Indicating to you, based on your prior testimony, that both shots were fired at close range?
Yes.
Any additional injuries that you observed that contributed to death?
No.
You performed a toxicological analysis, correct?
Yes.
Any relevance relevant information found in that analysis?
Toxicology was performed looking for alcohol and drugs of abuse, and it was negative.
Negative meaning none were located?
Correct.
Any other contributing factors to death besides the gunshot wounds?
No.
Is your work peer reviewed?
Yes.
What's that mean?
We have a process where we, meaning the medical examiners at the state medical examiner's office, have our autopsy reports read by others. If a case is classified as a homicide, then we routinely have one other pathologist read that report. They fill out some paper saying that they agree with our findings. We also have some random review processes where we review natural cases, accidents as well, just to make sure we're all practicing within the standards that we're expected to.
And that occurred here?
Yes.
Were you able to make a determination regarding the cause of death?
Yes.
What was that?
Gunshot wounds of head.
Were you able to make a determination regarding manner of death?
Yes.
And what was that?
Homicide.
Are these your opinions to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
No further questions, Judge.
Mr. Baker?
None, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You may step down. You're excused. And Mr. Ringel, before we get to any more witnesses, I want to take up, I think, one exhibit that the state offered that we kind of reserved. That was State's Exhibit 306, which I understand is a portion of the presentation that Detective Lord gave when she testified last week. And my understanding is that there's no objection to Exhibit 306 at this point. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, then State's Exhibit 306 is now admitted. And with that, Mr. Ringel, does the state have any additional witnesses to call?
No, Your Honor, the state rests at this time.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, what that means, the state is rested. That means the state's not going to be presenting any more evidence in this case as part of their case in chief. And so, third day in a row, we're going to be done a little bit early today. We can move very quickly. What I can tell you is I expect that we will be able to get this case submitted to you by the end of this week. So, whether it goes into next week or not, that's going to be up to you folks, probably depending on what time we get the case submitted to you. But there are some things that we need to do and need to work on, and we will do that today, and then we'll pick back up tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. So I ask that you be back here ready to go at 9, and remind you that admonition I gave you previously. Again, hit the high points again. Keep an open mind. We're not done with the case yet. Don't talk to anybody about the case. Don't let anybody talk to you about the case. Don't do any type of investigation or research. Avoid any media accounts, traditional media, and any social media accounts or commentary about the case as well. So with that, I wish all of you a good evening, and we'll see you tomorrow.
I just want to make sure they don't come back. Sometimes the judge comes back and talks. Looks like they actually might be done. All right. Seems like they are actually done. All right. Let me just recap real quick here. All right, so Holly Witt, DCI agent Holly Witt, she was the Snapchat, right? So she was all the geolocation. Here, we can pull this up. So she was all the geolocation activity. Let's see, so at 8:11, so this was on, okay, so July 17th, which was the day before, her last outgoing call was 8:04. And then it ends at 3:33, right? And then her first outgoing call is 4:30 in the morning. So that's when she calls 911, right? I think she called 911. No, I'm sorry. She called Aaron first, right? She calls Ryan's brother first before she calls 911. So, and then there's activity of Houston driving by the Cooper residence 3 times on June 17th from basically 7 at night until about 9:40, 6:58 to 9:40. Let's see. Now this is weird. On 5:22 on June 18th. So the shooting has happened around 4 o'clock ish, because she calls 911 at 4:30. So at 5:22, the phone is, sorry, itchy nose. At 5:22, the phone is moving away from the Cooper's house. So he hung out there for like an hour, 4:30. You would think that, cops would have seen him. That didn't make sense to me. That was a little weird. And then, of course, June 22nd at 2:54 p.m., Karina deletes her Snapchat. Let's see. Then Kelly Cruz, she was the ME. She was medical examiner. So she talks about stippling, likely to be within a few feet. We knew that, but that was confirmed. The wounds are near the nose and the ear, so there's no exit wound, so it went into poor Ryan's head, brain, and didn't come back out. So wound A, she identifies it as it's near the nose, and then wound B, she identifies it as near the ear, both on the left. So Pammy, here's what I got. So this is what so if he's sleeping, right? So all right. So he's reclined back. Just imagine I'm reclined back, right? So I'm reclined back and somebody's standing over here and they're pointing the gun at me. It's going to go, this way. It's going to go, it's going to go up, right? So I don't think somebody was behind him. I can't see. I don't think somebody was behind him, because then it would be going down. I think somebody was, and again, just imagine I'm like reclining all the way back like this. So a bullet is going to go, it's going to go up like that. Oh, Super Ball. Whoop. Dude. So that's that. Does that help? So that's why it was like up, So Houston is not going to testify. He already invoked the fifth. Both because it was quick. It was like, those were probably pretty quick shots. I know. I should. Slim's getting fitted for a stand, so he's a little incapacitated right now. Northwest. You think Houston left his phone at home? But how did they have evidence of his phone leaving the Cooper residence then? That doesn't make sense, right? It doesn't make sense. They had evidence of his phone moving away from the Cooper's house at 5:22. That makes sense to you guys? Yeah. Pammy's saying, aha, I'm thinking fully reclined. He was sleeping, right? The upward angle is what confused me. Maybe he wasn't so far reclined. Yes, it helped you rock. Yeah, I mean, if he's sleeping, right, he's fully reclined. He's like this. If his head is here, he's like this, and somebody walks up to him and the gun is, so it's going to be, so then when you tip your head up, it's going to look upward. So Shanna says, did she say the direction of the bolt went left to right? Yes, because he's on his left side. So it went, both wounds were left to right. So left to right, his left, my left to right, front to back. So front to back, and then upward. So left to right and upward. So if this is his head, he's sleeping, it went like that, so. Yes, I saw one. I did see one, Jeff. I saw one of the jurors. And I saw Jimmy's parents also did an interview. So we may do a follow-up on that next week. If we have some time, like once this trial is over, I have a feeling this trial is going to be over probably by Tuesday or Wednesday of next week. So we'll have time to maybe we'll do Raul like in the beginning, like in the morning. Like if we're on verdict watch, maybe we'll do something with Raul. Yes, left to right and up. Left to right, front to back, and upward. Yep. The one I saw was pretty good. Yeah, we'll show it. I want to show that. I want to do a follow-up on that. We'll show that next week, maybe Monday. We'll do like a quick stream. It's like half hour. It's going to be pretty quick. All right, let's get to day 6. Let's get over to day 6. Super Ball. What are you doing, Super Ball? Super Ball's on my notes here. Check it out. Well, hi. Hi. Yeah. Silent meows. Hi. Meow, 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 meow. Hi. Hi. Sweet little kitty. Sweet little girl. All right, let's get over here. Sweetest little girl. Let's see here. All right. So remember, the defense rested. I'm sorry, the state rested.
When we were getting ready to put up the new shop and talking about how I had overtaken him.
Let me get us queued up here. Ooh, okay, hold on. Hold on, Chris, hold on. Okay. All right, here we go. Day 6. I don't know why there's no, I'm not sure why there's no audio. Oh, okay. Okay. All right. Thank you. All right, so the audio is going to kick in a little bit. Aaron just let me know the audio kicks in when a certain someone takes the stand, so we got to wait. So it's not... Yeah, day 6 was yesterday. Today's day 7. We're a day behind. Sound is coming. It's not us, it's them. It's not us, it's them. Hold on.
Cooper, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be giving in these proceedings will be the truth?
I do, Your Honor.
Okay. And then, Ms. Cooper, for the record, please give us your first name and your last name and spell them both.
Karina Cooper, Karina, Coop as in Paul, ER.
All right, Ms. Weil.
Karina, how old are you?
I'm 48.
Where'd you grow up?
Dysart, Iowa.
I want to hear the story about your relationship with Ryan, okay? When did you meet Ryan?
I met Ryan in 2006, in the summer of 2006.
When did you guys get married?
We got married September of 2009.
Do you have children together?
We have 4 children total. One is Ryan from his first marriage, and we have 3 between the 2 of us.
How old are your 3 children that you share?
Currently, they are 15, 12, and 8.
How would you characterize the nature of your relationship with Ryan in general? I guess, was it good? Was it bad?
Generally speaking, I would call it good, normal.
We've seen some evidence that you guys had a few toys at the property. What did you guys have?
It depended on the year, but both Ryan and I kind of went through phases where one year we'd say, oh, we want to go camping, and we did camping for quite a while. We bought a couple of different campers. Then he would go through a motorcycle phase, and he bought and rebuilt a motorcycle, and then we were golfing the next year, and so we recycled a lot of toys and a lot of hobbies.
Okay.
At the time, we had snowmobiles and a Ranger, which is like a sport utility vehicle, like a 4x4 type of thing.
Okay. And so you had a shop already, right?
Correct.
And were you guys trying to build a second building?
A second and third, technically. The farm, like people have spoken about, he worked for Cooper Farms. The farm was putting up a large machine shed on the property, and we ourselves were putting up a smaller shed, machine shed of our own.
And what was the purpose of that smaller machine shed?
Ryan wanted to be able to pull semis into that building and work on them and clean them. He wanted an office. As he was taking on more responsibility with the farm, he was needing a little bit more of that space to do some. Michelle did the book work, but just to have an office space, kind of. Also, I kind of overtook his first shop by him putting the barber shop in there, and then I started making soaps and candles, and I was kind of hogging in on his space, so it was kind of a joke that he said, okay, I'm going to build my own shop and get my own key for this one.
Okay. So you said he was working for Cooper Farms. What would his normal work day, like just in terms of hours?
Oh, geez, it could vary. They were long, almost year-round. It was always long, because if they weren't in the field, he was trucking or working cattle. So some days could start as early as 4 a.m. If he started that early, he was usually done a little earlier, around 2, 3. Some days it was from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. It varied depending on what he was doing.
What about and I understand it probably has to do with the farm season, is that
correct?
Fair? Okay. So what about in June? Did he have like a more regular schedule in June?
June, the crops would have already been planted, and for a few years, probably more than I'm remembering, but he had started doing some what's called side dressing for the local agronomy company. I'm not real up on what that entailed, but it basically involved spraying crops. So in June, he was usually doing that. I cannot recall if he had started doing that or not at that time, but there's a good chance he was.
So if he's doing that type of work, what time is it still varying so much, or what time would he normally go to work?
He wouldn't probably start until, I would assume, when the agronomy company opened. I'm assuming around 8. If I had to try to guess, I'd say he'd leave around 7 in the morning, but he could be gone till fairly late at night.
I want to ask about his sleeping habits. Where did he normally sleep?
99% of the time he slept in the recliner in the living room.
And is he a heavy sleeper?
Yes and no. When he slept hard and snored hard, but he was up and down quite a bit throughout the night. He would sleep for a few hours, then wake up and watch some TV, and then sleep again.
Did he have any sort of a regular pattern to what time he might wake up?
It always seemed to me that he would fall asleep watching TV around the same time I was putting the kids to bed, so around 8. He might doze for a couple of hours. I would go to bed and read, and then I'd hear him up later watching TV around 11-ish, getting a snack in the middle of the night, and then back to sleep. And again, it kind of depended on what his work hours were. If it was a time when he was leaving the house at 4 a.m., he was tired at night and would sleep harder.
Okay. Tell me about this truck that he had. When did you guys get that truck?
Which truck? Semi-truck or pickup truck?
The pickup truck.
Well, there's a bit of a story behind that too, because he bought this dually pickup truck, a Ford F450. It was before the derecho, whatever year that was.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I don't remember.
Let me just ask you, so did you get that truck with the insurance money from, how was it paid for? That's what I'm trying to ask.
So, like I was saying, he bought the first one before the derecho. It was ruined in the shed that came down in the derecho. He bought the exact same replacement truck and paid for a good portion of that with the insurance money from the first one. What remained that he owed on it, we financed through Chelsea Bank.
Okay. And what was the remaining balance on the truck at the time of Ryan's death, if you know?
I thought it was closer to $25,000, but Michelle, Ryan's sister, testified that it was $15,000. And given her accounting, I would assume that she is correct.
Tell me about, you guys, I mean, obviously you have to earn a living. How is Ryan getting paid for his work with the farms?
He was an hourly employee with the farm.
Okay. And do you have some sort of a farm loan or?
Yes.
Describe what that is.
So, although he was an employee of Cooper Farms, him and his brother Aaron bought, well, they didn't buy, the farm bought about, I think it's 200 acres of land for Ryan and Aaron to farm together. Ryan wanted to start not branching out on his own, but we were in our 40s. He wanted to own some things of his own rather than just being an employee, So they bought this piece of land that Ryan and Aaron rented from the farm with the agreement that they were basically renting to own it, was the way I understood it, that eventually they would own it.
Okay.
So any crops that were planted on that farm between Ryan and Aaron, they had to pay for the seed, the land rent, the fertilizer, the storage. They paid for all of that themselves, and the profit off of that was theirs, minus I think they had to pay the farm some usage for equipment, but I could be wrong about that.
Okay.
What we paid for that with was what's called an operating note from the bank.
Okay. And does part of that money with the operating note, is that how Ryan's truck gets paid down?
Yes. Ryan did most of the finances, but from what I kind of pieced together after, well, he did all of the finances, so I was basically lost. But what I pieced together after the fact was that, I'm mistaken, it wasn't the farm note technically. He sold his grain from the year before and used that money to pay for part of the truck.
Okay.
Is my understanding. And I believe part of it may have come from the farm note as well, because it's a write-off for the farm. But like I said, that's just kind of what I've pieced together after the fact.
Okay. If you did want to buy something, would you have to clear that with Ryan?
If it was a large purchase, yes.
Okay.
Or sometimes even small ones, just for the fact that I didn't have the cash on hand. Like if the kids, we were going Halloween costume shopping, for example, or Christmas shopping.
Okay. What was your source of income at this time?
I owned a barbershop salon in the outbuilding at our house.
And we've seen some bank records. Did you overdraft a bunch?
All the time. Like I said, it was out of the house, and I kept the kids at home with me when they weren't in school, and it was just laziness or forgetfulness of taking a daily deposit into town to the bank.
Did you have any credit card debt at this time?
I didn't own a credit card. Ryan had one credit card that I guess you could say we shared.
Can you describe to me the nature of your relationship with Michelle Wilson? Were you two close?
I'm sorry, I have to go back on that last question you asked me.
Do you have something else to say about the credit card debt?
I do. I apologize. I think I had a couple of store cards, like Old Navy credit cards. I apologize.
Okay.
I just didn't want to leave that out.
So then with Michelle Wilson, were you guys close?
We got along well. We didn't see each other a whole lot. They've always lived further away.
Okay. How about Aaron Cooper? How often did you guys spend time with Aaron and his family?
Holidays, birthdays, occasionally we would just get together to have a few drinks, but given that him and Ryan worked together all the time, we didn't necessarily socialize a lot together, but we had a lot of the same friends, so it was occasional.
When you received the life insurance money, did you pay down any debts?
Several.
Okay. What debt did you pay?
First, I met with Brad Rund at Chelsea Bank regarding, I had some questions for him about the farm note. And while I was there, he told me that Ryan had a payment coming up on the dually pickup. And how that worked was, I think it was only a once or twice a year payment that he had to make, so it was a larger one. But he told me that it was close to being paid off, as well as my vehicle being close to being paid off. So I started with those, which I, again, thought his was more like $25,000, but it must have been 15. And I believe we owed about 8 on my car.
Okay. So did you pay those?
I paid those.
And then were there any other debts that you paid?
Several.
What else did you pay for?
We had a $3,500 payment due to the lumberyard for some rafters for the shop that we were putting up. Those had already been delivered. I paid those off. My mind's going blank right now because I'm nervous.
Okay, that's all right.
There was several different, he had some credit card debt, not huge.
Okay. We heard some talk that you opened 2 storefronts in town. Where did you first work after Ryan's passing?
So after Ryan died, we basically lost our house, and that's where my barber shop was as well. So I rented a building space in town to put a barber shop in there. I spent some money bringing that up to date to work from.
Okay.
And that only lasted a couple of months.
And then did you have another storefront?
So then I was having a lot of trouble with the barbershop, being around people every day, strangers walking in, people wanting to talk about what happened. So a friend of mine that had a day salon, or a day spa in town, offered for me to move in with her. I wouldn't be able to cut hair there because they didn't have the setup for like the wet sink and things like that. But like I said, I was making soaps and shampoos and knick-knacky signs and lotions and things like that. So I moved into her place of business and set up a booth in her business.
Okay. So that place would not have been you didn't own that then?
No, and that's where I spent a fairly decent amount of money too, was renting, paying half the rent on that space and rent on a house in town.
At the time that you and Ryan were together, what kind of vehicle were you driving?
I was driving a Lincoln Navigator that was about 7 years old.
All right. Did you blow through all the life insurance money?
No. I spent some of it paying off debts and renting a home.
Okay, I do want to also, did you have a dream at some point to do an embroidery business?
Ryan and I had talked about that a little bit when we were getting ready to put up the new shop and talking about how I had overtaken his shop. I had bought a Cricut. It's the vinyl cutting machines that you can make t-shirts with. I was kind of dabbling in that, and we had talked. Both of our moms are quilters, sewers. I wanted to buy an embroidery machine.
Okay. And did you end up buying one with some of the insurance money?
I did.
How much was that?
Around $12,000.
Okay. And did you start an embroidery business?
I did.
Did you do that out of your home?
I did.
At the same time, are you still selling soap and candles or no?
No. When we moved back out to the country to one of the homes that the Coopers own, I left that office, or left that space. The gal that I was working with was thinking about moving into a more affordable building. It would have been a lot smaller. There wouldn't have been space for me. I was spending a lot more money in that space than I was making, so I decided to leave.
Okay. You mentioned moving around some. Where did you first move to after Ryan's passing?
We stayed with my brother and sister-in-law for a month or two, and then a friend of mine from Traer had a small 2-bedroom house that was it was tucked away in an alley. It was real private, and she offered it to us until we got on our feet. We lived there for a few months. It was very small for 4 of us to live in.
Okay.
And then we rented a larger house in town for about 6 more months after that.
And then eventually you end up back on one of the properties belonging to Cooper Farms?
Correct. About 8 months after Michelle and I had lunch, and she offered for us to move into one of the empty houses that Cooper Farms owns.
All right. Oh. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may, and you don't need to ask again.
Showing you what I've marked as Defendant's Exhibit F. Do you recognize this?
I do.
Can you tell me generally what is it?
It is a summary from Envision Wealth, which is a investment company.
Does it tell us how much money you got left? Please don't say it.
It does.
And is this a fair summary of your financial standing
With those investments, correct, yes.
Your Honor, I ask to admit what's marked as Defendant's Exhibit F.
Any objection?
No objection.
Exhibit F is admitted.
Permission to publish.
You may. Is this on your side? All right.
It's their cable.
Okay. Gotcha. I think we're going to have to restart it to get it on the big screen. So just give me a second. Okay.
All right, I just want to kind of go through this a little bit. Defendant's Exhibit F. So this is showing us that your portfolio, at least as of April 30th, 2025, is worth $368,359.37. Is that right?
Sure. Should be.
And I understand on the right-hand side here, we've got some fluctuations. Do you know, I mean, are you spending money, or is that just the change in the markets?
That's the change in the markets. I don't pay attention to this. This is just put away and put in the trusting hands of a financial advisor.
Okay. What is your plan for this money?
This money, as when I invested it, it's similar to what I would compare to a life insurance policy. You name beneficiaries of this, and I put this in my children's name. Because they're underage, I had to have a second, almost like an executor, I believe would be what it was called. And I appointed my brother, but this was set up as for the kids to be as beneficiaries, and once the estate, Ryan's estate, was settled, it was going to be put in a trust for the 3 kids.
Okay.
we done with that?
Done with that one.
All right, thank you.
After Ryan's passing, I mean, how much are you earning each, like in 2022, how much money did you earn from your businesses?
From my businesses, none.
Okay, so you lost money.
I did.
And you still had 3 children to care for.
Yes.
They cost money.
They do.
Tell me about, where would your children normally sleep at your house?
Before?
Before, yes.
The 2 younger ones, Cable and Cortland, were, well, Cortland was always in bed with me. Cable was usually in bed with me. It was kind of a back and forth trying to get him in. We had trouble getting any of the kids to sleep in their rooms. And Cade slept upstairs, or he would sleep on the couch downstairs.
Did you, at any point, did you bribe them that you'd paint the room a certain color if they'd sleep in their own room?
I did. We were doing some remodeling to the house, and that involved repainting everything before the carpet came. And I told the kids that throughout that summer we would repaint and decorate their rooms however they wanted to, with the incentive to get them sleeping back in their rooms before school started.
And we've heard some testimony that there's lots of pictures on your phone of your children.
Yeah.
All right.
My children and hair.
Okay. You like to post a lot of pictures of you and your children.
Yes.
All right. You love your children.
Yes.
Showing you what I've marked as Defendant's Exhibit E. You recognize this?
Yes.
Who's this a picture of?
Myself and my babies.
Do you know when it was taken?
It was taken at Riley Storyhan's wedding the summer of 2024. 23. Sorry.
Your Honor, we'd ask to admit what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit E.
Any objection?
No objection.
Exhibit E is admitted.
And permission to publish, please.
You may.
So can you just tell us who the 3 children are here?
On the left is my daughter, Cortland. Right next to me is my son, Cade. And on the right is my other son, Cable.
I know it's just your opinion, but were you a good mother?
I think a good mother thinks that she's a horrible mother. So yeah, I think I was a pretty good mom because I felt like I was screwing up all the time.
All right, we can take that down. You and Ryan, did you guys have a lot of friends?
Yeah, we did.
Can you just list off, I understand there was a pretty big friend group. Can you just list off the names, unless there's like 50, can you list off the names of your closest friends that you and Ryan shared?
To clarify, we had several friends and we also had like different genres of friends that we hung out with, you know, depending on what we were doing. But some of our closest friends would have been Chris and Ashton Wilson, Bryant and Ashley Sieck, Jamie and Carmen Earhart, Ewalt's, Shetta's, Kucheras,
Teresa McBride and Brian Morrison?
They were more like family. When I name family, I include them. Riley Storyhan was a close friend. Quite a diverse group, depending on what hobby we were doing at the time.
All right. Did these people remain your friend for some time after Ryan's passing?
Some did.
Okay.
Most did.
Is it a fair assessment that sometimes when you were drinking, you became a Karen?
Yes.
All right. Based on your drunken behaviors of being a Karen, did any of your friends abandon you because of that prior to Ryan's passing?
No, they made T-shirts when we would go out with jokes about Karen on it, or it was a running joke. I don't handle alcohol the greatest, and yes, I can get ornery or loud, depending on, but it seemed to be more of a joke than.
Okay. In your marriage to Ryan, did you ever lay hands on him?
Never.
Did he ever lay hands on you?
Never.
Heard a little bit of talk about Snapchat groups and whether you left them. Did you leave a bunch of Snapchat groups before?
No, I left one.
Okay. Which group did you leave?
It was called Six Pack. It was a golf group from a tournament we had played in the year before, and I wasn't playing in it that year, so I left it. There was...
Okay. All right. I want to touch briefly on the night of June 17th. Were you and Ryan at this sports complex?
Yes.
Who was all there?
I'm sorry, what?
Who was all there with you and your group?
Ryan and myself and all three of the kids.
Did you guys
the
ride?
Younger kids.
Did you guys ride together?
Yes.
And did you also drive home together?
Yes.
Did you stop anywhere on the way home?
We went to Pizza Palace and got pizza to take home with us.
I don't remember what time you guys headed home. Do you know what time you headed home?
I thought it was around 8. According to the cell phone things yesterday, I believe we got home around 8:20.
And maybe you already said this. Did you take the pizza to go?
Yes.
All right. So you guys got home maybe around 8:20, and then I assume you're going to eat the pizza?
Eating pizza and doing showers and baths, getting ready for bed.
And who is primarily responsible for getting the kids ready for bed?
That'd be me.
So is it fair to say you would be busy at that time with your children?
Yes.
And what time do you think they went to bed that night?
I'm not sure what time Cade went to bed, because when I laid down with the 2 younger kids, he was watching TV with Ryan. Cortland and Cable and I went to bed. Cortland was watching TV, Cable had his tablet, and I was reading. And I'm sorry, did you ask me what time that was?
Yes.
It was probably 9 o'clock or shortly after. 9:30 maybe.
Showing you State's Exhibit 211. Did you have a chance to look at that yesterday?
I did.
So is this your phone record?
Seems to be, yeah.
And you see the sticky with Houston's number on it?
Mm-hmm. Yes. Yes, sorry.
Is that phone number on this call record?
It is not.
And we see some check marks next to some numbers, and it seems to be the same number. 319-231-3853. Do you know whose number that is?
I have no idea. It could be anybody's. My cell phone was used for my business phone as well, so it could literally be anybody's.
You ended up getting your own phone plan shortly after this. Can you tell us why?
Cade, our oldest son, was turning 12 years old, and we had decided to get him a cell phone. The farm paid for our cell phones at that time, but was not going to pay for their 15 grandchildren's cell phones, so I got my own plan so that I could put Kate on my cell phone plan as well as my mother to help her out a little bit financially. It made sense to do so because owning my own business, it was a write-off.
Approaching with State's Exhibit 206. Do you recognize these as the messages between you and Brad wrote?
I do.
I want to turn to the last page. On June 17th, did he schedule a hair appointment with you?
He did.
And when was he supposed to arrive for his hair appointment?
At 8:15 the morning of June 18th.
And you scheduled that one?
I did.
Do you remember, did you have a couple of hair appointments scheduled for the morning of June 18th?
Yes, I have a customer that I've had for 23 years that was also my first grade teacher, and I did her hair every Tuesday and Friday morning at 8 o'clock in the morning.
You did her hair every Tuesday and Friday?
Every Tuesday and Friday.
Styling it then?
Yes, it was called a shampoo set. I would wash it, put it in rollers, put her under the dryer, and then style it. And she did that twice a week, and the world could come to an end and she would not miss her hair appointment.
All right. And June 18th of 2021 would have been a Friday?
Yes.
Tell me about Google searches about firearms research. Were you researching this hunter education website?
I wasn't researching it. I was enrolled in an online hunter safety course.
What was the purpose of you doing that?
The purpose of that was, again, Cade was turning 12 and he was able to take his hunter safety course at that time. Ryan took the boys hunting and I wanted to get my safety course as well so I could go with them. Or if Ryan was working, I could go sit with the boys while they hunted.
Can you tell us, were you aware that some of this was being done on a private browser?
Not particularly. I don't really know how all of that works, but it's very possible. And I took screenshots of several of the slides, I guess you would say, because at the end of each chapter there was a test, and I took those screenshots to kind of help me cheat on the test because I wasn't doing very well.
Okay. Have you shot a rifle?
I have. It's been 25 years ago, but I have.
All right. Because you told the police that you'd never even shot a gun.
Yes.
That was not true.
That was not true, and the only thing I can say is in my head I was thinking of handguns at the time. I have not shot a handgun. I have shot 2 long arm rifles in my lifetime.
Many years ago?
Many years ago, before I met my husband.
All right.
I have been around guns. I don't deny that.
The evening of June 17th, you guys went to baseball. Had you been drinking?
No.
Did you see Houston driving by your house?
No.
Did Houston pull into your driveway?
Not that I'm aware of.
Did you know that Houston was stalking near your home?
That night, I was not aware of it. I was told at one point in time from him that he was going to Gladbrook, which requires driving by our house, but I didn't see him.
So you do admit that you had been texting Houston that night?
Yes.
And we've seen exhibits that are some of the Snapchats. Were there many more?
Several, before and after what they have shown you.
Okay. I want to talk about the relationship with Houston. How did you meet him?
Technically, by cutting his hair. Like others have said, it's a small town. I knew of him for years, but I started cutting his hair is how I met him.
Okay. And how often would you cut his hair?
It varied. At first, I would call it on a regular schedule of maybe once a month, and then there became a time that he started getting his hair cut every 10 days, which was, in his words, following the footsteps of Brock Wilson, who he worked with at the time at Liquid Grow. They got their hair cut every 10 days, so it never looked like you got a haircut.
Okay. And how do we go from cutting his hair to Snapchat buddies?
Flirting a little bit when cutting his hair, talking about, he was having a lot of problems with his girlfriend or ex-girlfriend, the mother of his child at the time. He only had one. Was having some custody issues with her. He confided in me a lot about that, and I guess it kind of originated with me feeling like not a big sister, but an older person to him that has some experience in marriage and children, and just giving him advice and encouragement. And I felt kind of bad for him. He was young and had children, and other people his age didn't, and we became friendly first.
Okay. So, I mean, you raise a good point, because he's much younger. So how do we get to Snapchatting Houston what we've seen?
Sometimes negative attention is still attention, and I was being showered with attention by him, being told I was beautiful and funny, and I would post pictures of the meal I had made that night for supper, and he'd praise it, or the garden that I planted, and he'd make a big deal out of, why can't I find a woman like that? And it became very flattering to me.
All right. So is it fair to say then Houston is maybe giving you some attention that you weren't necessarily getting from Ryan at that time?
Yes.
All right. Was your relationship with Houston, was it primarily online then?
Yes, 99% online. Yes, I cut his hair, but that ended at one point, and the online relationship continued.
Okay. When did you stop cutting his hair?
In February of 2021. Even when I was still cutting his hair, it's odd because when I would cut his hair, we would talk about the same things that I would talk about with any other customers, family, work. It wasn't lewd. It wasn't flirtatious. That was when we Snapchatted at night, that it was like we were shy in person, but became other people when we were texting each other.
Okay. So if you stopped cutting his hair in February of 2021, did you ever have him, after you stopped cutting his hair, did you ever have him over to your house?
Not after February, no.
Did you ever see him in person again between February and June?
One time briefly in Waterloo, he had sent me a message asking if I could get him some beard wash. It's shampoo for the beard. And I agreed, and I had told him that I had a birthday present for his son as well to give him, and I was going to Waterloo, and I told him I would meet him outside of Shoe Carnival in Waterloo, and I dropped those items off to him, and that was it.
And is that the last time that you would have seen him then, prior to Ryan's death?
Yes.
Talked about there's a message about a rogue semi-accident that we saw on the Snapchat. Did you want your husband dead?
No.
Why would you say that?
because I have a really sick sense of humor sometimes, inappropriate humor, and I was probably angry. There were times that we weren't getting along the greatest, and like people have said, especially when I drink, I have a sharp tongue sometimes. I can say nasty things.
I think there might have been conversations about divorce. Were you going to leave your husband?
I didn't plan on it. No. I didn't want to break up our family. Our relationship wasn't perfect, but I knew I didn't want to break up our family.
Saw a little bit in the Snapchat content about, was Houston jealous of your relationship with Ryan?
Houston acted like he was my husband and Ryan was my boyfriend. Like I was, if Ryan and I were together, he acted like I was sneaking around with my husband and cheating on him somehow.
Did Houston talk about killing Ryan?
Several times.
Did you ever take him seriously?
No, I thought he was full of crap. He liked to brag about how he knew powerful people and his dad knew dangerous people, and he insinuated that he had been involved in some other crimes.
But you didn't believe him?
No, he's got quite a reputation around town with women and telling tall tales.
If we had the other Snapchat content, would it show these things about Houston going off about Ryan?
Yes, several threats.
What would your reaction be when he's making these threats? How did you handle it?
Laughed it off, used sarcasm, sometimes replied inappropriately, like when he said one time, "Don't use your husband's truck in the morning, there's going to be a bomb planted under it." And I replied, "Gee, thanks for the heads up."
Yeah. Okay. So does that mean, though, do those messages mean that you, or did you, want your husband dead?
No.
Did you see Houston the night of June 17th into June 18th?
No.
I guess we do have these Snapchats about shell casings. Yes. What's going on?
Again, it's not the first time that had been talked about. I didn't take him seriously. He had made a comment before about walking into the shop. When Ryan was there, I was gone with the kids at the swimming pool. And he had made a comment. He said, "If you get home and find your husband dead, make sure you pick up those shells for me." And I had asked him, "What in the world, like LOL, what does that mean?" And he said, "Well, according to CSI, that's how they always catch the killer." So I took it as a joke. Okay. So it had been referenced before. It was 3:30 in the morning, like you said, and I said there were several messages before that he was very aggressive towards me that night and upset and angry. When those messages came through, I was more or less Snapchat. Like most of you know, once you open a message and you exit out, the Snapchat is gone. It's not like a text that you can go back and reread what was there. I halfway read messages, didn't always read them thoroughly, I wasn't paying attention, plain and simple.
And your belief, when you said go, did you believe that you said more?
I know I said more. I sent 3 messages in a row.
What did they say?
Go to sleep. 3 messages, like putting periods in between the words to emphasize go to sleep.
So, During the night then, I want to get to the part. What wakes you up?
Crashing noise.
Okay. Did your kids wake up at the crashing noise?
No.
Did your kids wake up at any gunshots?
No.
So you heard a crashing noise. What do you do?
I got out of bed and I stumbled on the dog at the end of the bed and I walked out of the bedroom. I walked into the bathroom because that's what I thought it was our shower caddy had fallen. It had fallen earlier in the week.
All right. Where did you go next?
I went to the kitchen next and looked out the window that is over the sink, which overlooks basically our driveway and front yard.
Did you see anybody out there?
I did not.
What did you do next?
Then I went and walked into the living room on the other side of the house to turn on, well, in all honesty, to yell at Ryan for not waking up with me, because my thought was, why isn't he up looking? Like, how did he not hear that? So then I walked to the living room and turned on a lamp.
Was there some point that we've heard that you said that you got up at some point and heard Ryan snoring? Is that a different time window then?
When I got up to go to the bathroom around what I thought was 3 o'clock in the morning, I heard him snoring regularly.
Okay.
When I was in the kitchen, I heard a single snore sound come from the living room.
Okay. Do you have your phone in your hand while you're walking, making these steps?
Most likely, yes.
So, you get to the living room, you turn on the lamp. What happens?
I see Ryan, and then I see a large pool of blood. I shook his foot,
okay.
And then I just started screaming.
And then, how long are we waiting before we call Karina Cooper?
It seemed like forever, but a couple of minutes. I ran back out of the living room through the dining room, and I was halfway up the steps when Cade was coming down the steps. I think I scared him because I remember him like turning around like he was going to run away from me, like run back up the steps, and then he realized it was me, and I grabbed him and we went downstairs and I put him in the bedroom, and I went in the bedroom as well, and I believe that's where I called Aaron from, was the bedroom. So to answer your question, it was probably a couple of minutes, but it felt like a lifetime.
I want to ask you about State's Exhibit 313. Is this is this correct?
I wish my bathroom was that big. No, it's not.
Okay. So what they labeled as hallway, can you tell us what that room was?
So what they labeled as hallway is actually a dining room that I used as a sewing room because we called it the wasted room. It was just a room in the center of the house.
Okay. And so is the sewing room, dining room, is it bigger than this?
Yes, much.
I mean, if we're going to talk about a scale like this, so it would be taking up some of the space that this has labeled as
over half of it.
Okay. And when I think we saw Detective Fangman's body cam, we can see him go through these rooms.
Yes.
I want to know, is this door, this mudroom door, is that the door that was most frequently used when people would come over?
Yes.
Do you know whether this front door on the steps, do you know whether that door was locked?
I can't say for sure. I made the assumption that it was locked. It was a newer door, and it was the type of door that even if it's locked, you can open it from the inside. I'd be fairly confident that it was locked. However, like I've said before, the kids ran in and out of that door a lot to go outside to play. The dog was let in and out of that door a lot, but you're always opening it from the inside. So I can't say for certain if it'd be locked from the outside.
Okay. You have the baby gate on the steps. What was it for?
It was to keep the dog off of those steps because he would sit at the screen door, and that's why the storm door was up, because he had ripped through the screen door, pawing, begging to come inside. So we put that baby gate up to keep him off that landing.
Okay. I guess returning then to when we're calling Aaron, can you tell us why you called Aaron instead of 911 first?
Aaron lives less than a mile from us. Aaron is a first responder. Aaron is the person closest to us that I would trust in a time of emergency. I called him because I was panicking, and I wanted him there because I thought somebody might still be around.
Do you have those pictures? They're the ones that they took of her. Did you, in that living room, did you search for any shell casings?
No.
Did you dispose of any shell casings?
No.
Were you deleting pictures on your phone that morning?
No.
So do you have any explanation for why your phone records would show that?
None, unless I did. I don't know if there's a time relay on it. You know, if it was something that was, if you like delete a picture and then it sits for however long before it's permanently deleted. I don't know how all that works, if that is a possibility, but I was not deleting pictures at the time.
Okay. Then when the police get there, why didn't you tell them, Houston shot my husband?
I was so scared. I was scared. I was panicked. I instantly thought I was being set up in one of his plots that he laid out all the time through Snapchat. I panicked.
And then did you continue to lie to law enforcement for years?
I did. I was also being threatened by Houston for over a year and a half afterwards.
What was he threatening you with?
Beginning in September so it'd be September of 2021, he started sending me Snapchats that he knew where I was at. The first one, we were at, everybody's been talking about shops, how many of our friends have shops. Some friends of ours, Ethan and Abby Charlie, have a shop in town. He does air conditioning and heating work. We had been at Chris and Ashton's house, the kids and I, and we went into their shop, and the kids were all playing. We were having a few drinks, and while we were all there, I got a Snapchat from Houston that I was now screwing Ethan Charlie and Chris Wilson, and I would screw anything that moved and took care of me because we were there. That was the first of them, and then there were several after. One time he sent me a Snapchat describing what I was wearing when I went out to do cow chores that morning.
So he was continuing to watch you after June 18th.
He was watching me and reminding me about these dangerous people that he knew, and that he knew how to take care of problems, and that he would take out anybody else that was necessary.
So did your online emotional affair, did it continue after June 18th?
No.
Didn't you cut Houston's hair one time after Ryan died?
I did.
When was that?
That was in September, right before the first Snapchat came. He had messaged me a couple times asking if I would watch his kids Harvest was starting, and he claimed that he didn't have a babysitter and can you watch the kids, and I told him no. And then he started hounding me about, can you cut my hair? I have this event this weekend and I don't have time to get it cut because of Harvest. And he kept hounding me, and I was a little nervous of the consequences if I ignored him, so I agreed to go to the shop that I had opened in town and cut his hair.
Okay, so this would have been in town now?
Yes. My mom came over to stay with the kids, and I went up and cut his hair. Of course, I didn't tell anybody whose hair I was cutting until after.
Did he threaten you when you saw him that day too?
He did.
Did you ever see him again?
No.
We do also want to touch on the affair with Houston. At one point, did it become physical?
There was one physical encounter, yes. That was the last time that I cut his hair.
Not in September of 2021?
No, not that last time. I'm sorry. The last time I cut his hair before he killed Ryan, it would have been in February. I cut his hair and we had sex.
Okay. And then you stopped cutting his hair? What was the purpose? Why did you stop cutting his hair?
Because I had sex with him, and I didn't want him around, and I didn't want that chance of that happening ever again. It was an online fantasy, like going to a chat room or playing video games where you steal cars and shoot at cops. It was an online fantasy thing, and when it became a physical in-person thing, I was disgusted and scared of losing my husband.
After, were your kids all interviewed by law enforcement?
Yes.
All three of them?
Yes.
And you allowed them to be interviewed?
Well, with some argument, I was being pretty heavily accused by the police of involvement, and they wanted to question the kids. My brother and close friend Chris Wilson suggested that I get an attorney to protect all of us and make sure that the kids had proper representation if they were going to be questioned.
Okay. But they were ultimately questioned?
They were.
Ryan was killed with your 3 children home. Would you ever orchestrate the murder of your husband with your 3 kids home?
Never.
Did you participate in the death of your husband?
No.
One moment, please. Showing you what I'm going to mark this as exhibits G, H, I, and J. Do you recognize these pictures?
Yes.
Were those taken of you the morning of June 18th?
They were.
By law enforcement?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask to admit into evidence what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit G, H, I, and J.
Any objection?
No objection.
Then Defendant's Exhibits G, H, I, and J are now admitted. Ms. Water, you wanting to publish these?
Yes. No, I'm going to publish them. Why isn't it? You've just decided which one. I didn't. So just, that was a cheat. Just pull the cheat. That's fine. Okay. Yeah. Okay. We're ready.
Still using that cord, though?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, showing you Defendant's Exhibit G. In this photo, there's no longer any blood on your face. Can you tell us why?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Can you tell us why there's not blood on your face?
My sister-in-law was consoling me, and my mom saw the blood on my face, and she went into my salon and got a towel and wiped my face off.
Okay. Did your mom wipe off any other part of your body?
No. Not that I remember.
Okay. Did you, at any point upon seeing your husband, did you ever go wash up?
No.
Yes, you can take it down. Thank you, Your Honor. I don't have any other questions. Thank you, Karina.
Mr. Kodiaga, cross-examination.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Cooper, can you hear me well?
I can.
Your husband, Ryan Cooper, was killed in his own house, correct?
Correct.
The place where he's meant to be safest.
Correct.
The place where considered his castle, correct?
Sure. Yes.
Place where his children slept.
Yes.
Children that he loved dearly.
We both did, yes.
Children that Ryan Cooper loved dearly.
Yes.
Was killed while he slept.
Yes.
While he snored in his sleep.
Yes.
You state you loved Ryan Cooper?
Yes.
You loved him
Yes.
very much?
Yes.
You had a lover?
That's what you call him, yes.
What do you call him?
I called him an online inappropriate relationship. When I hear lover, I assume sexual partners. It's just the way I perceive it.
Judge, let's hope this works.
Are you wanting to publish something?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. What is it that we're publishing?
State Exhibit 194. Are you able to read that, Ms. Cooper?
I am.
You have a screen next to you.
Okay. I can see it. I'm afraid to move it.
You don't deny you sent that first text on March 8th of 2021?
I do not deny that, no.
Pardon?
I did send that, yes.
Can you read it?
Read it? I just read this 10 times, I swear, with heart emojis. I'm sorry, what?
You left out a love emoji.
I just read this 10 times, heart emoji.
Okay.
I swear, heart emoji. And just felt even harder for you, which I don't think I could have been any more crazy over you than I already was. That book is everything I've ever wanted to hear. You can do anything you want with those boys. You're their daddy. Don't need mom's permission. Cable wants to get back to wrestling. He loves it. He just got his ass kicked at a tournament and is scared to compete now. Just wants to go to practice. Doesn't want to lose. And you know what the sperm donor said to him after he got his ass handed to him? Not a fucking word other than it happens. Not let's go home and I'll show you how to get out of that move. Just it happens. They need you so badly. Kate is your football and baseball kid. Kid can throw a damn ball.
The person you just referred to as a sperm donor, that's your husband,
Yes.
Ryan Cooper, who you tell this jury you loved so dearly. That's how you showed your love to Ryan Cooper, correct?
I think we all call the people that we love names at times.
I asked you, is it a yes or no question?
Yes.
Okay. And you're sending this to Houston Danker, the man you now call your online lover?
Yes.
Your husband is a sperm donor.
That's what I referred to him as, yes.
You also told him the kids are yours.
All part of the fantasy.
Is that a yes or no?
It's hard to say yes or no. I feel like that's black or white, and there's a gray area.
Ms. Cooper, did you hear my question?
I did. So, yes. If it must be yes or no, then yes, I clearly said it.
Can you read the next message on March 8th at 7:03 a.m.?
Your Honor, just to correct the record, I do believe this is Defendant's Exhibit A, not State's Exhibit 194.
Okay. Defense Exhibit A.
Do you want me to read it?
Yeah.
Good morning, baby. You would have woke up to your horny wife's hand wrapped around your dick this morning, just so you know.
And who are you sending this to?
I'm sorry, what?
Who are you sending this to?
To Houston Danker.
The man you're just telling this jury that you're terrified of.
I wasn't terrified of him at this time, no.
When did you start being terrified of him?
After he killed my husband.
Oh, so this time you're not terrified of him in March.
No.
And so Houston Danker would have woken up to your hand, your horny hands around his dick, correct?
That's what I wrote.
That's what you wrote to him?
Correct.
You are the one who initiates that conversation.
What's that?
You're the one who sends that conversation.
Yes.
A minute later, you write to him expressing thoughts of death to the man that you claim you love called Ryan Cooper. Correct?
I wrote, here's hoping for a rogue semi today. Big accident, no survivors.
Big accident, no survivors.
That's what I wrote.
Your mind, and you should say your mind is pretty dark and twisted, correct?
That's what I wrote in the next message, yes.
We can turn on the lights.
And just to be clear, for the record, again, you mentioned it, Ms. Watt, but this shows State's Exhibit 194. There is no State's Exhibit 194 that has been admitted. It's identical to what the Ms. Cooper had admitted as Exhibit A. So just so everybody's clear on that. Is that correct, Ms. Watt?
Yes, Gunnar.
And Mr. Kodiak, is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. You can go ahead, Mr. Kodiak.
On the same day that your mind is pretty fucking dark and twisted, you write to Houston Danker.
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
I'm still asking the question.
Not sure the question isn't finished, so go ahead.
On that same day, when your mind is pretty fucking dark and twisted, you write to Houston Danker and you say, oh, I don't want to wait another summer. Correct?
Yes.
Your husband, Ryan Cooper, was killed just on the eve of summer, correct?
At the beginning of summer in June, yes.
In June, correct?
Correct.
And the same message, 10 o'clock, that same morning, where you want him dead by a rogue semi-accident. No survivors. You write to him, to Houston Danker, and you're talking about the blinds blowing, making the sheets chilly, and dreaming of sleeping and enjoying the lightning and the nights with Houston Danker. Correct?
That's in the message, yes.
You tell him the same day that you want a partner, not another child. You're referring to Ryan Cooper as another child.
Yes.
That's the same man you've told this jury was a hard worker who worked from can't see in the morning to can't see in the night.
He was.
And will fall asleep so tired because of his hard work.
Yes.
That's the man you refer to your lover as another child.
Yes.
On the 12th of March, you write to Houston Danker that you might be pregnant this time next year, and you send 3 heart emojis. And he responds by saying, "Would love you to be pregnant next year for him." Correct?
That's what's written.
That's what you wrote.
Yes.
You yourself wrote those words, correct?
I assume so. I don't have it in front of me, and I can't remember precisely, but I'm going to assume you're correct.
Do you want me to put it up?
Not necessary.
In fact, at that time you talked about IVF.
Yes.
He doesn't know what IVF is, and you have to explain to him what IVF is, where they plant your sperm and my egg, correct?
Correct.
Not the old-fashioned way, but our baby. Right? That's what you tell him.
Correct.
your husband, Ryan Cooper, had life insurance where you were the sole beneficiary, correct?
Yes, we both had policies.
I asked you just about Ryan Cooper. You are the beneficiary if Ryan Cooper were to drop dead.
Yes.
You would stand to earn a substantial amount of money, correct?
Yes.
Over $500,000, correct?
Correct.
More than one occasion, you told Ryan Cooper that you hated him.
Yes.
In front of friends, you told Ryan Cooper that you'd shoot him in the face.
I deny ever saying that.
Was that when you were Karen, when you said, I'd shoot you in the face?
I never said that.
Karen did?
Karen did not say it either. It was not said.
Cade Cooper is your eldest child with Ryan.
Yes.
Cade loved his dad.
All three of them did, yes.
Cade Cooper loved his dad.
Yes.
He slept on the couch next to his dad as dad slept on the recliner.
That's not why he slept on the couch, no.
Just asked you a question, yes.
So the answer is no.
That's not why, because he didn't love his dad, or slept on the couch because he didn't love his dad?
Well, which question is it? Why did he sleep on the couch, or did he love his dad? Because yes, he loved his dad.
Okay.
And yes, he slept on the couch.
Next to his father.
Yes.
On the night that Ryan Cooper's life was taken away from him, Cade was not on the couch next to his father.
He was when I went to bed.
When Ryan Cooper's life was taken away from him, Cade was not on the couch next to his father.
No, he was not.
And you know that because, as you've said before, you were up at 3 o'clock and you went to the living room where Ryan Cooper slept on his recliner, and Ryan Cooper was the only one there. Cade was not.
Correct.
So at 3 in the morning, you are aware that Cade Cooper is not on the couch.
Correct.
At 3:30, that morning at 3:32, 30 minutes after you are aware that Cade Cooper is not on the couch, you send a heart emoji to Houston Danker.
Yes.
If you may have the screen again.
Just
what I'm going to show you is what was marked as State 195 was not admitted, but is admitted as Defense, I believe, B. So for the record, this is Defense B. It's the same document. Can you see this, Ms. Cooper?
Yes.
The 17th June, 10:19 a.m. A day later, Ryan Cooper will be dead. You're talking to Houston Danker, correct?
Correct.
Can you see in that document where you're saying to him, just be prepared for your wife to constantly be tearing something apart and redoing it?
Yes.
You refer to yourself as your wife.
Yes.
Ryan Cooper is still alive at that point, working from Kansas in the morning to Kansas in the night, correct?
Yes.
Busy.
Usually, yes.
Being a farmer.
Yes.
Houston Danker replies to you. Can you read what Houston Danker replies after you talk about being his wife?
He wrote, not worried about that one bit. You got to see me in my underwear this morning and I haven't gotten to see you.
You got to see him in his underwear that morning.
He sent a Snapchat of it, yes.
Is that a yes? You
yes.
Got to, and you respond by saying?
Train wreck.
What is the next text message and who sends it?
That he sends?
Yeah.
Going to sleep with my hand on your pussy very soon.
Going to sleep with my hand on your P-word very soon, correct?
Correct.
And what's your response?
Soaked just thinking of you will be downright embarrassing when I have you in person. Excuse me, when I actually have you in person.
That's hours before your husband will be lying dead in his house.
It's at 11:19 a.m. on June 17th.
So in the next coming hours, your husband will be killed in your house.
He was.
With you present in the house.
Yes.
You send a text message to your lover saying, I will be your wife. And he tells you very soon he will have his hands on your most private of parts. And that same night your husband is dead.
That and many others, yes.
Let's go back to the 3 o'clock time clock. You see Kate Cooper away from his couch in the living room.
He was up in his bed, yes.
And at 3:31, 31 minutes later, you send a heart emoji, correct?
Correct.
What does Houston respond?
He responds, seriously, more than fucking life.
What is your response?
Forever.
$3:31 and 29 seconds later. What is Houston Danker's response to you?
Houston says, more than anything, okay, babe, phone's going down. Send me something after I leave your house. 2, then wait for me to open it. Deal?
More than anything, okay, babe. It refers to you in a term of endearment, babe. Of course, we know that by now, but it says phone's going down. And you need to send him something after I leave your house.
That's what he said.
To then wait for me to open it. Deal? And what is your response?
I replied, deal.
You were asked by your counsel whether you would orchestrate a murder with your children in your house. And you said you wouldn't, correct?
Correct.
You understand what to orchestrate is, don't you?
Yes, I do.
You do?
You said I understand what to orchestrate is?
Yeah.
Yes.
So when he says, phone, send me something after I leave your house, your response is, deal.
That's what I said.
Who sends the emoji of a kiss?
I can't tell by looking at this. Let me 1DFs. Judging by the numbers on the other ones, that would be me.
So you not only say deal, but you seal your deal with a kiss.
I wasn't sealing my deal, but I sent a kiss emoji.
Then he says, remember those casings. Fucking remember those. No ifs, ands, or buts.
That's what he said.
There's no ignorance on your part when he tells you to remember those casings. You know what those casings are because you say, absolutely, 100%.
That was the Snapchat I sent, yes.
Absolutely 100%. Correct?
Correct.
It cannot be clearer than that.
Objection argumentative.
Sustained.
When you say absolutely 100%, you are as clear as possible on what you will remember.
No.
That's what you write, Ms.
That's
Cooper.
what I wrote.
Then he tells you, okay, phone's going down. I love you. And
That's
what's
what you
your
wrote.
response?
My response is, I love you too.
What does he say?
So much.
And what do you say?
Forever.
When you say forever to the man who said, I'm coming to your house and you need to send me a message so that I can open it when I get back, what does he respond to you once you say forever to him?
He responds, okay, babe, seriously putting the phone down. Have to get this shit done. I love you.
And what do you say to him?
I say, go to sleep.
Ms. Cooper? You can read what's in front of you.
This reads, go.
So you say to him, go.
That's not what I said to him.
What you
That
read,
is what this reads.
again, what we read in front of you, that's this exhibit that the jury is reading, is you say, go.
Yes.
That's at 3:32 in the morning.
Correct.
An hour later, at 4:42, Houston Danker will send you a message that says, yep, just woke up.
That's what this says. I never saw it.
At 4:42, when Houston Danker is sending you this message saying, yep, just woke up, a Tama County deputy is walking in your house because your husband is dead.
Is that a question?
It is.
I don't know for certain on the timeline, but yes.
An hour after you saying go, your husband, you're calling the cops because your husband is dead.
Around 4:30 a.m., yes, I'm calling 911 because my husband is dead.
So that's an hour after you saying go, or thereabouts.
That's what this says, yes, but if you're asking if I knew the specific time, no.
Mr. Codiaga, we've been going for a little over an hour and a half at this point. I think we're going to take a break. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our mid-morning break at this time. So, again, I just remind you of the admonition that I've given you previously, and we'll take approximately, again, a 15-minute break. All right?
All right, while they take their break, let's recap what we've heard so
and
far.
I apologize for the new noise. I don't know what that one is.
All right. They've been going an hour and a half. Yeah, that's a bummer. Widespread, I agree. He broke the stride. All right, so Karina Cooper, she's on the stand. She's 48 years old. She had Ryan had a kid from a previous marriage. They now have 3. She wanted to build a second and third machine shed. Ryan wanted an office. She overtook the first shop with her hair salon. Now she makes soaps and candles. Ryan had long hours. They were varied. So 99% of the time, she used that phrase twice. 99% of the time, Ryan slept in the recliner in the living room. When Ryan slept, he would sleep hard, he would snore hard, but he was up and down too. He would fall asleep around 8 when she was putting the kids to bed. Then he would get up around 11 to have a snack. She thought the debt on the truck was $25,000, but she says, well, Michelle's accounting is probably more accurate. I'm sure Michelle's like, well, thank you for telling me that, or thank you for acknowledging that. Ryan was hourly worker, hourly wage. So the farm bought 200 acres for Ryan and Aaron because Ryan wanted to own things on his own, and he didn't want to be an employee anymore. So he and Aaron paid for everything, right? So they rented it, so they had to pay back, but everything else was theirs. They bought everything, and then of course all the proceeds went to them. So large purchases, she had to clear it with Ryan, but she also said smaller ones as well. She owned a barber shop and a salon in the outbuilding at the farm. She overdrafted all the time. She said it was laziness to take the daily deposits into the bank. Why don't you have mobile banking? But I do mobile banking all the time. But maybe she had cash. Maybe she was dealing with cash. She said she was friendly with Michelle. Let's see, they would get together during family holidays and birthdays. All right, so she used some of that money. She paid $15,000 on Ryan's truck, $8,000 on her truck, and then $3,500. So she used up, a very, very small amount of $650,000, something like that. She, spent 21 of it. No, that's 13, 28 of it. So not even $30,000 out of the $600,000. I don't know. I could live pretty nicely on $500,000. On $10,000, I could live nicely. Let's see. The friend. Let's see. Did you blow through your life insurance money? She says no. So let's get. And she had. So she put $371,130 in the portfolio. All right. So that's where. So that's still. What did you do with then? It's like over $100,000. She had 600 some. She paid some debt. She brought it down to like 550. She still had like well over $100,000. She made zero money in 2022. Let's see. Were you a good mother? She says, I think a good mother is a horrible mother. So yes, I was a pretty good mother because I was screwing up all the time. Interesting. They talk about her being a Karen when she drinks. She's ornery and loud. They even made T-shirts out of that. She left the Six-Pack Snapchat because that was a golf group. She wasn't playing it that year. Like up until here, I was like, all right, I'm giving her the benefit of the doubt. I'm not, not saying she's a cold-blooded killer anymore. I'm like, all right, I can kind of understand this. She had me won over for a little bit. She she enrolled in hunter safety courses because Cade was turning 12 and she wanted to get a license so she could go hunt with the boys. She wasn't aware of the searches were on a private browser. That gets now she's starting to kind of turn it a little bit. She has shot a rifle twice, but that was 25 years ago. She told law enforcement she never shot a gun. She says that wasn't true. In her head, she was thinking of a handgun. So she didn't know Houston was stalking her. She admits she was texting Houston that night. She met Houston by cutting his hair. So then she says it was flirting. He was having trouble with his mother of his child, custody issue. She said she felt bad for him and offered advice as an older person. So then how do we get to Snapchat? Well, she says negative attention is still attention and he would praise me. She was getting attention from Houston that she wasn't getting from Ryan. 99% of the relationship, again, there's that 99%. 99% of the relationship was online. She stopped cutting his hair February of 2021. She said she was shy. They were shy in person, but they became other people when they texted. So she didn't want Ryan dead. She says she has a really sick sense of humor and she was probably angry and has a sharp tongue. Were you going to leave your husband? She says, I didn't plan on it. Didn't want to break up the family. Then she gets into Houston talking about killing Ryan. Yes, several times. I didn't take him seriously. He used to joke that he knew powerful people. Let's see. He had a rep for telling tall tales. That's Houston, not Ryan. Houston had a rep with the ladies. So I guess through Snapchat he threatened her. And again, you guys are saying, why didn't she take screenshots? I mean, why isn't she? Yeah. What's going on with the shell casing? She says, that's not the first time. He made a comment, if you get home and find your husband dead, don't forget to pick up the shell casings. She took it as a joke. Houston was very aggressive and upset and angry that night. She sent 3 messages, go, period, 2, period, sleep. So then she talks about she heard this crash. She gets out of bed. She stumbles over the dog. And notice she says over the dog. She doesn't say over ransom. She says over the dog. So she heard so she woke up at 3. She heard snoring. Then she hears just a single snore sound coming from the living room, which is weird. If he's dead, why would you? I don't understand that. So she shook his foot. She saw a big pool of blood, so she shook his foot. Who does that? I'm going to shake your foot? That's kind of weird. So she called Aaron because he lives less than a mile. He's a first responder. She was panicking. She thought somebody still might be around. She said she did not delete photos that morning. She didn't dispose or search for the shell casings. Let's see. Houston was watching her and reminding her he knew dangerous people and take out people that were a problem. Why wasn't she taking screenshots? Why wasn't she going to law enforcement saying, look, I think this guy shot my husband. Look what he's doing. Look what he's doing to me. He's threatening me. Why didn't she do that? She says she did get together with him at one time, and she said she was disgusted by it. All right, 110 votes. How is Karina coming off? So this was before cross. 43% of you said not too bad. I voted not too bad. That was before. 33% said buried under her lies with no hope. 20% said going down in flames. 1% of you said brilliant. Is she in our chat? Karina, are you in our chat? We have 1% of you said that she's coming across as brilliant. Then Cross came in. Mr. Kodiaga he's just on fire. He is on fire. So Ryan was killed in his own home where he felt safe, where his children slept. He came in hot, where he snored in his sleep. You loved Ryan? She said, yes, very much. But you had her lover. She says, that's what you call him. Mr. Kodiaga says, well, what do you call him? She says, an online inappropriate relationship. So then he makes her read the text about this sperm donor, and I'm like, oh, you can ask Aaron. I'm always asking for somebody, whether it's cross or direct. Well, I guess it would be cross to hand them that text or hand them that letter or hand them that whatever and say, read this to me. Just go ahead, humor me, read this to me. And he did it. He actually did it. Oh my God, I was like flipping out when he actually made her read the text. It was awesome. Chef's kiss, Mr. Kodiaga. You rocketed to the top of my list of prosecutors. So let's see, the kids, and then talks about the kids were his. Did you hear my question, he asked? She says, I did. If it must be a yes or no, then yes. So then he reads the text about wrapping her hand around his private parts. Then the same day, your mind is pretty effing dark and twisted. You write to Houston. She says, I don't want to wait another summer. She wrote that. So at 10 a.m., she writes to Houston, blinds are blowing, making the sheets chilly, dreaming of sleeping and enjoying the nights with you. March 12th, you write, you might be pregnant this time next year. She denies saying that she would shoot him in the face. Did Karen say that? And she's like, Karen did not. It was never said. Why did Cade sleep on the couch? Or did he love his dad? Yeah, she got really angry at that point because he was hitting a little too close. So at 3 a.m. when she got up to go to the bathroom, Cade was not on the house. But then at 3:32, she sends a heart emoji to Houston. Then they talk about hands on her. He says he says it, but she says it. He makes her read that again. Oh, that's awesome. After that, okay, so she sends a heart emoji. Seriously, more than effing life. Send me something after I leave your house, then wait for me to open it. So send me something after I leave your house, and then wait for me to open it. Deal? And then she replies, deal, and then she sends a kiss. And then the casing, she's like, I don't remember those. She doesn't remember that. I'm sorry. He reads, don't forget those. No, don't forget those. Not don't remember. Oh yeah, no, he did say don't remember those. Sorry. She replies absolutely 100%. So when Houston says casings, don't forget those. No ifs, ands, or effing buts. She's like absolutely 100%. Why would she say that? Why would you say yeah, absolutely 100%? I won't forget the casings. He says his phone is going down. Love you. She replies, or she responds, love you too. Have to get this S done. Then she replies, she goes to sleep. Let's see. All right. Coochie. Right. Two people testified that she did. Yeah, his best friend said it. And who else? Who was the other person? Let me say, shoot you in the face. Shoot you in the face. Brian, the best friend, said that. And did somebody else say that? Yeah, I just have Brian saying that. Brian Morrison, best friend. I thought one of her friends, her female friends, did too, but I don't have that. So, all right, let's continue on. Is this spicy enough for you guys? This is absolutely awesome. I love it. Okay, let's move on.
Thank you.
We took a break. I would do a mid-morning break. All right, everyone, go ahead and have a seat. All right, we are back on the record after our mid-morning break. We have counsel and our jurors present. Ms. Cooper is back on the witness stand. And Ms. Cooper, even though we took a break, I would just remind you that you are still under oath, ma'am. And with that, Mr. Kodiaga, you may resume your cross-examination.
Thank you, Judge. Miss Cooper, can you hear me still pretty well?
I can.
when you testified, just to be clear, you testified earlier on when your counsel asked you questions, and you stated you weren't seeing Houston Danker, claimed you weren't seeing him from February or March, or February, I guess, because you'd had sex and you didn't want to break up your family.
Correct. Excuse me. Correct.
You didn't want to break up your family.
Correct.
And yet, you are the same person texting Houston Danker and telling him you will be his wife. Correct?
Those are the texts I sent, yes.
This story that you told the jury this morning, that you're terrified of Houston Danker, you never told it to Deputy Fangman, who arrived in your house as the first deputy.
No.
He's there for a substantial amount of time trying to find out what had happened to your husband. You never told him that Houston Danker shot him.
I did not.
Deputy Foster was the following deputy who came to your house. Your husband is still sitting, sleeping on his recliner, dead. And your children are crying and traumatized. You never said, Houston Danker did it.
I did not.
Your mother comes. Aaron Cooper comes. You never say, Aaron, Houston Danker did it.
No, I did not.
That's the Aaron Cooper, the man who you believed would protect you, and he did, in fact, protect you because he came armed with a gun. Correct?
Correct.
He didn't even have time to put on his shirt when you called him because that's what he did. He wanted to protect.
Correct.
You never mentioned the name of Houston Danker.
I did not.
Same morning, your husband, Ryan Cooper's body is lying cold in his house. You are interviewed by DCI agent Ryan Harmon. Correct?
Yes.
You know why they were interviewing you, correct?
Yes.
You never mentioned any of these texts or Snapchats that you sent at 3:30 in the morning.
No.
You never mentioned that I texted go.
That's not what I text. No, I did not mention it. I'm sorry. No.
You never mentioned that at 3:31 you sent a heart emoji to Houston Danker.
I did not. I did not mention that.
In fact, it's Agent Harmon who brings up the name Houston Danker.
Yes.
And your reaction as the jury saw is, are you incredible Agent Harmon Danker? That's what you say to him, right?
What did you?
You saw that video.
Yes, I saw the video. I didn't understand what you just said.
Your reaction is Danker?
Correct.
And you immediately tell Agent Hammond that he's a kid. Correct?
He's a what?
That he's just a young man, a kid who you know about.
Yes, that's what I said.
Not what you're telling this jury today, that, oh, I was so terrified of him.
Yes.
Never mention any of that to Agent Hammond.
No, I did not.
In fact, you tell Agent Hammond, this is dumb, when he starts his line of questioning of Houston Danker.
I did.
You characterize it as dumb.
That's what I said.
Your husband is lying in his house cold. Correct?
My husband is
Withdrawn. Withdrawn.
Ryan was dead at that time, yes.
The next day, an autopsy is performed on your husband. The same agent meets you again
Yes.
and talks to you. Correct?
Yes.
Wants to find out what happened to your husband, who you claim to this jury that you loved so dearly. Correct?
I don't know what he wanted to find out.
Well, he wanted to find out what happened to him.
I would assume so, yes.
You assume?
That's his job, is what I'm saying, yes.
He wanted to find out what happened to Ryan Cooper.
Yes.
It's not an assumption. Correct?
Yes. I'm sorry, I guess I'm misunderstanding some of what you're saying. Did he tell me I want to find out? I don't know. But yes, that's his job, so that's why he was there, yes.
And you did not tell him what happened to Ryan Cooper?
No.
You did not tell him that Houston Danker has been threatening my life?
No.
You did not tell him that I've been sending him messages where I want to hold his dick?
No.
In fact, you denied any affair with Houston Danker.
I did.
Whether it's online, whether it's in person, whether it's in any shape or manner, correct?
Correct.
In 2 years pass. It's May of 2023. You talk to Agent John Talbot.
Yes.
When you talk to Agent John Talbot, it's at your farm or Ryan's farm where he lived and where he died, correct?
Correct.
When you're talking to Agent Talbot in May of 2023, you know very well that he's investigating what happened to Ryan Cooper that night.
Yes.
You have a conversation with Agent Talbot that spans 3 hours.
Yes.
He tells you, no detail is too small. Tell me everything.
Correct.
He asks you about Houston Danker.
He did.
You saw him testify here believe last week or sometimes in this trial, correct?
Correct.
You knew who was a DCI agent, a sworn peace officer in the state of Iowa who wants to find out what happened to the man that you now claim you loved so dearly, correct?
Yes.
When the name Houston Danker comes up, you don't tell him what you told this jury this morning, do you?
No.
You don't mention that Houston Danker had been sending you some messages that are threatening that have just somehow disappeared, correct?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand you.
You don't tell him that Houston Danker has been sending you some messages that were very threatening that somehow disappeared.
No.
You don't tell him that Houston Danker wanted to harm your children.
No.
You also don't tell him that you wanted to have children with Houston Danker.
No.
You don't tell him that a year after Ryan Cooper's death, you were planning to have a child with Houston Danker.
Because I was not.
You don't tell him that you are planning to do IVF and that you had to explain to Houston Danker what IVF means.
No, I did not tell him about those Snapchats.
You don't tell him that you're preparing to be Houston Danker's wife and that you'll be tearing down things and that Houston Danker will need to be able to fix them up.
I told him about none of the Snapchats.
You don't tell him that on the night of Ryan Cooper's death, that an hour before Aaron Cooper is called, you were texting Houston Danker and telling him absolutely 100% I'll remember to pick the shell casings.
I did not.
In these 3 hours that he's talking to you, you don't mention the story you've told today, correct?
Correct.
In fact, you chase him out of your property.
I told him to leave.
And you tell him to leave and you're going to get a private investigator to crack this crime because this DCI agent Talbot and the other DCI agents can't crack it because they don't know what they're doing, right?
Those were not my words.
But you tell him you'll get a private investigator.
My words were different if you'd like me to tell you what they were.
Do you tell him?
I said maybe it's time to get a private investigator.
Okay. Why are you getting a private investigator?
I don't know. Frustration. I was frustrated.
You don't know why you're getting a private investigator?
Well, to solve Ryan's murder.
When you are the one who hasn't told this same agent what happened to Ryan and what you'd been doing with Houston.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
You want a private investigator to solve what happened, yet you have an agent who you're not telling your activities with Houston Danker.
I did not tell him my activities, no.
At that point, you knew what had happened, correct?
I did. Well.
And yet you tell him that if you knew what had happened, or if you knew, and your words, the person who did this, you will be in jail because you would have hurt that person or killed that person, correct?
That's what I said.
And And you use an explicit, you swear at that point when you say you will be in jail because that motherfucker will know what's coming, correct?
I said I would kill the motherfucker myself.
I have no further question for this witness.
Ms. Watt, redirect.
We have a portion of the Snapchat messages, right?
Correct.
Were there many other messages between you and Houston?
Hundreds.
On the evening of June 17th, so while you're at the ball field, did Houston get angry with you?
He did.
About what?
I had posted a video on my Snap story of Cade batting, and you could hear Ryan's voice in the background, and he sent me a snap, very angry because I was at the ball field with my husband, again, like I was cheating on him with my husband.
Okay. So then, did you two have an argument?
We did. Several snaps were exchanged, arguing.
Okay. So the day of June 17th, while we have some of these snaps, it's not all, the whole conversation, it's not all lovey-dovey type message.
No.
You knew these things for so long. Why didn't you tell the police that Houston Danker killed your husband?
Several reasons. I was scared. I was scared of Houston. I was scared of the police. I was scared. I was scared that I had lied for so long because I felt like I was being set up. I felt like no matter what, I was screwed, for lack of a better term. I was scared of the threats that he was making to my kids and my friends. And I felt that if I kept my mouth shut, he'd leave us alone.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you, Karina.
Ms. Kodiak, anything further?
You claim, you tell this jury that Houston Danker was mad at you that night at the ball game, Ryan Cooper's last ball game, seeing his children, correct?
Yes.
So, as Ryan Cooper's watches the last ball game of his children, and Houston is mad at you, he sent you a text for that?
Houston did?
Yeah.
Several.
And that's the same night where at 3:32 in the morning, you send Houston Danker a heart emoji.
Correct.
The same night he was mad at you, you send him at 3:32 a heart emoji.
Correct.
I have no further questions.
Anything further?
No, thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Cooper. You may step down. Ms. Watt, Mr. Hawbaker, I'm not sure who was the defendant ready to call, or have another witness to call?
Your Honor, the defense rests.
Okay. Counsel, why don't you approach? We're just going to talk about the schedule a minute.
All right, real quick, defense rested. So after they came back from the break, they talk about texting. Why did you not tell law enforcement? You know, you told law enforcement, after law enforcement brings up Danker, she's like, well, he's a kid, he's a younger man, so if you're really terrified of him, why aren't you telling law enforcement? So then on redirect, she says, well, she was several reasons. She was scared of Houston. She was scared of the police. She was scared she had lied for so long. She was being set up and she was screwed. And then on recross, Houston was mad at you that night at the ball game, correct? She says, yes, the last night Ryan would see a ball game of his children. Houston sent several texts that night. That's the same night that you sent a heart emoji. So she's terrified of this guy. He's angry at her, and yet she's sending heart emojis. Go figure.
So at this point, there's a couple matters we need to take care of. So what we're going to do, if this works for you, is we're going to take an early lunch and ask that you be back here ready to go at 1 o'clock. Does anybody, I mean, again, this is a little change in the schedule. I don't know if anybody, like, you know, I'm going home to walk my dog or whatever. I just want to make sure that that works for all of you. So does any of you have any issues with that? Okay, not seeing or hearing any, then we will break till 1 o'clock. Ask that you be back here ready to go by then. And again, ask that you keep an open mind, not make any decisions, not do any sort of research or investigation. Don't talk to anybody about the case or let anybody talk to you about the case, and avoid any and all media accounts and social media commentary or accounts as well. And with that, have a good lunch and we'll see you in a bit. All right, welcome back from your lunch break, ladies and gentlemen. We're back on the record then. We have our jurors, counsel, and parties present. And right before lunch, our lunch break, the defense had rested. At this point, does the state have any rebuttal witnesses to call?
The state recalls Tiffany Lord for rebuttal.
Good afternoon, Ms. Lord. Go ahead and have a seat. And I'm going to go ahead and swear you in again. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be giving today will be the truth?
I do.
Okay. And we've already got your name, so I don't know that we need that again, your spelling. So with that, Mr. Kodiaga, you may begin your questioning.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You testified before to being able to retrieve some messages on the night or the early morning hours that Mr. Cooper was killed, messages between the defendant, Karina Cooper, and Houston Danker.
Yes.
Judge, if you may have the monitor, would like to show what's been admitted as defense B. Your testimony, you stated that you are able to retrieve messages ending with go at 3:32:58. Can you see that?
Yes.
But testimony from the defendant where she claims that this message of the go was incomplete and that after this go she does text to as a follow-up message and then period and then sends another message which says sleep. When you have a review of these records, did you find that the message to and sleep following the message to was sent by this phone at this time?
No, I did not locate any evidence supporting that.
And when you say you did not locate any evidence supporting that, what does that mean?
Yeah, so in review of the Snapchat bio app intents, if you go down to the same date and time stamp there that the message go was sent on June 18, 2021 at 3:32:58, there's no messages directly following that.
So no messages that were deleted or disappeared at that time. Following that, it's just go as the last message at that time.
Correct.
And so what you're saying is what she's testified to sleep, that's not possible from these records.
Correct.
And the next time, what's the next message that you see this defendant text Houston Danker?
Yeah, so in review of those records, I did locate one message that was at 4:21 that did not parse what the message was, but there was something sent to him at that time.
So at 4:21 is the next message sent to him, whereby the response to that 4:21 message is, yep, just woke up.
Yes.
And earlier on, there'd been conversation in this chat, in this link of send me something when I leave your house to open when I get to my house.
Yes.
I have no further questions for this witness.
Cross-examination.
What's the content of the message at 4:21?
I cannot say. Like I said, there's no content there. It just shows the date and time stamp that there was a message sent.
So why do we have content for the messages leading up to it, but we don't have the content for that one?
I can't explain that.
You would agree that obviously there were other messages sent before the ones that we're seeing here because of the biomap intents. We know that there were more messages.
I'm going to object to be on the scope at this point.
Overruled, you can answer.
Prior to, yes.
Yes. And we can't answer why sometimes the records are incomplete because it's proprietary information by Snapchat.
Yes.
I don't have any other questions.
Redirect.
Again, just to clarify, the go to sleep, that is not possible from the records that you have.
In my expert opinion, that is not possible, correct?
All we have is go.
Yes.
No further question.
Ms. Watt, anything further?
Do you know for a fact, I mean, is it ever possible with a biome app intent that a message can be sent but not go through immediately?
If the contact is deleted, it is possible on their end. So if Houston were to delete it, it could have something sent, but the biome app intents would still show that something was being sent.
Okay, I don't have any other questions.
And here, the biomap does not show that something is being sent, correct?
Correct.
No further question.
Right, thank you, ma'am. You may step down. Any further rebuttal from the state?
No, Your Honor, the state rests.
All right. So, council just want to approach just real quick to talk about the schedule.
All right, real quick. They brought up Detective Tiffany Lord, digital forensics. We saw her. She was number 8. She was day. Wait, no, I'm sorry. She was number 6. She was witness number 6 on day 2. So they're just talking about that message go, that 3:32 message go. She's saying go to sleep, but then it's just go. All right. Let me fast forward here.
At this point, all the evidence is in. So what we're going to do is the attorneys we need to finalize the jury instructions, and attorneys need a little bit of time to finalize their closing arguments. So we're going to take roughly a half an hour break at this point, and then we will come back and we'll start with jury instructions, and then we'll proceed to closing arguments from the attorneys. Again, case hasn't been submitted to you, so same admonition applies. Keep an open mind. Don't talk about this case with anybody or let anybody talk to you about it. Don't do any type of research, and avoid any and all media accounts. And so, again, roughly half an hour from now, be ready to go, and we'll bring you back in as soon as we're ready. Okay? All right. Thank you very much. All right. All right, go ahead and have a seat, everyone. All right, we are back on the record with our jurors, counsel, and parties present. So, ladies and gentlemen, disregard what I told you right before the break about how we're going to proceed. Nobody's fault for this except possibly mine. I jumped the gun a little bit. I think the defendant has some surrebuttal evidence that they would like to offer, it's, not, when people present rebuttal evidence or surrebuttal evidence, it's not always clear what's going to happen, and so people sometimes need a little time to prepare, both the state and the defendant, when that happens. So we're not going to be in a position to proceed with that until tomorrow morning, okay, at 9 o'clock. So I anticipate that we will be done with surrebuttal and any additional rebuttal the state may have fairly quickly tomorrow morning, and then we will proceed with jury instructions and opening statements. So apologize for the confusion. Like I said, that's my fault. I'll take the blame for that. We're going to let you go then for today and ask that you be ready to go at 9 o'clock tomorrow. And again, remind you of the admonition. Keep an open mind. Don't do any type of research or investigation. Avoid any and all media accounts. Don't speak to anybody about the case or let anybody speak to you. And with that, we will see you tomorrow morning, and have a good night, everybody.
All right. What do you guys think? Should we continue on? It's only 4:30 here on the East Coast. I just checked today is only about 3 hours. So what do you guys think? Should we continue on? Should we continue on? Shall we continue on one more day, which would be today? All right. Please, please, please. All right, let's do it. Let's continue on. Do it, do it, do it. Do it, yes. Day 7, go. Right, day 7, go. All right. Right, you guys stop. Wait, hold on. You guys are like a bunch of kittens getting mauled by chat. All right, let's go. All right, so surrebuttal. This is actually today, so we will officially be caught up. Si, senor. Si, senor. All right. We will be officially caught up. All right. Sorry, don't mean to do that in the mic.
Morning, everyone. Go ahead and have a seat.
All right. So this is today. This is this morning. So we will be officially caught up. So when Monday comes around, we will be officially caught up. All right. Here we go. Day 7. All right, let me make sure my closed captioning? It's unavailable. Oh man, we don't have closed captioning. In the words of Karina, go. All right, we don't have closed captioning. That stinks because it's still live, I think. All right, anyway, let's go.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Go ahead and have a seat. All right, we are back on the record with our jurors present, counsel and parties present, also with a little noise from the construction outside present. So bear with us. And it's my understanding that at this point the defense has an additional witness to call. Is that correct, Ms. Watt?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you may call your witness.
All right, the defense calls Chris Lyon.
Good morning, Mr. Lyons. Just come on up and have a seat to my far left, if you would. And turn on that microphone if you can there at the bottom and adjust it however you'd like. There you go, sir. I'm going to go ahead and swear you in. If you please raise your right hand. Mr. Lyons, do you swear or affirm, sir, that the testimony you'll be giving in these proceedings will be the truth?
I do.
And for the record, sir, can you please provide us with both your first and last names and spell them?
Christopher, Kristoffer, Lyon, Lyon.
Ms. Watt, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Mr. Lyon, how are you employed?
I work as a investigator for the Public Defender's Office, and I'm also a digital forensics examiner for a consulting firm.
Can you tell me about your training and experience that gives you the ability to do the digital forensic analysis?
Sure. I started out with kind of the proprietary training, like with the companies that make software for digital forensics. So I have some training from Celebrite, was one of the main players. And then I have some what they call vendor neutral training, just like international organizations that teach on digital forensics, but aren't specific to a brand.
I didn't hear what was the last part that you just said?
And then I have training from like international organizations like IACIS that's vendor neutral.
And how long have you been doing this forensic analysis?
Hold on a second. Can you folks hear? All right. You can hear. Yeah, I should be clear what I'm asking. What you can hear. Yes. Can you hear the witness? All right. I'm going to ask that everybody sit tight. I'm going to go see if there's something I can do about this. There's no guarantees, but I will try. Feel free to stand, stretch. I'm just going to remind you of that admonition I've given you previously, but don't leave.
This is brutal. This is like Night Court. You guys remember Night Court from the 90s or whatever with Harry? All right, I'll fast forward.
Yeah.
Is retrieved. Remaining.
You may. Are we? Which?
Of that magnet.
How many, do you have a guess as to how many phones or information from phones you have reviewed in your career?
I don't keep a tally, probably 100 or more now.
Okay. Have you ever, in reviewing phones, have you had seen or noticed any signs of data loss?
Yes.
Tell us what data loss is.
So I guess it depends in what context we're talking. Mobile devices, we like to think we can download them and just get everything exactly as they are, everything on the phone. But to download devices, they're essentially hacks. Someone at some point kind of had to figure out a flaw in the phone to be able to hack into iPhones and download the data. So these companies use exploits or these kind of hacks to gain access to a phone. Apple doesn't tell these providers, these vendors, how to access all the data on the phone. So we kind of have to figure it out, and it's not a perfect science.
Okay. Is it the same case with Snapchat then?
Downloading Snapchat from the phone?
Yes.
Yeah, anything on the phone is,
Okay.
Same thing applies.
So is it fair to say that we don't know exactly how we have some Snapchat information on a phone, but not all of it?
Right, there could be a lot of different reasons. Data in general could be missing. It might have been on the phone, but the software like Celebrate wasn't able to pull everything precisely as it was on the phone. Databases on phones, just the method for storing information clears things out when they're removed. It does things for space saving. It optimizes memory, so things kind of move around a lot.
So, may I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Showing you first what we've marked as Defense Exhibit L. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is that?
That's my CV.
So is this basically kind of like a resume or all the jobs you've held?
Right. Resume of jobs and training.
Your Honor, at this time I'd ask to enter the evidence what we marked as Defense Exhibit L.
Any objection?
No objection.
Defendant's Exhibit L is admitted.
Then next I'm showing you what we've marked as Defendant's Exhibit K. Do you recognize this?
Yeah, it's a screenshot of that magnet axiom program we were talking about earlier.
And does this screenshot display data from Karina's Snapchat on here?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would ask if I'm kind of evidence what marked as Defendant's Exhibit K.
Any objection to K?
No.
Defendant's Exhibit K is admitted.
And permission to publish K, please.
You may. Are we, which?
This one.
Okay.
Okay, so on Defendant's Exhibit K, what we're looking at, this is the software that we use to explore the phone, right?
Right.
And so this is a screen capture from what would be shown if we look at the Snapchat messages that were remaining housed on Karina's phone.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Because it says here that there are 2,409 messages, right?
Right.
All right. And we've got some highlighted. Showing you Defendant's Exhibit B. So starting here in the middle, to what we see on the screen, the content of those messages, does it match these?
Yes, it looks like it.
And maybe I missed, I just want to be clear for the record. What you showed him was the Defendant's Exhibit B?
Yes.
All right.
Okay. So then these being the messages retrieved between Houston Danker and Karina Cooper from the early morning of June 18th. What I want to know is what are those numbers in the middle?
So the column is kind of cut off, but that looks to be the message ID. It's kind of just an integer, a number assigned to messages in a database.
And does Snapchat assign message numbers to each message?
Yeah, the software does.
Okay. And so here we see numbers they're going in sequential order, right?
Mostly.
At least the ones that I have highlighted.
Looks like the one at the very bottom
Right.
isn't, but all the others are.
Okay, so the one at the very bottom, go, that is number 33897, and then the next message is 33984.
Yes.
Could that be data loss?
It certainly could be. In digital forensics, we like to test everything to understand how the software works. There's no manual that says what this message ID is. But in general, with this kind of data, I would expect that to mean something's missing. And if I can just add, I haven't tested this. So normally I would like to test and be able to understand the mechanism. But in general, in databases, that would indicate something's not there.
I do not have any other questions, thank you.
Mr. Kodiaga, any questions?
Yes. And if we can just keep that up, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you. You just said you've not tested this, correct?
Correct.
So what you're testifying to this jury is something that you have not tested, you have no idea what it means, correct?
I wouldn't say I have no idea. I can understand the general principle of how it works in databases, but I haven't tested it for Snapchat.
You don't understand the mechanism, do you?
I understand the general principle of how databases work, taken training on that. But again, I don't know. I don't work for Snapchat. I haven't tested this precise mechanism.
Do you know that when sufficient time passes at Snapchat, the numbers keep adding up? So if a minute passes, the numbers will add up if there's no message at that point.
That could be true. I don't know it to be true.
Okay. And and as you said, you talked about data loss earlier on. Does data loss happen sometimes because someone deletes incriminating evidence?
Of course.
I have no further questions for this witness.
Anything further, Ms. Watt?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Lyon. You may step down. Ms. Watt, any further rebuttal from the defendant?
No, Your Honor.
Any further witnesses for the state?
No, Your Honor, the state rests.
All right. So now we're back to where I told you I thought we were at some point yesterday. What we're going to do at this point, ladies and gentlemen, is we're going to go straight to me reading you the jury instructions, or at least most of the jury instructions. Aaron, if you want to pass out, we're going to provide you each with your own individual copy of the jury instructions so you can follow through as I'm reading them. While she's passing those out, counsel, I just wanted to ask real quick, we made a record on jury instructions before we finished all the evidence. I don't believe anything has changed, but I just want to confirm that neither party needs any additional record related to jury instructions. Mr. Kodiaga, any additional record from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Any additional record from the defendant, Ms. Watt?
No, Your Honor.
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, the other thing you'll notice is that once I start reading these jury instructions, Colleen here is going to stop typing. That's not because they're not important. It's because we already have a record of what's being said. It's here in print. So I'm going to read these. She doesn't need to type essentially what I'm reading. So that explains that. Just want to let you know so you didn't think there was any significance to that. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to start with the jury instructions. Members of the jury, put on my glasses. The trial information in this case accuses the defendant of the crime of murder in the first degree in violation of Iowa Code Sections 707.1 and 707.2, Parent 1. Included within the charge of murder in the first degree are the lesser and included offenses of murder in the second degree and involuntary manslaughter. To these charges, the defendant has entered a plea of not guilty. Upon the issues thus made, you are instructed as follows. Instruction number 1. The trial information is the document that formally charges Karina Cooper with a crime and is merely the method by which she is brought into court for trial. It is not evidence. Instruction number 2. Karina Cooper is presumed innocent and not guilty. This presumption of innocence requires you to put aside all suspicion which might arise from the arrest, charge, or the present situation of Ms. Cooper. The presumption of innocence remains with Ms. Cooper throughout the trial unless the evidence establishes guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Instruction number 3. Karina Cooper has entered a plea of not guilty. The plea of not guilty is a complete denial of the charge and places the burden on the state to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. And just an update on the noise, I was informed they need approximately 10-15 minutes and then they're done. I'm going to keep going with this while we're doing that. All right. The plea of not guilty is a complete denial of the charge and places the burden on the state to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Whenever I instruct you, the state must prove something. It must be by evidence beyond a reasonable doubt. If the state does not prove Karina Cooper guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, your verdict must be not guilty. Instruction number 4. The burden is on the state to prove Karina Cooper guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt is one that fairly and naturally arises from the evidence or lack of evidence produced by the state. A reasonable doubt is a doubt based upon reason and common sense, and not the mere possibility of innocence. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all doubt. If, after a full and fair consideration of all the evidence, you are firmly convinced of defendant's guilt, then you have no reasonable doubt and you should find defendant guilty. But if after a full and fair consideration of all the evidence or lack of evidence produced by the state, you are not firmly convinced of defendant's guilt, then you have a reasonable doubt and you should find defendant not guilty. Instruction number 5. If there is a reasonable doubt as to the degree of the crime, Karina Cooper shall only be convicted of the degree for which there is no reasonable doubt. Instruction number 6. You shall base your verdict only upon the evidence and these instructions. Evidence is testimony in person or by deposition. 2, exhibits received by the court. You may examine the exhibits closely, but be careful not to alter or destroy them. 3, stipulations, which are agreements between the attorneys. Facts may be proved by direct evidence, circumstantial evidence, or a combination of both. Sometimes during a trial, references are made to pretrial statements and reports, witnesses' depositions, or other miscellaneous items. Only those things formally offered and received by the court are available to you during your deliberations. Documents or items read from or referred to, which were not offered and received into evidence, are not available to you. The following are not evidence: statements, arguments, questions, and comments by the lawyers, objections and rulings on objections, any testimony I told you to disregard, anything that I tell you as part of these instructions is not evidence, and lastly, anything you saw or heard about this case outside the courtroom. Instruction number 7. In considering the evidence, make deductions and reach conclusions according to reason and common sense. Facts may be proved by direct evidence, circumstantial evidence, or both. Direct evidence is evidence from a witness who claims actual knowledge of a fact, such as an eyewitness. Circumstantial evidence is evidence about a chain of facts which show a defendant is guilty or not guilty. The law makes no distinction between direct evidence and circumstantial evidence. Give all the evidence the weight and value you think it is entitled to receive. Instruction number 8. Decide the facts from the evidence. Consider the evidence using your observations, common sense, and experience. It is your duty to determine the credibility of witnesses, to resolve any conflicts in the evidence, and to draw reasonable inferences from the evidence. In determining the facts, you may have to decide what testimony you believe. You may believe all, part, or none of any witness's testimony. There are many factors which you may consider in deciding what testimony to believe. For example, 1, whether the testimony is reasonable and consistent with other evidence you believe. 2, whether a witness has made inconsistent statements. 3, the witness's appearance, conduct, age, intelligence, memory, and knowledge of the facts. 4, the witness's interest in the trial, their motive, candor, bias, and prejudice. Instruction number 9. You have heard testimony from persons described as experts. Persons who have become experts in a field because of their education and experience may give their opinion on matters in that field and the reasons for their opinion. Consider expert testimony just like any other testimony. You may accept it or reject it. You may give it as much weight as you think it deserves, considering the witness's education and experience, the reasons given for the opinion, and all the other evidence in the case. Instruction number 10. Evidence has been offered to show that Karina Cooper made statements at an earlier time and place. If you find any of the statements were made by the defendant, then you may consider them as part of the evidence. Statements and questions by law enforcement during interviews of Karina Cooper are not evidence and may only be considered by you as context for Ms. Cooper's answers. You may also use the statements to help you decide if you believe Karina Cooper. You may disregard all or any part of her testimony if you find the statements were made and were inconsistent with her testimony given at trial, but you are not required to do so. Do not disregard Karina Cooper's testimony if other evidence supports it or if you believe it for any other reason. Instruction number 11. To commit a crime, a person must intend to do an act which is against the law. While it is not necessary that the person knows the act is against the law, it is necessary that the person was aware he was doing the act and he did it voluntarily, not by mistake or accident. You may, but are not required to conclude a person intends the natural results of his acts. Instruction number 12. The state must prove all of the following elements of the crime of murder in the first degree. 1. On or about June 18, 2021, Karina Cooper shot Ryan Cooper or aided and abetted Houston Danker in shooting Ryan Cooper. 2. Ryan Cooper died as a result of being shot. 3. Karina Cooper individually or Houston Danker aided and abetted by Karina Cooper acted with malice aforethought. 4. Karina Cooper individually or Houston Danker aided and abetted by Karina Cooper acted willfully, deliberately, premeditatedly, and with the specific intent to kill Ryan Cooper. If the state has proved all these elements, Karina Cooper is guilty of murder in the first degree. But if you find the state has failed to prove one or more of the elements, then you shall find Karina Cooper not guilty of murder in the first degree and proceed to determine whether Karina Cooper is guilty of murder in the second degree as defined in instruction number 13. Instruction number 13. The state must prove all of the following elements of the crime of murder in the second degree. 1. On or about June 18, 2021, Karina Cooper shot Ryan Cooper or aided and abetted Houston Danker in shooting Ryan Cooper. 2. Ryan Cooper died as a result of being shot. 3. Karina Cooper individually or Houston Danker aided and abetted by Karina Cooper acted with malice aforethought. If the state has proved all of these numbered elements, Karina Cooper is guilty of murder in the second degree. But if you find the state has failed to prove one or more of the elements, then you shall find Karina Cooper not guilty of murder in the second degree and proceed to determine whether Karina Cooper is guilty of involuntary manslaughter as defined in instruction number 15. Instruction number 14. Murder in the second degree does not require a specific intent to kill another person. Instruction number 15. The state must prove all of the following elements of involuntary manslaughter. On or about June 18, 2021, Karina Cooper shot Ryan Cooper or aided and abetted Houston Danker in recklessly shooting Ryan Cooper. 2. Ryan Cooper individually or by knowingly aiding and abetting Houston Danker did the act in a manner likely to cause death or serious injury. 3. By doing the act, Karina Cooper individually or by knowingly aiding and abetting Houston Danker caused the death of Ryan Cooper. If the state has proved all of the elements, Karina Cooper is guilty of involuntary manslaughter. If the state has failed to prove any one of the elements, Karina Cooper is not guilty of involuntary manslaughter, and you shall find her not guilty. Instruction number 16. As used in instruction number 12, willful means intentional or by fixed design or purpose and not accidental. Deliberate means after having deliberated, which is to weigh in one's mind, to consider, to contemplate, or to reflect. Premeditate is to think or ponder upon a matter before acting. Deliberation and premeditation need not exist for any particular length of time before the act. Instruction number 17. Malice, as used in instructions numbers 12 and 13, is a state of mind which leads one to intentionally do a wrongful act to the injury of another out of actual hatred or with an evil or unlawful purpose. It may be established by evidence of actual hatred or by proof of a deliberate or fixed intent to do injury. It may be found from the acts and conduct of the defendant and the means used in doing the wrongful and injurious act. Malice requires only such deliberation that would make a person appreciate and understand the nature of the act and its consequences as distinguished from an act done in the heat of passion. Malice aforethought is a fixed purpose or design to do some physical harm to another which exists before the act is committed. It does not have to exist for any particular length of time. Instruction number 18. Malice aforethought may be inferred from the use of a dangerous weapon. Instruction number 19. Serious injury is used in instruction 15 as a condition which cripples, incapacitates, weakens, or destroys a person's normal mental functions and/or bodily injury which creates a substantial risk of death, or which causes serious permanent disfigurement or extended loss or impairment of the function of any bodily part or organ. Serious injury includes, but is not limited to, skull fractures and rib fractures. Substantial risk of death, as used in instruction 15, means more than just any risk of death, but does not mean death is likely. If there is a real hazard or danger of death, substantial risk of death is established. Instruction number 20. A person is reckless or acts recklessly, as used in instruction 15, when he or she willfully disregards the safety of persons or property. It is more than a lack of reasonable care which may cause unintentional injury. Recklessness is conduct which is consciously done with willful disregard of the consequences. For recklessness to exist, the act must be highly dangerous. In addition, the danger must be so obvious that the actor knows or should reasonably foresee that harm will more likely than not result from the act. Though recklessness is willful, it is not intentional in the sense that harm is intended to result. Instruction number 21. A dangerous weapon is any device or instrument designed primarily for use in inflicting death or injury, and when used in its designed manner is capable of inflicting death. It is also any sort of instrument or device actually used in such a way as to indicate the user intended to inflict death or serious injury, and when so used is capable of inflicting death. You are instructed that a firearm, such as a .22 rifle, is by law a dangerous weapon. Instruction number 22. If a person has the opportunity to deliberate and uses a dangerous weapon against another, resulting in death, you may, but are not required, to infer that the weapon was used with malice, premeditation, and specific intent to kill. Instruction number 23. Specific intent means not only being aware of doing an act and doing it voluntarily, but in addition, doing it with a specific purpose in mind. Because determining the defendant's specific intent requires you to decide what he or she was thinking when an act was done, it is seldom capable of direct proof. Therefore, you should consider the facts and circumstances surrounding the act to determine the defendant's specific intent. You may, but are not required, to conclude a person intends the natural results of his or her acts. All persons involved in the commission of a crime, whether they directly commit the crime or knowingly aid and abet its commission, shall be treated in the same way. Aid and abet means to knowingly approve and agree to the commission of a crime, either by active participation in it or by knowingly advising or encouraging the act in some way before or when it is committed. Conduct following the crime may be considered only as it may tend to prove the defendant's earlier participation. Mere nearness to or presence at the scene of a crime without more evidence is not aiding and abetting. Likewise, mere knowledge of the crime is not enough to prove aiding and abetting. The guilt of a person who knowingly aids and abets the commission of a crime must be determined only on the facts which show the part she has in it and does not depend upon the degree of another person's guilt. If you find the state has proved the defendant directly committed the crime or knowingly aided and abetted other persons in commission of the crime, then the defendant is guilty of the crime charged. Murder in the first degree, as contained in instruction number 12, requires a specific intent. Therefore, before you can find that Karina Cooper aided and abetted the commission of the crime of murder in the first degree, the state must prove that either Karina Cooper had such specific intent or aided and abetted with the knowledge the others who directly committed the crime had such specific intent. If Karina Cooper did not have the specific intent or knowledge the others had such specific intent, she is not guilty. Instruction number 25. For the defendant to have knowledge of something means she has conscious awareness of it. Instruction number 26. You must determine whether Karina Cooper is guilty or not guilty from the evidence and the law in these instructions. You must consider all of the instructions together. No one instruction includes all of the applicable law. You must consider the evidence. Do not be influenced by any personal, as you consider the evidence, do not be influenced by any personal sympathy, bias, prejudices, or emotions. It is common to have hidden or implicit thoughts that help us form our opinions. You are making very important decisions in this case. You must evaluate the evidence carefully. You must avoid decisions based on things such as generalizations, gut feelings, prejudices, fears, sympathies, stereotypes, or inward or outward biases. The law demands that you return a just verdict based solely on the evidence, your reason and common sense, and these instructions. As jurors, your sole duty is to find the truth and do justice. I'm going to stop there, and I will finish with the rest of the jury instructions once we finish with closing arguments. And I guess, counsel, do we need a few minutes, or are we ready to go? Either way is fine.
If we could just take 5 minutes.
Okay. Well, it'll take 10. So we'll take approximately a 10-minute break, or as long as you folks all need to use the restroom or whatever you need to do, and then we will resume with closing arguments. So again, I'd remind you of the admonition I gave you previously, and we'll see you shortly.
All right, real quick. So the public, Christopher Lyon, who was the private investigator for Public Defender's Office, Florida PI Sam, whoop whoop, digital forensics as well. Let's see. So he doesn't know how some information is on the phone from Snapchat, and some is there, some isn't. He says maybe Cellbrite wasn't able to pull everything precisely. And then there was something about entry 87, and then the next entry is 94, so it looks like maybe it was deleted. And then I left the room, so I missed the rest of it. Sorry. And then I ended the poll way too fast. I wanted to make this poll last longer. So 62 votes. After cross, how did Karina do? Time for butter because she's toast, 74%. Oh my God. OMG, what did I just witness? 16%. Not too bad, 8%. 1% said best ever, she's a queen. If this wasn't live, I would say, Karina, you're in our chat. I'm thinking that she's in our chat. Or maybe we have a supporter. Maybe we have a Karina supporter out there. All right, so jury instructions. So she's got M in the first degree, and then the lessers are second degree, and then involuntary manslaughter. So they have to prove 4 things, and the first one's the biggest one. She either shot Ryan or aided and abetted Houston. So either she pulled the trigger or she helped aid and abet Houston. So I'm still up in the air about whether she pulled the trigger, but definitely aiding and abetting for sure. All right, and there's a new poll out. I have another poll. Did the state prove their case? Yes, Karina is guilty, 91. No, you have reasonable doubt, 90% so far. So if you haven't taken the poll yet, we have 161 people watching. Please be sure to take a moment and take our poll. And I will go ahead and I will fast forward till we get to closing arguments.
All right, we've just had a short mid-morning break. We have our jurors, counsel, and parties present. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, as I indicated, counsel for each side are going to have the opportunity to make closing arguments. As part of their closing arguments, I anticipate counsel will be summarizing testimony and evidence that you have heard during the course of this trial. As they do that, they will be recalling the evidence as you will be later. They will not intentionally be trying to mislead you, and if your recollection of the evidence is not the same as theirs, you must follow and rely on your own recollection. The summaries, the arguments of counsel are not evidence, and they should not be construed by you as evidence or instructions on the law. They're simply intended to help you understand the positions of each side, and you should give counsel your close attention. With that, Mr. Ringel, are you prepared to present closing argument on behalf of the state?
Yes, Judge. Thank you.
You may.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is exactly what it looks like. Karina Cooper, Houston Danker, murdered Ryan Cooper, shooting in the face of her children right next door. Same house. We have a woman, Karina Cooper, hated her husband. Hated him. Referred to him as a child, referred to him as a sperm donor, said, fucking hate him. Her friends, who she described as family, who were emotional on the stand. What did they say? We heard her threaten Ryan many times. I hate you. I wish you were dead. I should shoot you in the face. Ryan Cooper was shot twice in the face. Messages between Karina Cooper and her affair partner, Houston Danker, planning and plotting the crime. Not a fantasy, not a game, not a misunderstanding, not the product of data loss. They're exactly what they look like. A woman who hates her husband, who wants a new life, who wants a different life with Houston Danker. Plotting to kill her husband, whom she hates, by shooting him in the face. And that's exactly what happened. Oh, by the way, she had no money. Ryan made the financial decisions. She was unhappy with the fact that there were a lot of things she couldn't do. You saw the bank accounts. Some of them started in the negative. Hundreds, combined thousands of dollars in overdraft fees. Not only does she get to be with her affair partner, Houston Danker, she kills her husband. She also gets more than $600,000 in her, roughly $550,000 in insurance money. Another roughly, what did Michelle Wilson tell you, $100,000 from selling Ryan's stuff. Motive? Exactly what it looks like. The messages mean exactly what you think they mean. She's guilty, and obviously guilty, of first-degree murder. The text messages or snaps in this case, they may be the smoking gun. They may be the most obvious evidence in this case. It's not the only evidence in this case, not by far. There's layer upon layer upon layer of evidence that indicates she's guilty of murdering her husband. We're going to go through that evidence. We're going to talk about it. We're going to go through the jury instructions that will guide you during your deliberations to make sure that you understand how the law applies to the facts. They look complicated. They've been read to you. There's a lot of words in there. There's a lot of legal jargon. It's not complicated. It's actually pretty straightforward. This case is an easy one. Try to close. She's guilty beyond reasonable doubt. The evidence shows that. Let's start with the now somewhat contested messages you've heard so much about. What do these messages possibly mean? She told her she sent them. Keep in mind, she told you a couple different things, right? Before we go through these. You can judge her credibility. It's your job to judge her credibility. She lied to the cops. She lied repeatedly to the cops. She lied over years to law enforcement. Now she wants to tell you Oh yeah, these incriminating snaps that look exactly like what they are, me plotting with Houston Danker to kill my husband, that's sort of a fantasy. Just kind of like an online, like when you play video games, right? When you play video games, when you steal cars, you shoot cops. That's what this is. Some sort of fantasy. But she's also terrified of Houston Danker. She also didn't take it seriously. And what did she say about these specific messages that we're about to look at? She told you, oh, I wasn't even really paying attention. I was only half paying attention to what it said. Okay. She's terrified. It's a fantasy. But she also said Houston Danker is the one that sent the message talking about murdering her husband. Okay? So it's a fantasy that she's participating in or she's not. Same goal. It's making sense. So what are these messages? Let's start with this one, 331, not reported to law enforcement the night the husband was killed. Heart emoji, 331. Now we're paying attention. Think about data loss. Think about whether these conversations flow in a natural manner. Think about if there's anything possibly missing. There's not. Okay, here we are. Heart emoji. 2 seconds later from Houston. Seriously, more than fucking life. You can look at the defense exhibit. Those are in sequential order based on the message IDs. We'll get to the fact that the message IDs don't really relate to sequential order. There, I still couldn't tell you that. You don't need all that to make a determination of whether this is in sequential order and makes sense. Heart emoji 2 seconds later, seriously more than fucking life. Karina says, forever. Not really paying attention to what Hack read them. Doesn't really know what they say. I don't know. Oh, okay. Remember, she told law enforcement none of this. Said she was asleep. More than anything. Okay, babe, phone's going down. Send me something after I leave your house to then wait for me to open it. Deal? She's not paying attention. So she said, deal. 8 seconds later. Seems like she's paying attention. She's directly responding to what he said. There's no mystery here. She can try to talk around it as much as she wants. Consult. It's ridiculous. Deal. Aiding and abetting. Deal. 3 seconds later. Kiss emoji, not paying attention though. Can't really read what's going on. Houston, remember those casings. Fucking remember those. No ifs, ands, or buts. She seems to be tracking the conversation pretty well. She's responding to everything that he said. She doesn't say, what are you talking about? What casings? I don't know what a casing is. No, she doesn't say that. She says, absolutely, 100%. 14 seconds later. Is what she's telling you credible at all? Wasn't paying attention. Don't really know what it means, what's going on. Seems to be tracking. Okay, phone's going down. I love you. I love you too. So much. Forever. Okay, babe, seriously, putting the phone down. Have to get this shit done. I love you. She doesn't say, what are you talking about? What does this mean? Because the plan to murder Ryan is already in place. All of the necessary conditions for this murder to happen are in place. Planned by Karina and Houston for months. This is the night it's going to go down. This is the night it's going to happen. She confirms, because she controls the scene, that everything that needs to be in place for this murder to happen is in place. You saw the searches. You know they did a ton of internet research. They thought they were going to commit the perfect crime. Putting the phone down. Why are you putting the phones down? Because they know a little bit about digital forensics. They know a little bit about location data. This is supposed to be some sort of convoluted alibi. Houston's at least smart enough to know I probably shouldn't take my phone with me when I don't commit the murder. Because they're a little bit savvy. But the funny thing is, when you commit a murder, there's a lot of things you don't know. Investigators know them. Detectives know them. Forensic scientists know them. They didn't know. One of the things they didn't know, the snap messages that you think you've deleted can be recovered. All the conditions are in place. Scene is controlled, right where he's supposed to be, kids are subdued, ransom is subdued. We'll get you in the door, you and I shoot Ryan, we get on with our lives. Go. He said, have to get this shit done. They say, what are you talking about? Consistent with their plan, she said, go. That is Ryan's death warrant. Signed by Karina. Then, yeah, just look up. Again, convoluted attempts at phone and data manipulation to throw off investigators. The same way that Karina, for years, sought to throw off the investigators. She can't tell anybody what happened to Ryan. Won't tell anybody what happened to Ryan. And whenever she opened her mouth to talk about it, provable lies, over and over again. She's guilty of murder in the first degree. How do we get there? What are the elements of murder in the first degree? On or about June 18th, 2021, Karina Cooper shot Ryan Cooper, or aided and abetted Houston Danker in shooting Ryan Cooper. The state has to and has proven that beyond reasonable doubt. Ryan Cooper died as a result of being shot. Karina Cooper individually, or Houston Danker, aided and abetted by Karina Cooper, acted with malice aforethought. We'll talk about what that means. It's been established. Karina Cooper individually, or Houston Danker, aided and abetted by Karina Cooper, acted willfully, deliberately, premeditatedly, and with specific intent to kill Ryan Cooper. Yes, that happened. It's been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. You're being presented with what's called alternative theories. Karina Cooper shot Ryan Cooper, one theory, or aided and abetted Houston Danker in shooting Ryan Cooper. That's another theory. Alternate theories. What does that mean? It's not complicated. If you find that she aided and abetted Houston Danker in shooting her husband, she's guilty of first-degree murder. If you find that that she shot Ryan Cooper herself, he's guilty of first-degree murder. Either one. Either or. This is about a unanimous verdict. What this says is, where two or more facts would produce the same result, the law does not require each juror to agree as to which theory or fact leads to his or her verdict. It's the verdict itself which must be unanimous, not the theory upon which it's based. May be confusing. What does that mean? Simple and straightforward. It means some of you may think she aided and abetted Houston Danker. The remainder of you may think that she herself shot Ryan Cooper. That's guilty. Because all of you think she committed first-degree murder. It doesn't matter how. Some of you may think it's aiding and abetting. Some of you may think she pulled the trigger. That's okay. You don't all have to agree she pulled the trigger. You don't all have to agree that she aided and abetted. Either or. And she's guilty of first-degree murder. What does aid and abet mean? So we have, she pulled the trigger herself, or she aided and abetted. What is that? Knowingly approve and agree to the commission of a crime. By active participation, there was active participation. Or by knowingly advising or encouraging the act in some way before or when it's committed. Go. So not all she did. Again, we'll go through her control of the scene and the conditions that had to be in place for Houston Danker to come over and participate with Karina Cooper in murdering Ryan Cooper. But she's certainly guilty of aiding and abetting. There's a mountain of evidence that establishes that. Now, there's some additional instruction under aid and abet that may seem confusing. Murder in the first degree requires a specific intent. In order to find that she aided and abetted Houston Danker, you must find either that she, Karina Cooper, had that specific intent, or Houston Danker did and she knew that he did. We'll talk a little more about specific intent. It's pretty clear they both want Ryan Cooper dead. It's pretty clear she knows it. She told us she knows it. In her version of events, she's been hearing from Houston all the time about shell casings and how he wants to kill Ryan. So does she. It's pretty clear from those snap messages they have a specific intent. 2 shots to the face. That's specific intent. There's more. There's no question that she had a specific intent. There's no question that she knew Houston had a specific intent. So it's not an issue with regard to aid and abet. It's already been established. It also says this: mere nearness to or presence at the scene of a crime without more evidence is not aiding and abetting. There's plenty more evidence. Those snap messages alone are plenty more evidence. She didn't just happen to be there. This just means that she had to activate this. In the commission of the crime itself. Not even necessarily that night. She did. She did participate that night. Just means there has to be more evidence than the fact that she just happened to be there. We know she didn't just happen to be there. Similarly, mere knowledge of the crime is not enough to prove aiding and abetting. In other words, just because she knows about it, one way or another, that's not enough for aiding and abetting. We have far more than that. Again, active participation. Already established beyond a reasonable doubt. So, we go through the elements one at a time, talk about some of the evidence that establishes guilt beyond a reasonable doubt for each of those elements. Here are the elements again. Let's start with number 2. This one's easy. Ryan Cooper died as a result of being shot. Medical examiner, Dr. Kelly Cruz. What did she tell you? Cause of death, gunshots to the face. Wound A, fatal. Wound B, fatal. Ryan Cooper died as a result of being shot. Proven beyond a reasonable doubt. Her testimony, the autopsy, that's established. Moving on to number 3. Karina Cooper individually, or Houston Danker, aided and abetted by Karina Cooper, acted with malice aforethought. What is malice? Malice is a state of mind which leads one to intentionally do a wrongful act to the injury of another out of actual hatred or with an evil or unlawful purpose. This is distinguished from an act done in the heat of passion. How may it be established? By evidence of actual hatred or proof of a deliberate or fixed intent to do injury. It may be found from the acts and conduct of the defendant and the means used in doing the wrongful or injurious act, in this case, firearm. So were these acts born of actual hatred? Yeah. Malice also requires such deliberation that will make a person appreciate and understand the nature of the act and its consequences. Again, as distinguished from an act done in the heat of passion. Malice aforethought does not have to exist for any particular length of time. Malice and malice aforethought may be inferred from the use of a dangerous weapon. Everything that we just read, everything that it said, you can infer by the fact that a dangerous weapon was used. And you received an instruction. A .22 rifle, by law, is a dangerous weapon. That's the weapon that killed Ryan Cooper. So malice and malice aforethought are already established by the fact they shot him in the face with a .22 rifle. You don't have to think about anything else with regard to malice and malice aforethought. It's already established. When you shoot someone in the face with a .22 rifle, malice aforethought can be inferred. There's more evidence of malice in this case. We talked about this just briefly. Teresa McBride. Karina told you she's family. She didn't describe her as a friend, she described her as family. Malice. Actual hatred. Said she hated Ryan multiple times. Said she wished he was dead. That's malice. Heard Karina say she would shoot him in the face. Malice, aforethought. This is well before the murder. Brian Morrison, same, family. You saw him on the stand. You judge people's credibility. He was very emotional. You lost his friend, Brian. He also loved Karina. He also knew exactly what she said. She would shoot him in the face. Everything's fantasy with Karina. Everything's a funny joke. It's a misunderstanding. It's a joke. Thought I'd shoot him in the face. It's a joke. They didn't think it's a joke. They said it was time to go. And they left. That's her family. They left because it wasn't a joke. If it was a joke, they would have laughed. The snaps were a joke. saying I hate him, shoot him in the face, that's a joke. Conversations with law enforcement, joke. Tell them whatever you want. The testimony, joke. Additional evidence of malice. Karina's own words. Fucking hate him. What do we think that means? It means she hates him. This is to Houston. This is in February. She's mortified, right? She's so scared of him. She doesn't want to have anything to do with him. Doesn't want anything to happen to her family. So these are the messages you send back and forth. Gee, I hate my husband. I wish you were my husband. You should be a father to my kids. Not my sperm donor. Not this child. It's terrible. What else did she say? Like I said, sperm donor. She hates him. She resents him. She wants him dead. She wants Houston Danker to father and parent her children. She says that. Here's hoping for a rogue semi today. Big accident, no survivors. Who drives the semi? Her husband, Brian. I broke it off with Houston. We had sex once, but I shut it down. Didn't want anything to happen to my family. And then I text him, you should father my kids. I hope Brian dies in a semi-accident. Malice aforethought. You can infer it from the use of the weapon. There's plenty of other evidence. Number 4, Karina Cooper individually or Houston Danker aided and abetted by Karina Cooper acted willfully, deliberately, premeditatedly, and with a specific intent to kill Ryan Cooper. Again, that seems like a lot. Again, it's actually pretty straightforward. Willfully, fixed design or purpose. Pretty clear what their design or purpose was. Certainly pretty clear what your design or purpose is when you shoot someone in the face twice. Deliberate. Having deliberated, which is to weigh in one's mind to consider, to contemplate, or to reflect. She's talking about hoping he's dead months before they kill him. That deliberation doesn't have to exist for any period of time. It could be while you're sighting your husband who's sitting in a recliner with a rifle. It could be when you're loading the ammunition. It could be when you're pulling the trigger. It could be in between the first and second shot. Here we have months. Not even close. Premeditate. Think or ponder upon a matter before acting. Same. What is specific intent? Not only being aware of doing an act and doing it voluntarily, but in addition, doing it with a specific purpose in mind. What's the act? Shooting Ryan Cooper in the face. Specific purpose, to kill him. This is not complicated. You may, but are not required to conclude a person intends the natural results of his acts. What's the natural result of shooting somebody twice in the head? That you're going to kill them. Again, if a person has the opportunity to deliberate, as we just established, they both did, and uses a dangerous weapon, that's a 22, against another resulting in death, you may, you're not required to, infer that the weapon was used with all of these: malice, premeditation, and specific intent to kill. The use of the 22 rifle alone establishes all of these things. There's plenty of evidence, and you've heard it repeatedly over the last week, for all of these: premeditation, specific intent, malice. As long as you find there was time to deliberate and deliberation occurred, particularly need to weigh any of that evidence for this element, just look at the fact that the 22 rifle was used. As I said before, 22 rifle is by law a dangerous weapon. Specific intent to kill. It's already established about use of the weapon, but let's talk about other evidence of specific intent to kill. She and Houston shot her. We know she was up, she was around that house for an extended period of time. We'll go through the timeline, not the timeline she provided, but the timeline established by digital forensics. What did she do? She's awake. She told you. She told you both, right? You think about her testimony on the stand. What did she say yesterday? She woke up because she heard a crash. Stick into that story. But she also admitted to sending all the snaps. Okay? So apparently she was both awake and asleep and awakened by a lot of pressure. She was awake. She participated in the murder. That's what really happened. Then she stayed in the scene, taking care of some other things that needed to be taken care of, which we'll talk about later. All the while, Ryan's bleeding out. He's dying. His blood is drying. His blood is clotting. Two separate things. She finally gets around to calling 911 when she's been ready. Has the scene set the way that she would like it to be set up. She calls in. Fake hysterics. Ridiculous, dramatic, overacting. She calls in. Volunteer firefighter. And she says, I think somebody's in my house. Not a word about Ryan. Not call an ambulance. Not call 911. Not get help. Not you come over here. He needs some aid. I think someone's in my house. Okay. I think someone's in your house. You're running around in the house. You're unarmed. Apparently you think someone's in the house. She's buying time, making it look like she's doing what a reasonable person would do if they found her husband shot. I called for help. Did you know? Did you really? Or did you fake call for help? Someone's in my house. What's going on? Screaming. Can we get any details? Screaming. Okay. Never mentioned anything about Ryan when calling Aaron. Something to think about. For news story, Kristen Danker did it. And I'm so scared I didn't tell anybody. What does this have to do with Houston Danker? How does this help Houston Danker? If Houston Danker murdered her husband or shot her husband, and she didn't want to tell that Houston Danker did it because she's afraid she'll get in trouble, how does that prevent her from calling 911 immediately and telling them what happened? You can say, I don't know who did it, but you can also say, we need some help right away. How does providing misleading information about the timeline come forward with the first story that Houston Danker did? Are these all cover stories that help her? Because she participated in the murder. That's exactly what it is. If you're concerned that Houston Danker did it, you had nothing to do with it, and you don't want him to be upset with you, you would just help as much as you can and say, I don't know anything about who did it. She did. She told a series of lies that helped her because she's participating in the murder. Never asked Aaron to call 911 or an ambulance. Never told Aaron that Ryan needed aid. She never attempted to render any aid herself. Like any normal, reasonable person, she did nothing. Until eventually she sat on it. We'll talk about that more later. She sat on it. She brought her face all over the blood to conceal evidence. Conceal her role in the murder. Two shots to the face, specific intent to kill. Opportunity to liberate. These are the messages from before the murder. Opportunity to deliberate. We have plenty of other messages where she wants him dead. But here we are at 3:30. She makes her fake cry for help at 4:30. Here's an hour before. Okay, come over to murder your husband. Don't forget to pick up the shell casings. Absolutely 100%. Opportunity to deliberate. Yep. Phone manipulation, phone's going down. I love you so much. Forever. Okay, gotta get this shit done. Go. This has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. There's more evidence that supports it. You've heard it. It's probably in your notes. I'm not going to go through all of it. This is by far more than enough to establish beyond a reasonable doubt. Houston Danker, aided and abetted by Karina. Karina herself acted willfully, deliberately, premeditatedly, and was specifically. And again, remember, do you find deliberation? The use of the .22 rifle is enough for you to find reasonable doubt. So it's been established beyond a reasonable doubt for element number 4. 3 of the 4 elements are already met. The final element. On or about June 18th, 2021. That's not in question. All the first responders, everybody talked about, and everyone else. This occurred on June 18th, 2021. Karina agrees. Karina Cooper shot Ryan Cooper, or aided and abetted Houston Danker in shooting Ryan Cooper. Did she? She did. Ryan's murder absolutely could not have happened without Karina's aid. By her own account. Which, by the way, is ridiculous. Let's talk about the things that she had to do to make this murder happen. Here's the plan. Karina decides with Houston, ultimately, that they're going to shoot Ryan in his house while he's asleep. The kids have to be there. Why? Well, if that's your plan, it would look really suspicious if the night that your husband is murdered just happens to be the night that the kids are at Grandma's. So she had to make a decision. And she did. But this murder would happen while her kids were present. It would just look too suspicious if they weren't. She tells you, I would never orchestrate a murder with my kids there. Watch Officer Fangman's body camera. She's just gotten through concealing evidence by rubbing her face all over Ryan's dead body. Her children are in the room. She's pretending to be upset. Different people respond differently to trauma. We know. Look at everyone else at this, including the children. Pretty calm. Their dad's lying dead. Blood everywhere. Their mom is screaming hysterically. Look at the kids. Were they able to talk and communicate with law enforcement? Yeah. Aaron came in, finds his brother dead. Blood everywhere. Was he able to communicate? Yeah. Karina cares about her kids. I told you that. She would never orchestrate a murder with her kids there. Well, she had to. She's pretty suspicious otherwise. She's so caught up in trying to convince law enforcement that she's devastated by the death of her husband that she knows nothing about, that her children are standing right there in the room. And she walks right past them out of the room. Doesn't look at them. Doesn't comfort them. Doesn't care. Because she's got a job to do at this point. She just murdered her husband. And she has to convince everyone. She's devastated. She can't even breathe. She can't talk. It's phony. She did orchestrate a murder with her kids here. She had to. It's too suspicious otherwise. So, what did she have to do? What was part of her job in this case? How's she going to get this murder done? Problem number one. Kate sleeps next to Ryan when we want to shoot in the face. Got to get him on there. You heard Kate's testimony. He had been sleeping next to Ryan for a year. For a year. She told him, you got to sleep in your own room. She tries to pass it off. Oh, it was part of our deal. We had a deal, we're going to redecorate the rooms, and we're going to redecorate the rooms, and then they got to go sleep with her. Wanted to get the kids in their rooms before school started. It's June. Early June. That's her phone cover story. This is evidence of deliberation and premeditation. They've been planning this murder for a long time. Long enough for her to come up with this phony excuse of painting the rooms. You can see that she's working on the house. You can see she's been painting. That's evidence. That's evidence of premeditation. She's hoping that her husband will be dead months before this. Problem number one. Kids are going to be home. Let's get Cade up to his room. He can't be there when Ryan's shot in the face. Mission accomplished. She had to assure Cortland and Cable were asleep and accounted for. Two other kids who can't see what's going on. They didn't have to sleep in their own rooms that night. They were with her, where she could keep an eye on them. What else had to be in place for this murder to happen? She had to assure Ryan was asleep. That's a big one. That's why we're texting at 3:30 in the morning, let's do this. That's why it didn't happen at 6 p.m. or 6 a.m. or midnight. Who knows his sleep schedule? Karina does. That's a crucial part of this murder. She knows. What did she tell you in the interviews on the stand? He's like his dad. He's up roaming in the night. says go, everything's in place. Ryan's asleep for the night. She knows his sleep schedule. It's not a normal one. Falls asleep around 8. Sleeps for a little while. Gets up. Watches TV. Eventually falls back to sleep. He's up roaming in the night. Kate's in his room. Kids are with her in the bedroom. She's confirmed Ryan's asleep. Go. He's asleep for the night. There's also a gun in the house. This is her boyfriend. She refers to him essentially as a husband. Says Houston Danker is her husband. She's his wife. She's worried about it. There's guns in the house. You heard, she doesn't know anything about guns, but everywhere she goes, there's guns. She had to get a weapons permit because every car I get in, there's a gun. She told police she doesn't know anything about guns, but she knows there's a gun in the house. If there's a confrontation, if Ryan's awake, Houston could get shot. She can't have that. She has to make sure there won't be a confrontation. She has to make sure that Ryan's asleep. Security. Think Houston Danker could do this by himself? Think he chanced it just right? That he happened to come over, he happened to pick the right door, door just happened to be unlocked, happened to be able to get in through the house at a time when Kate wasn't up, just happened to not be sleeping next to his dad. He's only there 2 days, that doesn't mean anything. The other kids just happened to not be awake. Ryan just happened to be asleep for the night. Security. These are security-conscious people. You saw the crime scene photographs. Locks on all the doors. Karina told you multiple times. The door behind Ryan, locked. 99.9% sure. Locked. Kitchen door just happened to be open. She had to make sure he could get in. And then he could get in to a situation that was controlled. Ransom. 130-pound Rottweiler. What she stated to Ryan Herman. Very protective. Barks at everything. Would be raising hell if he heard anything. She has to subdue Ransom. You saw Fangman's body camera. When that dog is around Karina, he's subdued. He's calm. She told you. She told Officer, she told Agent Herman. Dog would raise hell if heard anything. So now we have Houston Danker somehow getting in, coming into the house. What else did she tell you about Ransom? She left her door open because Ransom wanders the house. This very protective 130-pound Rottweiler wanders the house. They'll go upstairs to see Kate. They'll go hang out by Ryan. The target of this assassination plot, wandering the house. She has to make sure that Ransom is subdued, and she does that. Ransom is in the bedroom with her. Not going to be a problem for Houston. As I said, she has to ensure that Ryan is sound asleep for the night. She did. She told you her own testimony at 3:30 in the morning. She was fully aware at 3:30 in the morning that Kate was upstairs and that Ryan was asleep. When did those Snapchat messages start? Around 3:30. Go. She told me. tells him go and sets the plan in motion. What else did she do? She helped him escape, because he can't be seen by the children, so she has to immediately subdue them. You know who can be at the scene? She can. Those kids are going to wake up, they're going to hear something. That's a concern. If they see mom, that's okay. Can't see Houston. Kate already knows who Houston is. She broke it off, she'll never want to be with him, you know, it's sort of an online thing. But Kate's saying, Dad comes over, hangs out, drinks with my mom, when Dad's not around. Okay. So, she has to help him escape. How does she do that? As soon as the shooting happens, we'll talk about this more, Houston's right out that door behind Ryan. He didn't come in it. Definitely went out it. Karina runs to make sure that no kids are coming into the room, whether at the base of the stairs, which go to the cage room, or in that same room that has the doorway to the bedroom where Portland and Kate are. It's pretty obvious how she bought time. We'll talk about that more. But if they didn't hear anything, or they didn't get up, she has even more time to work the scene before she fake calls for help. But the bottom line is, when she's planning this crime in Houston, they know he has to get out of there immediately, and she has to make sure the kids don't see him. Easy. She's done all those things. Made sure Houston could get in. Made sure ransom wasn't a problem. Made sure the kids weren't a problem. Made sure Cleve was in his own room. Made sure Houston could escape. Let's think about this. How do we know they're working together? Houston Danker did not come armed for a confrontation. You heard the testimony. He owns an AR-15. That's an assault rifle. Large caliber. If Houston Danker did this alone, let's think this through. He's going to come over to this house that we just talked about, has multiple security threats. We have dogs. We have kids. We have locks. We don't know if Ryan's awake or asleep. He's going over there to murder somebody. By himself. And from his arsenal of weapons, which includes a double-barrel shotgun and an AR-15, he chooses a squirrel rifle. The small caliber 22. Does that make any sense at all? Yeah, it does. If you know there won't be a confrontation. Because Karina's told you there won't be a confrontation. Because she knew at 3:30 that Ryan was asleep. She knew all the conditions were in place. She knew he wasn't going to have any problem. She knew Ryan was going to be confronted. She knew Ryan wouldn't have his gun. She knew all we're going to need is that 22. The 22, but as you heard the testimony of some of her friends, a 22 is a weapon that she likes to shoot. It shoots so much more easily. Doesn't have as much kickback as her weapon, because she knows nothing about it. He knew there wouldn't be a confrontation, because he's working in concert with Karina. You don't choose a 22 to go to someone's house and murder them, unless you know there won't be a confrontation. When it was clear there wasn't going to be a confrontation, she said, go. And he came over with his 22. So, let's talk about the floor plan. We know Karina wishes she had a larger bathroom. She told us that yesterday, so yeah, the bathroom's a little out of proportion. We've established, and you've heard, that this garage door just goes to the garage. Can't get in the house that way, right? This is the door behind Ryan. You're rolling up on the house. You're Houston Danker. You got your 22 and you're ready for this confrontation that's going to occur. What are your options? Kitchen door, where everyone goes in. Door behind Ryan Cooper. Let's start with the door behind Ryan Cooper. Got your 22. He's asleep in the chair. You saw the pictures. You heard the testimony. You heard from Karina as well. That door, one, always locked. So what happens if you first try the door? You got your gun, you try the door, it doesn't open. Well, you probably just alerted the person that you're going to murder. Probably not going to go in the door for that reason. Let's say it happens to be open. You've heard testimony that it was locked. You got your rifle, you come in, the door is going to hit the back of the chair. We already heard that. So you'd have to come in, possibly hit the back of the chair, possibly alerting the person that you're going to murder. Another reason not to use that entrance. Then you would have to gingerly step around them with your rifle, come around and shoot them in the face, hopefully not waking them up as you shuffle by. Again, ignoring all the other objective realities that we know about dogs, kids, and everything else. Okay, that makes no sense. Doesn't make any sense at all. If you wanted to kill Ryan by himself, you could have just shot him through the window with his AR-15. Done. But he didn't want to kill Ryan by himself. He wanted to kill Ryan with Karina Cooper. That's what they did. So, that leaves one option. The mudroom. That's the door you had to come in. So we enter the door, behind Ryan, through the mudroom and through the kitchen. So what does that mean? She calls it the sewing room. It's labeled here as a hallway. He's going to have to, with his .22 rifle, walk past the stairs that lead to Kate's bedroom. Seems risky. The bedroom door that's open, that has Karina, 130-pound Rottweiler, ransom, 2 young children. So he would have had to walk past this hallway, past these doors. We know, Karina says, I heard a crash, I got up, I thought I was in the bathroom, so I went to the kitchen. She also says she was awake sending snaps. So, in one of her versions of events, Houston must have come in the house with his .22, happened to pick the right door, came in the kitchen, walked right past Ransom, walked right past Karina, who was both awake and asleep, walked right past the kids, didn't wake up Kate, Brian just happened to be asleep, got himself in there, and shot him in the face. That makes no sense. It's ridiculous. It's insulting. It's not. She controlled the scene. She controlled all those threats. That's why they chose the .22. She likes to shoot the .22. None of that happened. He came in that door all right, with Karina's help. He walked down that hallway because Karina knew the kids were asleep, and Kate was asleep, and Ryan was asleep. Ransom had been subdued. Talk about this a little bit. Other ways that we know Karina was involved. If she says that this was Houston, it wasn't her, and her new story, which years later, this is what she's come up with, I was scared, so I can say, why are you telling the police stories that only help yourself? Why are you telling the police stories that have to do with your guilt? She's not guilty of anything. Why is she trying to throw him off the trail as it relates to her? There's one answer. Because she murdered her cousin. She told Deputy Foster she's never shot a gun before. What does that have to do with Houston Danker? has to do with her. She doesn't want them to think that she knows how to shoot a gun. She doesn't want them to think that maybe she did it, because she did. Never shot a gun before. She told Deputy Foster she's never even heard a gunshot. Maybe on TV. She has a weapons permit. She has preferences for the types of weapons that she likes to shoot. The concealed carry class was held on the property. You heard that she fired a weapon. Why is she telling you this? Because she's trying to throw them off from the trail that leads directly back to her. This has nothing to do with her story that I didn't tell her anything because I was scared it was too big. You would just say, I don't know what happened. She's worried about getting caught. You'll notice, if you watch Fangman and Foster's body cams again, she can't provide any information. Anytime they ask for information, she just starts wailing and screaming. Ask Foster and Fangman both, plenty of experience. At scenes involving trauma, severe injury. Ever seen anything like that? I've not. Why do you say that? Never seen someone who couldn't provide any information for long. And the problem is, whenever she talked, the information that she provided were things that would help her. Somehow she was able to say those things. How much did she say about Ryan and what happened to Ryan? Almost nothing. There was a stream of words and phrases related to guns. My stupid gun that I've never even shot and I don't know anything about, that I couldn't get out of the safe and I don't even know how to use it and I'm scared. That's a lot of information. Thank you. Can you tell us anything about Ryan? No. Karina. Deputy Foster over here. Karina. We're trying to figure out what happened. Screaming. Karina, we're trying to figure out what happened. I want my kids. Did it sound like a gunshot? That one I can answer. Never even heard a gunshot before. Maybe on TV. The only stuff she wants to talk about is stuff she thinks is going to help her, because she's guilty. She's afraid of her own 380. She's never shot it. She couldn't get the gun safe open. Why did she say this? Because she knows, one, law enforcement's probably going to find it. Two, people know she has a 380. They're going to wonder, why didn't you help? There's an intruder. She didn't get her 380 because she participated in the murder. Could she tell Foster? I tried to get it open, but I couldn't get it open. What did Foster tell you? I went and I opened it. Do you have a code or a combination? Have you ever seen that safe before? No. She thinks she's helping herself. The stories she's telling make no sense. They're designed only to help her. So it has nothing to do with research. Because she participated in the murder. You don't need to say any of that stuff. If her version of events is true, her version of events that Houston did it and she's scared, why all this? Because that's not what happened. She participated in the murder. Doesn't know anything about guns. And then she tells you, I know, this looks suspicious, but I was taking a hunting safety course. Doesn't know anything about guns, but how's your safety course? 80-some screenshots, so she done the tests, right? That's what she said. What's in that? Doesn't know what shell casing is, had to call Erin when she saw the article in the newspaper. They said they found a shell casing, you know that? I don't know what shell casing is. This is what's on her phone. You're trying to say Houston Danker did this, you didn't know anything about it. Why are you placing a phone call to Erin, whom you've never talked to about what happened the night of his brother's death? Why are you placing a phone call to Erin to pretend you don't know what a shell casing is? That's about her and her guilt. That's why she did it. She knows what showcasing is. She's taking tests on her phone. She knows what round nose lead is, good penetration, little expansion. She knows what full metal jacket is. She knows here about projectile range and how it can help you determine whether or not you can make a clean kill. Does know anything about guns, though? And when she testifies, yeah, that looks bad. I got a new story. New story is, well, I was taking this on our course, and, okay. Yeah. All right. When you commit a murder, there are many things that you do not know. Many things you don't know. Karina and Houston thought they were smarter. Karina and Houston thought they did their research. They thought that they planned the perfect crime. There's no such thing. And they made many, many mistakes. We'll get to many of them, but let's start with her own version of events. Let's start with this. In the chaos of murdering her husband and pretending she had no idea what was going on, she told 911 that her husband was shot. From the 911 call. Interview with DCI agent Rick Ron and Ryan Herman. They told her repeatedly, we're just trying to figure out what happened to Ryan. Could be medical. We don't know. We're not sure what's going on. She just sat. Didn't say anything. Didn't say a word. I don't know. I don't either. She forgot that she told 911 that her husband was shot. She tells them the same thing in the second interview, and she talks about how she was trying to figure out where the blood was coming from and what happened. So it's not just that Rick Ron and Ryan Herman said, we're trying to figure out what's going on, and she said nothing. She also affirmatively said, I was just trying to figure out where the blood was coming from. No idea. She forgot that she told 911 that her husband had been shot. Okay. So Deputy Foster on the body cam. The dog was barking. Well, fast forward a few hours later, when she's talking to Ryan Herman. Ransom never barked. She can't figure it out because no, I didn't bark. During the second interview, they talked more about Ransom. And she said, yeah, he just sort of made a noise, just sort of like let the air out of his lungs. Was right. Ryan Herman said, let the air? Yeah, just like this soft. The dog was barking, she screamed while she was on the ground in fake hysterics, unable to tell officers anything about what happened to Ryan. This doesn't have anything to do with Houston Danker. Let's do with Karina Cooper. Her timeline. It's not even really worth going through, frankly. It's ridiculous. She gave you two timelines at the same time yesterday. It's clearly phony. We have the Snapchat conversations at 3:31. Never reported that to police, right? Claims she was asleep. She's doing stuff on her phone. She takes 170 steps that she never told anybody about, approaching multiple football fields. Then she called Aaron Cooper eventually when she got around to it, and then we see when the deputies arrive. Her version of events, initially, seems like we have two versions of events at this point. One of them was, well, yeah, no, I was asleep. I got up and I heard a sound. Went to the kitchen. Well, first she looked in at Ryan, she didn't see anything. So then she heard a sound, she thought it was in her bathroom, so she goes to the kitchen and looks out the window. Okay. Then she goes in, she pissed at Ryan, steps in and she finds that he's dead. So seconds. Maybe 30 seconds. Agent Villada asked, hey, when you heard that sound, how long did you stay in bed? She said 5 to 10 seconds. So we have the sound, right? She gets up, does the things we just discussed, roughly 30 seconds. She tells you, Ryan's blood, it's like chunks, spotting. Okay? We heard from Ken Martin. Did that happen in 30 seconds? No, no way. There's things you don't know when you commit a murder. She doesn't know how blood works. She doesn't understand blood evidence. First steps. It didn't occur to her when she's carrying her phone around, it's going to be recording those steps. Those steps started at 4:23. 7 minutes before the call failed. Things you don't know. Her house is tiny. 45 feet by 45 feet roughly. Very small space. You got furniture in there as well. She testified that she went back and forth between the kitchen and living room a couple times to get Kate and get him in the room, lock herself in there. That doesn't account for steps starting at 4:23 of almost 400 feet. She didn't know investigators were going to find any of this stuff. So she thinks, when she sits down and talks to Agent Herman, that her story might hold up. It just keeps going and going. Many, many steps starting at 4:23. Because she staged in the scene. Talked about blood clots and the dried blood. Biggest mistake probably, data forensics. The snaps were recovered, the other information from her phone. Even without all that stuff, her story about Houston Danker coming over with a 22 and making his way through the house makes no sense. She aided and abetted Houston in doing this. Or she did it herself. The evidence establishes that beyond a reasonable doubt. You will see that you have some lesser included offenses in the packet. The judge talked about them. Second-degree murder and others. This is not a second-degree murder. If you find her guilty of first-degree murder, which has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, you do not need to consider the lesser included offenses. You are done. That is only if you believe she did not commit first-degree murder. The evidence establishes beyond a reasonable doubt that she did. Motive. We just went through the elements. All of them have been established. You might have noticed motive is not on there. The state does not have to establish motive. Does not need to be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. You can consider it. We already talked about the fact that she had a financial motive. Here's her account for the month that her husband was killed. $186. Here's her business account, minus $297. Here's the insurance check she got, $514,000. There was another one that she saw for $24,000. Sold roughly another $100,000 worth of stuff. That's a motive. Here's a motive. She's in love with Kristen Danker. She wants to have his kids. Start a new life with him. You might hear from defense, hey, it doesn't make any sense that she would kill Ryan because Ryan was the primary breadwinner. Yeah, that was supposed to be Houston Danker once Ryan was dead, with a nice head start of $600,000. Karina's news story. We already talked about this. Saying she was only half paying attention and didn't really read them. We already talked about that. That's absurd. These messages make perfect sense in order. There's no mystery as to what they say. There's no mystery as to what they mean. They mean exactly what you think they mean. Claims Houston threatened her. Keep in mind, there's no evidence to support this claim. Data forensics. Look at the phones. Defense has this information too. The SWAT pulled it up for you. It was going through it with Tiffany Ward. No threats. Defense doesn't have a burden, but they can present you with those threats. Karina knows how to take screenshots on her phone. Any screenshots of any threats from Houston? No. What's the only evidence that these threats ever happened? Karina's word. And she sat there on the stand and told you that she lied and lied and lied for years. And she also told you things that weren't true. 2 timelines at the same time. You are the judges of credibility. No evidence of these threats but her word. Her reaction to the threats doesn't make any sense at all. Well, he was making threatening statements about Ryan, so she calls herself his wife, insults her husband, talks about her husband dying, wants him dead. This is another one she testified to. She had hair appointments on the morning of June 18th, the morning that Ryan was killed. She didn't kill him, she had regular hair appointments. It's ridiculous. Go to sleep. First of all, the messages are in sequential order. You can read them. Would it make any sense after what was just said? Absolutely 100% deal. We're going to murder my husband. We know why she said go. The scene was staged, the scene was set, no confrontation was going to happen. She now says, oh no, there were some follow-up messages. Much like the threats, there's no evidence of them. And I said, go to sleep. Makes no sense in the flow of the conversation. It doesn't matter what you think about the data forensics. Tiffany Ward told you it's not possible. Defense brought in an expert who says, well, I didn't test anything and I don't know how the mechanism works, but there's a column of numbers. And they're not sequential. Mr. Kodiaga said, could that just be related to the time between when the messages are sent versus each message getting the individual number? Maybe, I don't really know. Tiffany Ward told you it's not possible. It has nothing to do with that column of numbers. That column of numbers does not indicate missing messages. That's not all what that means. There's been no testimony that that's what that means. The expert that they brought in said, I don't know, I haven't tested anything, and I don't know how the mechanism works. Tiffany Ward is aware of that column of numbers because Ms. Watt asked her about it. It's not like this is a mystery to her. She said it's some proprietary information, I don't know exactly how it works, nonetheless. It's not possible, based on the information that she has, for there to be additional messages. Regardless, common sense and reason. Read the snaps. Look at what happened. Makes no sense. She didn't say go to sleep. She said go. What are the chances that somehow all the information that's exculpatory, the threats and the additional messages that show up, it's just, I didn't do it. That just somehow that wasn't. So Karina wants you to believe. It's like she wants you to believe all the different stories she's told. Makes no sense. She's guilty of murder in the first degree. The state's proven it beyond a reasonable doubt. At the close of evidence, we're asking that you find her guilty. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take approximately a 15-minute break now. Been going about an hour and a half or so. Give everybody a chance to use the restrooms. And so take a 15-minute break, and then we'll come back and resume closing arguments. Again, I would remind you of the admonition that I've given you previously. All right, everyone, go ahead and have a seat. All right, we have our jurors back, counsel and parties present, and we had just finished with the opening argument from the state. Ms. Watt, are you prepared to proceed with opening argument on behalf of the defendant?
Yes, Your Honor.
Actually, I think I said closing argument. Go ahead. Go ahead.
May it please the court, counsel, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. I hope it surprises no one, since I've been doing it consistently, but I will talk less. And I would hope that nobody will judge the strength or weakness of the case just because I say fewer words. I want to go through some of the testimony that we heard and some of the things to take away from it in our view. Detective Fangman, I agree with the state that his video is important because it shows us some things. It shows us the layout of this home. And no, we're not obsessed about this demonstrative exhibit. It's just wrong. Because the state spent a lot of time talking about how Houston would have had to sneak through this hallway that's right next to the bedroom door, so somebody would have had to hear him. That's why it matters that that is misleading, because it's a whole room, and there was more room for him to go through that unnoticed. We also see ransom on video, and anything I say, you should always defer to your own recollection, of course, and your own notes and what you heard in the evidence. No attempts to mislead from either side. We see ransom on that video when Detective Fangman walks in. He's just laying there on the floor in the middle of the living room. And when he sees the officer, he gets up. There's been a lot of talk or speculation that ransom had to have been barking at somebody. He had to have attacked somebody. But it doesn't appear to be the case if he's literally laying on the floor as Karina is screaming bloody murder. And even with what's going on with the children and with Ryan, he remains laying on the living room floor. A little nitpicky, but we did hear from, I think it was Gladfelter, that the wallet that was on the end table, it was never moved, as if he would know that. If you watch the video, there's no wallet on the end table. The video also shows the movements of the EMS personnel. And that's kind of important because we link it to Ken Martin's testimony, and we see on the video that EMS steps behind the chair to get to Ryan and goes around so they don't step in the blood. That's why we don't have their footprints. It's not because that entire pool is dry, it's because they don't step in it. The video is also important because it shows the state of Karina, and it is your job to decide the credibility and whether this is hysteria or whether this is true panic. We heard from Cade Cooper that Ransom was a normal dog, which is consistent with what we see on Fangman's video. We heard that his room had been newly remodeled. We didn't hear anything that made it appear like he was suspicious of being told to sleep in his room. He said he woke up to his mom screaming. This is interesting because everyone is saying how loud this had to have been. These gunshots had to be so loud, and there were two of them. But nobody testifies to having heard a gunshot. Cade confirms that his mom is running back and forth between the bedroom and the living room. We don't know exactly what time Cade got up. Of course, in this minutes of span of when Karina is making all these steps. We have our only basis of a timeline is the fact that we know there must have been enough time for him to go and slip and leave footprints behind. But he confirms that his mom was running all over the place, freaking out. Cade didn't make it sound like Ryan and Karina fought a whole lot. We've heard testimony from some of the friends that Karina would be pretty mean sometimes. We didn't hear from Cade that they spent all their time arguing, though. Also didn't hear any conflicting testimony from Cade about the sleeping habits of his dad, or whether he actually does or doesn't get up in the middle of the night. Andrew Gladfelter, we see the pictures that they take. We see this showcasing that is left by the front door. Cannot tell by looking at Detective Fangman's video or any body cam, cannot tell whether that showcasing is visible on that floor at that time. It is certainly possible that somebody kicked it to get it to that final place. Or it's possible that's just where it landed. Certainly. But we also know from the pictures that there is a vent nearby. And we know from the pictures that these things are small. And Andrew Gladfelter did testify that they didn't look within the ductwork to find those things. If you've ever dropped something down a vent, sometimes it goes further than just the very top. The photos do confirm that this house was in a state of remodeling. He tells us that at least this front door was locked. And a point on the locked doors, this is the country, right? This isn't Cedar Rapids. This is the country. This is rural country. A lot of people don't lock their doors at night. Aaron Cooper couldn't tell us whether Ryan and Karina normally lock their doors. The state wants to contend that this is such a secure place because of the existence of keypads. But nobody has confirmed, yes, they always lock their doors. They did appear to have keypads in places where all the toys were housed. Tiffany Lord, she testified that there are millions of artifacts on these phones. Millions. That's a lot. There are a lot of data points on phones. You saw a handful. You saw some gaps in search history. She picked out one. There were others. We saw some Google searches that Houston made. The best she could find for Karina is a hunter education course. She can't explain the gaps in the Snapchat messages because in Defendant's Exhibit A alone, we know it's just not possible. These are all the snaps between these two people. And when she was testifying, I put up on the screen the series of the Biome app intents that she did later testify about yesterday. There's a lot of messages happening, a lot. And she can't tell us why we get messages, let's say June 13th, why those are able to be retrieved, but then there's missing ones in the middle. She can't answer that. She can't say it's because these were deleted specifically. She can't say because whether it was Snapchat that did it on its own, and that's because Snapchat, that type of software is proprietary. And that's what Chris Lyon was kind of explaining. It's because Apple doesn't want you to be able to get into the person's phone. Facebook wants to pretend their stuff is encrypted. These applications don't want to help police get into phones. And so that's what he was saying when police, it's essentially a hack. The software is them kind of getting them through the back door and being able to expose some information. But they can't they can't figure everything out. So that's why we don't know why we have messages June 13th and then nothing until June 17th, and then seemingly a gap in the conversation leading into June 18th. We did ask her, can you explain why some of these numbers look sequential for the Snapchat? She didn't know. She didn't say that they're not. She didn't say that we're wrong about reading the way we're reading a database. She also came back and testified yesterday that there's a Biome app intent at 4:20 in the morning, but there's no message there, and you cannot answer how that's data loss. That is simply data loss. That's what it is. This might be hard to see, but this is Defendant Exhibit J, I believe. No. It's in any event. Look at the middle. Those numbers are going in order. That's what Chris Lyon meant when he said, I know how to read a database. I have training in a database. Because you can also use your common sense to interpret information. Those numbers are in order. Otherwise, I guess it's just a coincidence that all those numbers are in order. And obviously, above the blue line, we have a gap in the numbers because there's a gap in time. And there are other messages in between that time that don't get retrieved. The state asked Chris Lyon. And Chris Lyon, I think, volunteered that basically the data gets retrieved off the phone. And then what happens is we use this software to be able to review the data on the phone. Because otherwise you have a bunch of raw data. And Chris Lyon said he did not compare this information on the software to the raw data. That's what he means when he says he didn't test it. I could be wrong. I never heard Tiffany Lord say she tested the phone raw data against the information she was providing to either. Coming up here and saying it's impossible and sounding confident doing it doesn't mean you're right. We heard from Carmen, I think it's Earhart, and Kirsty Shetta. They never saw Karina be physically violent to Ryan. I think it was Carmen who testified about Karina leaving some groups. Kind of a tangential point, but we did hear from Holly Witt that she was still in this group that Carmen is describing. Can also surmise that you could confirm that that is true, because on defendant's exhibit with the Snapchat picture, you see somebody talking about being in Dallas. And who do we know is in Dallas? The state also talks about how everybody is like covering their location and everything and taking all these efforts to conceal a crime. We have lots of data points for Karina's geolocation from Snapchat. We only have a couple for Houston. I submit to you that that's because her location is on. People come and testify now after the fact with this information, and they're looking at Karina and her behavior through a different lens. They were her friends. And it's easy to look back sometimes and be like, gosh, this must have meant that, gosh, this must have meant that. That's just you trying to answer questions in your own head. I say the same of Teresa McBride and Brian Morrison, because Teresa McBride even testified to it, that she has gone back over time and tried to figure out what she missed. And that's why we have, them coming years later and telling the police one time in either 2018 or 2020, she said she would shoot him in the face. She had testified at her deposition. She was asked about that the behavior she saw between Ryan and Karina was nothing outside the norm of what couples do. She testified before you that Karina is probably just harsher than Teresa may be, but it wasn't something that appeared to give her much concern at the time. It's clear that both Teresa and Brian did love both these people. We heard some talk from Brian about statements about documents. Unclear what that was necessarily about from the testimony, but it certainly was nothing like, if something happens to me, look to Karina. It could have been just a reasonable discussion between two friends. I mean, it's reasonable to think somebody would tell their friends where their stuff is in case of an accident or something. Brad Rund and Jeff Gudenkoff gave us some information. Brad said she overdrafted, and she did overdraft a lot. Jeff Gudenkoff, he showed us the policies. They were gotten in, I believe, 2013. And didn't hear any evidence that at any point Ryan Cooper attempted to change the beneficiary. Ken Martin. He was on the stand for quite a while. He had a lot to say, and we learned a lot about blood spatter. And he agrees that Fangman's video is important because that's the closest we're going to get to the pristine scene. Okay? What's also important in that is you can see, and I think there was a screenshot provided of it, you can see that Karina is on top of Ryan. The state has continuously argued that she's rubbing her face all over him. That's not apparent to be the case on any of these videos. That is suggestion by the state. Ken Martin described it more as she was on him embracing him. What is noteworthy is that she has no blood on her legs or her feet. The way that Ken Martin testified would suggest that if she was nearby when Ryan gets shot, she's going to have spatter on her. If she's hanging around looking for shell casings, she's going to have spatter on her. That blood spatter went everywhere. And he said that the blood spatter in the pool could have formed very quickly. The state wants to say it was some time. It's unclear what timeline they want to have here, because making it sound like the murder must have happened at 4:23 because that's when she's up and around. But then what takes Houston 50 minutes to get there? In any event, what we know from Ken Martin is that blood can pool the way that we see here, either very quickly or very slowly. It can dry either very quickly or very slowly, depending on all the environmental factors and air and humidity. Based on his testimony, it appears to be possible that Houston would have time to come in, shoot Ryan twice in the face, get blood spatter on his shoe, leave his shoe print as exiting the front door. Everybody agrees that's Houston's footprint. It's his shoe print. I apologize. It's his shoe print in that house. That's Houston's. The footprint, the bare footprints, we can't match because of insufficient quality of the photographs. So we don't know whether those are Cade's footprints. Ken Martin also testified, we understand that Ryan would have been in one position for what I'll call the first pool to form, and then he had to have been shifted. But he also testified that can be involuntarily done by Ryan's own self. This is a picture of Karina that was taken by law enforcement, and you can see you have them in your evidence. There's no blood on her, aside from where she had contact with Ryan by being on his lap. We know that Houston must have probably had blood on him because he's got it on his shoes. And enough that there were also droplets on the steps. So there was enough blood on him that not only is he leaving a shoe print, he's leaving drops. Just running through the remaining witnesses that we have and what we learn. We learn that Houston attempted to give the police the wrong gun in 2023. We know that the police find shoes matching the bloody shoe prints at the scene at Houston Danker's house. And we know Houston had the murder weapon. So as in the opening, Houston Danker did this, and we know it. Special Agent Holly Whipp. She does a lot of work with the cell phone tower data. We know that Houston is driving by Karina's house while Karina's not even there. We know that he's lingering around her house for a span of minutes. We have nothing to suggest that they saw each other. There's perhaps been some confusion about whether both of them have Snapchat activity happening while he's near her house. We submit to you that the slide showed that Karina had Snapchat activity, or at least geolocations updating at that time. But Houston did not. Houston's only data points were at his house, and I believe there were only a couple of them for his geolocation updating. So what is he doing lingering around this house? He could be planning his attack. He could be checking whether a door is unlocked. Also, begs the question, was he stalking her house other days? Was this a regular occurrence? Holly Witt would be able to figure that out. We heard from Karina. You are going to have to decide her credibility. She got up here and she sat and she told you what happened. She sat through the state rubbing her nose in what she had said. She did it. She told you what she knows. And she would submit to you, she attempted to do her very best to, if she said something wrong, make a correction and correct herself. Her testimony does make sense. She does give information to the police. Not all of the information, but she does give them information. She tried to get to the gun safe because somebody was possibly there. An officer was able to open it with his thumbprint. I don't know how that happened either, I guess, how his thumbprint is able to do it, but it's unclear how the state is taking the position that she's saying things that only help her, but also saying that she's only saying things that don't make sense. Her testimony was also that she sees this clotting after the 911 call. But she's older. She couldn't have been manipulated by Houston because she's older. That's a very bare bones way to look at something, but it's certainly not impossible that a younger man could engage in this emotional affair with Karina and be participating in the way that we are submitting to you. Nobody's claiming Houston is a genius, but we are saying he's manipulative. People Houston's age commit crimes all the time, even very serious ones, without the aid of an older person. Well, she got upset on cross. It's a tough spot to be. It's a tough spot to be, being dragged through every single thing that you said, having bits and pieces of your phone information displayed for everyone to see, and you just being dragged through it over and over. But she lied for so long. She told us why. She felt like Houston was possibly setting her up. She felt like people were accusing her. She was scared nobody would believe her. It was wrong and not helpful to lie for so long. But she explained it to you. But the Snapchats. Again, it's incomplete information. It's obviously incomplete information. And that means data loss. Phone dumps are not gospel. There's a jump in the message ID sequence. I submit to you to use your common sense about what that could indicate. Tiffany Lord is so sure about how this biome works at 421, but again, there's no message, and she doesn't have an explanation for that. It seems like Tiffany Lord is able to explain things when they're helpful for the state, but doesn't understand them when they could be helpful to the defense. We don't have any Snapchats saying, please kill my husband. We don't have any Snapchats saying, please be quiet when you kill him. We don't have any Snapchats that the state seems to think she's busy making sure everybody is subdued. That she says, okay, he's asleep, everybody's asleep, time to come over. and then by the apparent timeline the state is establishing today, show up 50 minutes later, and we're still going to know that everybody's asleep. The state says that this had to have taken place at home with the children present because it would be weird if the kids were just not home that night. Sure, but why does it have to take place at home? If you want to kill your husband, there's a lot of places you could do it. It wouldn't involve putting your children through this. Also, if you plan to shoot your husband with your children home, you have to expect they could wake up. If you have kids, you know they wake up sometimes. I don't know what subdued means when the state says that, but there's certainly been no suggestion that anybody was drugged here. No testimony of that. And instruction number 10, that is about how you can use statements of Karina. You can use her statements that she made earlier, you can use the statements that she made here, and you can use them to decide if you believe her. You can disregard all of her testimony if you want to, but you don't have to. And the instruction says, do not disregard Karina Cooper's testimony if other evidence supports it, or if you believe it for any other reason. She got up here and she said that she was scared of Houston. And the state has tried to mishmash the timeline there. She wasn't scared of Houston until he actually killed her husband. She's still engaging in this ridiculous online emotional affair fantasy world until he actually does it and kills her husband. Then she's scared. And is that a ridiculous notion? Perhaps to some of you. But it was real to her. And she was scared. Whether it's because she thought that he was going to harm her, or whether it's because she thought she'd go down with this ship. Do not disregard her testimony if you believe it for any reason. Houston Danker. There's a wealth of evidence against Houston Danker being responsible. Houston Danker, we're going to say he's only so old, then he's probably reckless in his planning. He doesn't care if there's going to be a confrontation. He had made all these types of statements before. Why does he choose this night to do it? Nobody knows. He didn't testify. We know he's slinking around the house. We know he's familiar with the house. Cade told us Houston had come over and sat on the patio and drank. It's not like he needs a guide through the house. Presumably, Karina would have told Houston at some point that Ryan sleeps in the recliner chair, since there are messages of them fighting about Karina spending time with her own husband. Karina told you that they had been arguing earlier in the night. That could explain why this guy is driving by and slinking around, and it's because he's nuts. He was, up until the time he actually killed her husband, just a blowhard. Known for being a blowhard. Telling tall tales might have been the words used. So, when he is frequently saying to Karina, hey, by the way, I forget what her example was. There might be a bomb in the vehicle or something like that. Or, by the way, when I shoot him, make sure you pick up the shell casings on previous occasions in the past, and then nothing happens. She doesn't think anything is going to happen this time either. And when it does, then it's real. We talked about in jury selection, presuming somebody innocent. And that we're required to do so. We're required to look at things different in a courtroom than we might look at them every day or in our everyday lives. She is presumed innocent unless and until the state proves her guilty with evidence beyond a reasonable doubt. And it doesn't matter that she's sitting at this table with me. It doesn't matter that she was arrested. What matters is the evidence. Beyond a reasonable doubt, you have an instruction explaining that to you as well. Like we talked about in jury selection, it is not a gut feeling. It is not a snap judgment. It is not even, I'm pretty sure. Benjamin Franklin said, "It is better that 100 guilty persons should escape than one innocent person should suffer." And that's what we mean when we say beyond a reasonable doubt. We want jurors to be firmly convinced of somebody's guilt before they make that decision. If there's any part of you that is feeling doubt, reasonable doubt, don't convict her. Even if you're pretty sure, because that's not firmly convinced. Aiding and abetting. State's case is just words. There's no proof that she lifted a finger to help Houston. The state makes assertions about the things that she probably or could have done to help Houston, but there is no affirmative evidence of that. We do not convict people of the most gravest of crimes based on thoughts or words. It doesn't matter if she sometimes had made statements about wanting a rogue semi-accident, which, I would point out, Tiffany Lord conveniently leaves out of her or her PowerPoint, the very next statement being, "I have dark and twisted minds sometimes, divorce me." Cherry-picking evidence is misleading. And it's okay if you think you wanted to see all of it. You weren't given all of it. Houston Danker on this evening went rogue, and he actually did it. The aiding and abetting instruction tells you that her mere knowledge of the crime is not enough. The fact that she knew, or had every reason to believe he actually went through with it this time, and didn't tell the police that doesn't make her guilty. The bottom line here is that no one ran off into the mountains. Karina did not blow through the insurance money. We can sit there and quibble over how much she spent on this and how much she spent on that. It had been a couple of years. She's not making any income from her job. She's got 3 children that she's paying for, presumably rent places. You're going to go through some money. Nobody testified that she went and got a designer bag or took a lavish trip or started attending the spa every couple weeks. Nobody said that. Nobody testified to any indication of a continued relationship between Karina and Houston. So if this was their grand plan, to kill Ryan, get him out of the way, and ride off into the sunset, why does it end? It ends because it became real and he actually killed her husband. Karina doesn't have blood on her legs and feet. She would have had to have. No one has testified or even hinted at the fact that she was a bad mother. I submit to you that is important because no mother would do this with their children home. No good mother. There were 100 other ways that this could have gone down if it was planned and meant to happen by Karina Cooper. She never would have done that with her children home. She never would have put them in a situation where her son is slipping in his dad's blood. She never. And nobody has said that she would have. She did not have any specific intent to kill her husband. She did engage in reckless behavior and talking to Houston and not cutting it off and having all these conversations. It was reckless. But she didn't have any intent to kill him or for him to actually wind up dead. She wasn't even actually going to leave him. She's getting attention from some knucklehead on Snapchat. And she likes it. And she's living in a fantasy and a dream world until he does it. This decision you're about to make is a decision like no other.
Judge, I'm going to object. May we approach?
You may.
Decision. This is a decision like no other that you will make. When you buy a car, for example, you decide you don't like the car, you can sell it. Even the decision to get married, the decision to do lots of things in your life can be changed down the road. The decision of whether or not the state has proven somebody guilty of murder with evidence beyond a reasonable doubt, you cannot take back. So you better be sure. Please carefully consider all of the evidence that you heard in this case. I know we've heard the word Snapchat about 5,000 times, but there's a bigger picture here, and there's a woman sitting here accused of killing her husband. She didn't do it. She wouldn't do that. She would not do that to her children. She may be an idiot in her relationship with Houston, but she didn't participate in the murder of her husband. Please think it through. Find her not guilty. Thank you.
Mr. Ringel, rebuttal.
Thank you, Judge.
And you want to move the podium a little again.
Yes, let's think it through. There's no evidence that their grand plan came to fruition. Nobody rode off into the sunset. And that's supposed to be evidence that Karina didn't participate in the murder. Actually, quite the opposite. Why? Why didn't they ride off into the sunset together? Because people figured this out pretty quickly. They thought they were smarter than everyone. They thought people wouldn't figure it out. They even worked out stories ahead of time if they were questioned. Because they did it together. Let's think it through. Day after the murder, only hours later, Karina Cooper is interviewed. Probably a bit of a surprise to her. Ryan Herman leans forward and says, "What can you tell me about your relationship with Houston?" Didn't anticipate that. Thought they did a better job. Figured out pretty quickly, maybe he has something to do with it. She's surprised and shocked. Danker? And then, later that day, Houston Danker, 3-4 o'clock in the afternoon, is brought in for an interview with Agent Trent Merillo. What's interesting about those interviews, either of them could have said anything about their relationship with one another. How do we know they're working together? They said the exact same things. Watch the videos. They said the exact same things. Why? Because they planned this. They both said they were friends. Tell me about your relationship with Houston. Danker? He's my friend. Houston Danker. I'm like her gay best friend. They agreed. We'll go with friends. How do you know him? She cut my hair. Karina says, I cut his hair. Houston says, she cut my hair. What else did they say? Well, we're friends on Snapchat, but just like nothing inappropriate ever. They both say that. Admitting to things that, based on their research, they know probably will be figured out. Now, they think they've done a good job of deleting everything. They certainly think they've done a good job of deleting the most incriminating snaps. 2,400 messages recovered on Karina's phone, Snapchats. 61 of them deleted. Those 61 include the night of the murder. So, they also came up with a story. Because they know that people in the community have suspected that they're having an affair. So they both told the police the exact same story. They could have said anything. They said the exact same thing because they're working together. What did Karina say? I babysat his kids, so his truck was in my driveway. So people assumed we were fooling around this stupid town and their rumors. What did Houston say? She babysat my kids. And so my truck was in her driveway. People assumed I was having sex with her. Nothing like that ever happened. They told the exact same story. They told the exact same story because they're working together. They could have said anything. So they didn't run off to the mountains together because the police were onto them very quickly. And a lot of what they did was pretty stupid and pretty easily discovered. But they were at least smart enough to stop communicating via Snapchat or in other ways that they could be detected after the murder. Is it a surprise that they decided to cool it? Having committed a murder together that they finally figured out, oh wow, these investigators know a lot of stuff. And they know it really quickly. Maybe we're not as smart as we think we are. Maybe we should stop. It's not surprising. It's actually evidence. What they said and what they did, that they were working together, and the fact that they stopped communicating is further evidence of their guilt. Defense talked to you about the concept of cherry-picked evidence, and they said, you didn't see everything. Defense has access to all the evidence. They can show you whatever they want. And they're trying to claim that the state is somehow hiding something. Nothing to stop them from showing it to you. They didn't show you anything because there isn't anything. We heard a lot of information about Houston Danker and his threats and the fantasy world that Karina was living in, the fun fantasy, as any mother of three would have, happily married, where, you just talk online with your affair partner about murdering your husband. a fantasy world. It's just fun. Makes no sense. It's ridiculous. It's not a fantasy, it's real. She knows it's real. She told you, Karina, when she came up and testified, she was in a tough spot. Yeah, she's in a tough spot because she murdered her husband and she got caught. So yeah, it's tough to sit up there and try to talk around all the evidence. And that's why so much of what she said was completely inconsistent and insulting. It makes no sense. Defense talked to you about the fact that, Karina was so scared, there's the threats, she's worried about being set up. They told you, don't disregard Karina's testimony if it's supported by other evidence. Where's the evidence? There isn't any. They have access to everything. Karina's had a phone, presumably, throughout this entire period of time that she's being threatened. She told you, he's threatening me, he's threatening my friends. She's afraid. I'm afraid that no one will believe me if I talked to the police about what happened. Okay, that's true. Screenshot? Save any of those messages? Save any evidence? There's nothing to stop her from doing it. Nothing to stop defense from presenting it to you. There's none of that because it's not real. Because it didn't happen. That's the fantasy. That she was somehow subject to these threats and manipulation. Read the Snapchats. Any threats? Any manipulation? No. It's, I hate Ryan. I hope he dies. Who's saying that? Houston? Is Houston the one that's saying that he hates Ryan? Wants him to die? It was Karina. Look at the messages. It's Karina. Karina's friends. Karina made death threats. Karina Cooper said, I'll shoot you in the face. Look at the messages. Is it Houston? It's Karina. Talked again about ransom. I told you, and the evidence supports the fact, that when that dog is around Karina, he's completely subdued. Defense just told you. Look at the video. He's laying down, he's completely subdued. No reason to believe that that dog is scary at all. Unfortunately, Karina, talking to Ryan Herman, said he's very protective. And she explained how and why. So Karina's words. Defense is trying to convince you that Karina was not looking for shell casings because there was a vent nearby. Much like all the other coincidences that apparently occurred on the night of the murder that just sort of look bad for Karina. Apparently, one of those shell casings just happened to maybe possibly land exactly parallel with the slats in the vent that was covered at the time of the murder and somehow fell through there. We've heard no testimony that they actually fit through there. This is something that the defense is telling you. There's no evidence to support it. Defense talked to you about the fact that they didn't find a lot of stuff in Karina's search history, so therefore she didn't do anything. It just means she did a better job of deleting her stuff than Houston did. Defense pointed out the fact that, hey, there were some other gaps in her search history. Yeah, 2 weeks here and there. But the gap that Tiffany Lord referenced, again, just one of those coincidences. She told you, Karina told you, hey, something about, when asked about private browsers, I don't know how they work. I don't really get it. She doesn't really understand. But 5-month gap in her search history. 5 months. the 5 months that she was planning this murder. Right up to the murder. There's no other 5-month gap in evidence. It's another one of those coincidences. Of course, there's an easier explanation, which is the fact that she was planning a murder, the murder of her husband, with Houston Danker. That's what was really happening. Defense also talked to you about the fact that Karina's location information was on. So, yeah, she's not trying to hide anything. They did the research. Again, they knew a little bit. What difference does it make to her when her part of the murder is to be at the scene if her location data is on? In fact, wouldn't that provide a convenient alibi? I'm home. I'm just home. I wasn't doing anything. Of course. Who cares? Karina knows that doesn't matter. Why does it matter if her location data is on? It doesn't. It's just going to show she's at her house, which she was, participating in the murder. Defense is telling you these things as though they're important. They don't change anything and they don't mean anything. We're going to talk about the blood. I've had a lot of conversation about fantasy, dreams. We're going to talk about reality. We're going to talk about the forensic evidence. We've heard enough about the snaps. You guys know what they say. Let's talk about the forensic evidence. Let's talk about what Ken Martin said. Defense talked to you about Karina and the fact she didn't have any blood on her. Well, who controlled the scene? Karina did. How long was Karina up and around and awake? Quite a while. When did the murder happen? The state never said, and there's no evidence to say necessarily, as defense said, it had to happen 50 minutes later. That'd be consistent with one of the timelines that Karina gave. We saw Houston Danker's test drives, how long he could get back and forth between his house and the Cooper residence, so that they could figure out how much time they needed to delay things, so he could get home and open his fake snap message that she sent, because they think that'll trigger location data helpful to them. Send me something so I can open it when I get home. Deal? Deal. That's what they're doing. He's checking out how long it takes to get home. They're trying to manipulate location data. Karina controls the scene. They said Karina had no blood on her. They said, look at the pictures. Let's talk about it.
You want the screen?
Yeah. All right. There's no evidence Karina's looking for shell casings. Let's start there. Let's talk about the physical evidence. There's enough evidence in the snaps for you to convict Karina Cooper of murder in the first degree. You can ignore all of it. Let's just take a look at the scene. Was she involved? We already talked about the ridiculous notion that Houston Danker came over with a .22 rifle, sneaking through the house. And just as a side note, defense thinks it's important to point out, hey, that hallway there's a little bit wider. Watch the body cam. Doesn't matter if it's a room or a hallway. You can see on the body cam. There's 2 doors. There's Cades. There's a dog. You guys get it. Karina's looking for shell casings. Remember those casings. It's her job. Remember those. No ifs, ands, or buts. Phone manipulation. Phone's going down. I love you too so much. What do we see here? Fangman's body cam video. What is on the arm of Ryan's recliner? It's Karina Cooper's cell phone. We heard that. The flashlight is on. Why is the flashlight on? Because she's looking for shell casings. That's why. She found one. She didn't find the other. There's things you learn when you kill somebody that you didn't know before. One of the things that you learn, that scientists know, that detectives know, that investigators know, it's not like TV. You don't shoot somebody and they just lay gently back in their chair. It is chaotic. It is messy. And as smart as they thought they were, that didn't occur to them. They shoot Ryan. The plan is for Houston to get out of there as fast as possible out that door, which is exactly what happened. Karina's job is to find shell casings. Problem. It's chaotic as hell. She uses her cell phone flashlight to search around. She finds one, she doesn't find the other. It's on the other side of the blood pool. It's by the base of the door. She didn't see it. So there's a lot going on. That's why her flashlight's on. That's what she's doing. She's looking for shell casings. That's her job. Remember those shell casings. Remember those. Karina was present when Ryan was shot. How do we know that? Karina testified that she shook Ryan's foot. Heard her say that? She said it when she talked to Agent Herman. She said it on the stand yesterday. Ken Martin, blood swipe pattern, Ryan's right foot. Why does she have blood on her hand before she climbs on top of him? I ran out and I saw him. She says eventually she climbs on top of him and then she got blood on her. There's already blood on his foot, a swipe pattern. How'd that happen? Because she already had blood on her hands. Further evidence that Karina was present when Ryan was shot. You remember the blood pools. We're going to talk about what Ken Martin said. There's two of them. Why? The body was in two different positions. Blood pool number 1, which is the one that Cade slipped in. This is the pool that formed first. It is a drip pattern with satellite stains. What does that mean? It means after Ryan was shot in the face twice by Karina Cooper and Houston Danker, his body fell to the left. His arms were at his sides. Blood is streaming out of his face. That blood is dripping into a pool, causing splashing, which Ken Martin calls satellite stains. You see those satellite stains all around that blood pool. Blood pool number 1. Ryan's face dripping down into the blood pool for a fixed period of time, because eventually he stops bleeding into that pool when his body returns to an upright position, sitting in the recliner. There are no splashes or satellite stains associated with blood pool number 2, which you see at the base of the recliner. There were flow patterns that came straight down from Ryan Cooper into that pool that you can see right next to the recliner. 2 separate blood pools. That serves as a timing mechanism. That tells us a lot. That tells us that Karina Cooper was present when Ryan Cooper was shot. You already know this. You know this from the other evidence that's been presented. Let's start with Cade's footprints. We'll just get that eliminated right away. These are the slip patterns from Cade slipping in the blood. Were those slip patterns
created before Ryan was in the upright position or after? After. How do we know? Because Ryan is no longer feeding that blood pool with splashes from his face. That's why the floor is visible. That's why it's not filled in. If he was still bleeding into that blood pool, you would not see the floor. It would be filled in. Or you would see satellite stains in that slip. Those little splashes with the tails. There aren't any. So when Cade slipped in the blood, Ryan was sitting upright.
Your Honor, I'm going to object.
What I referred to as blood pool number 2 at the base of the recliner. That comes from a flow pattern. There are not satellite stains or splashes associated with it because the blood flowed straight down. It was not over a surface and suspended with dripping. So you won't see those splashes based on that. What do we see here? Remember what Ken Martin told you. Remember the timing. I just told you those splashes give us a timing mechanism because we have 2 separate body positions. What do we see in this image? You think they did it together? If you look at the bottom, the green triangle, Houston Danker's footwear impression. If you look at the blue rectangle, Houston Danker's footwear impression. Right there with it, what the state submits is Karina Cooper's footprint. You think they did it together? What do we know about when this footprint was formed? What do we know about when the footwear impression was formed? What did Ken Martin tell you? You can see the satellite stains. You can see the splashes. No voids or impressions in the blood pool. You can see the voids from Cade's. He said that means that those footprints and footwear impressions were formed almost immediately after the shots. That blood that formed those 2 footwear impressions, footprint and the footwear impression, that blood came from the pool with the satellite stains. Blood pool number 1. That means those were formed when Ryan Cooper's body was in position number 1, off to the left, filling the blood pool with blood from his face. The voids that would have been created by those have been filled in by the continued dripping. And you can see satellite stains because the dripping was still occurring. It's not Cade's footprint. You can see Cade's footprint. It's slipped in the blood. It left a void. It left a void because the dripping was over. Ryan's body was upright, forming blood pool number 2. The blood that made these came from his face when he was leaned to the left. It's not Cade's, it's Karina's. What else did he say? No evidence of him outside the door. They shot Ryan. Houston's leaving. Karina goes to the door with him, sees him off, and then closes the door. We know about the position of the door. Once again, when you kill someone, you learn things that you didn't know before.
The blood tells the story. Ryan's shot. Ryan's leaning to the left. They head to the door together. Houston's got the gun. That's part of the plan. They don't know this. But when the door was closed, there's something called high-velocity blood spatter that hit the door. And someone like Ken Martin, who's a scientist, can tell you that's from a gunshot. So we know the door was closed at the time of the gunshot. Karina didn't know you could figure that stuff out. She doesn't know how blood works. They thought they had the perfect plan. She doesn't know about drip patterns. She doesn't know about satellite stains. She doesn't know that Ken Martin and science can tell you that her footprint and Houston's footwear impression were in the swing area of that door while Ryan's body was still to the left before his body returned to the upright position, but it can. We've heard a lot about Snapchat messages, data loss, fantasy worlds. This is reality. This is science. Reality says Karina walked over to that door before Ryan's body returned to the upright position with Houston Danker. The door was shut during the shooting, opened it. Ryan's face is still dripping, creating satellite stains. How do we know that? Remember that picture of the door? Remember the edge of that door? Splashes of blood, because the door is hanging open while Ryan is hanging to the left, dripping blood from his face. Then she closes the door, and there's more satellite stains on the front of that door from the drip of blood from his face over and over and over again. She's there. She's absolutely there. Science says she's there. The fantasy world stuff, the snaps, it doesn't matter. She's guilty based on this alone. But there's more. Did she pull the trigger or did she not? You don't have to find that she did. She clearly aided and abetted in this crime. The evidence shows she shot Ryan Cooper in the face. How do we know that? Ken Martin showed you this video. .22 caliber bullet, right? Into a bloody sponge. That's called backspatter. See all the blood coming back towards the shooter? It's things you learn when you kill somebody you didn't know before. Karina Cooper is concealing backspatter. Now, defense wanted to tell you, hey, she didn't have any blood on her. We're going to talk about that. Let's think about, as defense wanted you to think this through. So let's think it through. What did Dr. Kelly Cruz tell you about the path of the wounds in this case? Into Ryan's face, to his brain, upward. Upward. The path of travel of the bullets was upward. Why does that matter? Well, Ryan was sitting in a recliner. If Karina and Houston shot him while standing over him, like this, the travel of the bullets would not have been upward from his cheek into his brain. They would have been downward. What does that tell us? But instead, when Karina Cooper shot him,
She was kneeling, sighting the weapon, like this. Ryan's here in the chair. She's like this. Most of her body is not exposed to the backside. She shoots him in the face. The bullets travel upward into his brain from this angle. What spatter is she going to get on her? Her forehead, her face. The majority of her body is covered and concealed. What did Ken Martin tell you? Shot number 2. More backspatter than number 1. Because after shot number 1, a pool of blood forms. Shot number 2 is into that pool of blood on Ryan's face, an explosion of blood. Karina controls the scene. You saw the picture after she had the blood cleaned off from her. We had testimony that there was assistance in cleaning the blood off from her. That backspatter hits her face, and more importantly, it hits her hair. There's things you learn when you kill somebody. She's got a problem. She has blood on her face and in her hair. She can wipe her face. She can change her shirt before the police get there. It's going to look pretty suspicious if she takes a shower to clean her hair. Doesn't make any sense. She can't do that. So what does she do? What else could possibly explain what she's doing? She jumps on Ryan. She puts her face, forehead, hair into the blood coming from Ryan's face. Why is her face on the left side where the bullet holes are? Because she's concealing evidence. She's concealing evidence of backspatter that she received when she crouched down and shot Ryan Cooper in the face. There she is, after getting off Ryan Cooper. Why? Why would you sit on your dead husband who had just been shot and rub your face all over his face, directly over the wounds, soaking your face and hair with his blood? Because you shot him and you're covered in backspatter, which you did not anticipate. So you had to come up with a pretty quick plan. This was what she came up with. She's guilty, beyond a reasonable doubt. Another thing to consider. Yesterday, on the stand, Karina didn't have any trouble pushing back against things that she felt weren't true. Correcting Mr. Kodiaga, or as defense said, trying to be accurate. Did you catch what she said yesterday during her testimony? Mr. Kodiaga, Ryan was sleeping when he was shot? Medical examiner never testified to that. Ken Martin didn't testify to that. Ken Martin said he was shot while he was in his recliner chair. That's how he put it. Nobody testified that Ryan was sleeping when he was shot. There's no testimony to that at all. Ryan was sleeping when he was shot? Karina says, yes. How does she know that? Wouldn't the answer be, I don't know? She said yes. Because she shot him. She's guilty of murder in the first degree, beyond a reasonable doubt.
The science shows that she is. She's guilty because she shot him. She also aided and abetted in the murder with all the necessary requisite intent. The snaps establish that. Her own statements establish that. The science establishes that. She's guilty. We're asking that you find her guilty. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes closing arguments. What we're going to do now is I'm going to finish with the last few of the remaining jury instructions. So if you want to follow along, you can. We're going to pick up at number 27. Instruction number 27, nothing I have said or done during the trial was intended to give any opinion as to the facts, proof, or what your verdict should be. Instruction number 28, the duty of the jury is to determine if Karina Cooper is guilty or not guilty. In the event of a guilty verdict, you have nothing to do with punishment. Instruction number 29, during the trial, you've been allowed to take notes. You may take these with you to the jury room to use in your deliberations. Remember, these are notes and not evidence. Generally, they reflect the recollection or impressions of the evidence as viewed by the person taking them. It may be inaccurate or incomplete. Upon reaching a verdict, leave the notes in the jury room and they will be destroyed. Instruction number 30. Exhibits have been admitted into evidence and are to be considered along with all the other evidence to assist you in reaching your verdict. You are not to tamper with the exhibits or their contents, and each exhibit should be returned into court along with your verdict in the same condition as it was when received by you. Instruction number 31. You may not communicate about this case before reaching your verdict. This includes via cell phone and electronic media such as text messages, email, electronic messaging applications, and any other social media platform, including but not limited to Facebook, LinkedIn, YouTube, Twitter, TikTok, Instagram, Snapchat, and any other social media applications you may use. Do not do any research or make any investigation about this case on your own. Do not visit or view any place discussed in this case, and do not use internet or application-based maps or programs or any other application, program, or device to search for or view any place discussed in the testimony. Also, do not research any information about this case, the law, or the people involved, including the parties, the witnesses, the lawyers, or myself. This includes using the internet to research events or people referenced in the trial. This case will be tried on evidence presented in the courtroom. If you conduct independent research, you'll be relying on matters not presented in court. The parties have a right to have this case decided on the evidence they know about and that has been introduced here in court. If you do some research or investigation or experiment that we do not know about, then your verdict may be influenced by inaccurate, incomplete, or misleading information that has not been tested by the trial process, including the oath to tell the truth, and by cross-examination. All of the parties are entitled to a fair trial rendered by an impartial jury, and you must conduct yourself so as to maintain the integrity of the trial process. If you decide a case based on information not presented in court, you will have denied the parties a fair trial in accordance with the rules of this state, and you will have done an injustice. It is very important that you abide by these rules. Failure to follow these instructions may result in the case having to be retried, and could result in you being held in contempt and punished. Instruction number 32. When you begin your deliberations, you should select a foreperson. He or she shall see that your deliberations are carried on in an orderly manner, that the issues are fully and freely discussed, and that every juror is given an opportunity to express his or her views. In order to return a verdict, each juror must agree to it. Your verdict must be unanimous. Where two or more alternative theories are presented, or where two or more facts would produce the same result, the law does not require each juror to agree as to which theory or facts leads to his or her verdict. It is the verdict itself which must be unanimous, not the theory or facts upon which it is based. It is your duty as jurors to consult with one another and reach an agreement, if you can do so without compromising your individual judgment. Each of you must decide the case for yourself, but do so only after an impartial consideration of the evidence with the other jurors. During your deliberations, do not hesitate to re-examine your view and change your opinion if convinced it is wrong. But do not change your opinion as to the weight or effect of the evidence just because it is the opinion of the other jurors or for the mere purpose of returning a verdict. Remember, you are not partisans or advocates. You are judges of the facts. Your sole duty is to find the truth and do justice. Occasionally, after a jury retires to the jury room, the members have questions. I have prepared the final instructions only after carefully considering the evidence presented in the case with the lawyers. I have tried to use language which is generally understandable. Usually, your questions about the instructions can be answered if you carefully reread them. If, however, you feel it necessary to ask a question about the instructions, you must do so in writing. I cannot communicate with you without first discussing your questions and the potential answer with the lawyers. The court attendant who works with you in this case from now on is in the same position as I am. She will take an oath not to communicate with you about your deliberations. She has not spoken to you during the trial except about the mechanics of being a juror, and she will not speak to you when you have retired to deliberate, except to ask you if you have agreed upon a verdict and to manage the logistics of your service. Please do not place the court attendant on the spot by asking any questions about the instructions or the evidence. Jurors like to know how long each day they will deliberate and whether they will be sequestered. How long you deliberate any day between the hours of approximately 8:15 and 4:30 p.m. is up to you. You will not be sequestered. That is, you will be free to go home each evening if you deliberate more than one day. You will stay together during the day, including meals. Finally, if you need to notify anyone about the time you will be there, please notify the court attendant and we will make a phone available for you. Also, if you need confirmation of your attendance to keep peace with your employer, the clerk's office will provide you with the appropriate documents. All right, lastly, instruction number 33. Forms of verdict have been prepared for you and attached to these instructions. Your foreperson and each fellow juror will sign the form of verdict which accords with your findings. When you have agreed upon a verdict and the foreman or forewoman has signed the verdict form, please notify the court attendant. And that's it for the jury instructions. So, ladies and gentlemen, what you have then are just copies. Once you return to the jury room, we will get you the original. It has a little yellow tab with a verdict at the back. So that's the verdict that you would complete once you have reached a verdict. We will also, may take a few minutes, but we will assemble all the exhibits and get those to you as well. I did discuss with counsel. We are not going to send the firearm that's been admitted into evidence back to the jury room. If the jury would like to view the firearm at some point during its deliberations, you would need to let the court attendant know, and we will make arrangements for you to do that. So just would need to let the court attendant know. All right. At this point, ladies and gentlemen, what we're going to do is I'm going to select two alternates at random by drawing. When I select those alternates, I'm going to refer to you by number, by seat, starting at 1 up at the top left, going across to 6, starting at 7, going across to 14, and then 15 and 16. Excuse me. Yeah, 15. Am I right? Oh, yeah, I'm right. 13 and 14 at the bottom. Sorry. Math has never been my strong suit. Once you've been excused, then the two people who are selected as alternates are excused. You're free to go. You're no longer subject to any admonition in this case that has been given previously. I would ask that you leave your telephone number with Ms. Davis. I will, once a verdict has come in, I will call the two alternates, let them know what the verdict was, and depending on what questions they may have, may be able to answer some of those questions. So, with that, Ms. Davis, it's over here. Sure, this will all go digital at some point, but. So the first alternate is number 2. And the second alternate is number 10. So the two of you are free to go at this point. Leave your notes and we will destroy those as well. And again, if you want to leave your phone number with Ms. Davis, I'll give you a call once this matter has been finalized. You're free to go. Yep. Thank you very much for your service, and again, I'll talk to you later. All right, at this point, I need to administer an oath to Ms. Davis. Ms. Davis, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that you will not allow any communication to or from the jury during its deliberations, that you will not personally make any communication to the jurors without court order except to ask if they have agreed on a verdict, and not to communicate to any person the state of the jury's deliberations or the verdict agreed upon before it is rendered? Please answer, I do. All right. All right. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I will leave you to Ms. Davis and begin your deliberations.
All right, so I'm going to end the poll. So I think now I can say, yes, there was a verdict. I'm going to end the poll. So let's see. I'm going to end the poll. 58 votes. Let's see here. 58 votes. 1 to 2 hours, 28%. 3 to 4 hours, 27%, 2 to 3 hours, 25%, 0 to 1 hour, 17%. All right, so let's see. So right now it's at, let me pull this up. So right now, it's coming back. All right, so it's 1:20, right? So 1:20 their time.
I believe there were 2 bench conferences. I don't know if people want to make a record on those. There was one, I believe, Mr. Ringel, you asked to approach during a slide that Ms. Watt had up, and I believe the slide on her PowerPoint presentation said, "A decision like no other." And anyway, you want to, I guess you objected to where that was going. Any further record you want to make on that?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right. And then, Ms. Watt, you had an objection during portion of came up and asked to approach, and were objecting to a portion of Mr. Ringel's rebuttal closing related to, I believe, Mr. Martin's testimony. And I don't know if you want to make any further record on that.
My position was that he was arguing facts that were not in evidence and that were contradictory to what his experts said.
Okay. And I did not, again, they did not appear so to me based on my recollection. They appeared to be either inferences that could be drawn or accurate based on the testimony that was given. So overruled that objection. All right. With that, is there any further record that needs to be made with respect to closings, jury instructions, or anything else at this point on the state's end?
No.
Ms. Watt?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Then I'm going to ask, once we go off the record, I'm going to ask that you each leave me with a cell phone number where I can get a hold of you if I need to get in touch with you. And then I'm going to want at least one person from each group to maybe work with Colleen here to make sure we have all of the exhibits that we need to send back to the jury on both ends. I've got, I believe, a complete list here, and you can compare that. So with that, we'll go off the record.
Okay. So now we can, so it was 20 after 1, and this is their time. So 20 after 1 their time. And let me see here. $20 after 1, right? So that's 20 after 2, that's 1 hour. $20 after 3, so that's 2 hours.
Deliberate.
Yep. Okay.
Jury's been out.
So 20 after 3, so it's 2 hours, about 2.5 hours. So let's see what happens after 2.5 hours. Here, can fast forward a little bit. Oh, come on. This is like painful. It's like watching. Oh, come on. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to get it. Oh, here we go. Okay. So,
outside the presence of the jury, we have counsel and Ms. Cooper here. I had asked counsel and Ms. Cooper that Ms. Cooper be brought over and counsel come back. Our jury's been out. We have severe thunderstorm warning, and we're under a tornado watch. The parking here in Lynn County for jurors, they park at least a quarter mile away under the interstate. Looks like the rain's going to get here pretty soon. I'm inclined to let them go for the day. Otherwise they're going to get drenched on and could be stuck here in a thunderstorm. So, we're about probably 40 minutes earlier, or at least let them know and ask them what their preference is. If they all come in and unanimously say we want to keep going, that's fine with me, but I want to give them that option. So is that, I guess, my proposal is we bring the jury in, I explain to them what I know about the weather, and ask them, say it's up to you, I'll let you deliberate as long as you'd like to today, up to 5 o'clock, if that's, 5 or thereabouts, if you want to, or if because of the weather, you want to discontinue deliberations today, that's fine as well. I'll leave the choice up to them.
That's the state's preference.
That work for you?
Yes.
All right. Then I'm going to go across the hall, ask the jury manager to gather the jurors and bring them back.
all right, no spoilers, guys. No spoilers. Please, no spoilers. No spoilers. Please, please, please. Let's watch it all together. If you know, don't spoil it for the others. Thank you.
I said it's going to be a minute.
We did like a over 12-hour stream once for I forget, Jimmy J, I think was his name, in Mississippi. Remember that one? Because we were doing a catch up there too, and we did because YouTube stops recording after 12 hours, so I think we started another stream. Oh, I think then I did a shoot the shit with squeegee. I think I did one that day too. But this is a long one. This is a long stream. Yeah, we're at 10 hours and 39 minutes. All right, let me keep fast forwarding. All right, here we go.
Go ahead and have a seat. All right, we are back on the record. We have our jury, counsel, and parties present. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is a little unusual. I don't normally see a jury between when they start deliberations and when they're finished, but you may have seen out your window. It's getting pretty dark out. We're under a severe thunderstorm watch and a tornado warning here. I know you guys are parked a ways away, so I wanted to, even if I let you go right now, you might not beat the rain, but you'd be closer. So I really wanted to leave it up to you folks. I'm willing to let you folks deliberate longer today, you know, 5, shortly after 5. Or if you tell me you'd like to go today and resume on Monday, I'm open to that as well in light of the weather. So, you know, we'll go off the record. I'm just going to let you guys, if you want to chat amongst yourselves for a minute, that's fine with me. So let's go off the record.
All right, when did they start? I guess they didn't come back on. So, okay, so they started at 1:20. So 4:20 would be 3 hours. Oh, no. Oh, here we go. All right. So 4:20 would be 3 hours and then like another 35 minutes. So it's at three and a half hours, basically, roughly.
All right, go ahead and be seated, everyone. We are back on the record with the jurors, counsel, and parties present. I've been informed that the jury has reached a verdict. Has the jury, in fact, reached a verdict? All right, Ms. Davis, if you could hand the verdict form to Ms. Davis. Would counsel and parties please stand? All right, I have a form of verdict. Form of verdict 2, we, the jury, find the defendant, Karina Cooper, guilty of the offense of murder in the first degree, dated this 11th day of July, 2025. And juror number 1, is that the jury's verdict? Yes, it is, Your Honor. Would you like the jury polled, Ms. Watt? All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, at this point I'm going to ask that you return to the jury room with Ms. Davis just for a bit. We have a couple matters we need to wrap up here, and then I will come and talk to you in just a bit before I release you from your obligations in this case. So thank you, and we'll see you in just a few minutes. Go ahead and have a seat. All right, I will, based on the verdict, I will enter an order, not today, but sometime over the weekend or Monday morning, because I need to get a date and time, but I will set this matter by separate order for sentencing hearing. I will not be ordering a PSI because of the offense. charged and on which the jury has rendered a verdict. Ms. Cooper, I need to advise you that you have a right to file a motion for a new trial and/or motion in arrest of judgment. Any such motion must be filed no later than 45 days from today's date, but in any event, not less than 5 days prior to the date that is set for sentencing in your case. If you have questions about those, Ms. Watt and Mr. Hawbaker are the people to talk to. Pursuant to Iowa Code Section 811.1, prior bail provisions are revoked and no bond is authorized at this point. Is there any further record that we need to make on behalf of the state?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Any further record we need to make on behalf of the defendant?
No, Your Honor.
All right, then we are adjourned. Thank you.
And there we have it. So we'll stay here. We'll stay here as long as they keep the feet up. She should be handcuffed, right? She should be handcuffed, fingerprinted, all that good stuff. Yep. Oh, they're handcuffing her in the front. Interesting. I would have thought they would have done the back. Yep. Get the orange jumpsuit. Orange jumpsuit time. Off she goes. Yeah, I wonder who those people are in the gallery. Like who, if anybody's there for her. He did not set a date for sentencing. No date for sentencing. That's it. That is it. All right. So that's that. I wanted to, before I let you guys go, Zach sent me an email and some pictures. So I want to pull these up. Let me pull these up. Hold on. All right, hold on. All right, let me tell this story. All right. All right, so Zach is in Texas. He said, I happened to be in a place to help with the rescue of a young man named Leo. All right, so that's Leo. His whole house washed away. His dad, stepmom, and baby brother have not been found or identified as of yet. A power line snagged him in this huge pile of debris and pulled him out of the river channel off to the side. I've established a relationship with him and make sure he's doing okay now. We thought he had a broken leg on the scene. Luckily, the bone wasn't broken, but he's still lacerated and banged up enough that he can barely walk. So this is just amazing. All right, so that's that. Here's another picture. Let's see. Oops, sorry. Here's another picture. I mean, just incredible what's going on down there, you guys. I'm sure everybody's been following the news. Well, if you live in the States, you've been following the news. It's just ridiculous. All right, so this is the first responders helping him. Probably lucky he got caught up in that. You know, if he wasn't caught up in this debris field, he probably just would be swept away. All right, a power line snagged him in this large pile of debris and pulled him out of the river channel off to the side. Right? He probably wouldn't have survived if he hadn't been pulled. All right, so there's that one. And then there's this one. This is the last one. So there he is. He's like in a little gurney or something on a stretcher. Right? It's unbelievable. Right? That's just crazy. Yeah, I think, right, if he hadn't been pulled, let me just pull this up again. Here's this young man. I mean, look at that. He's clearly in pain, poor guy, man. But if he hadn't been, so his whole house washed away. Dad, stepmom, baby brother have not been found or identified yet. A power line snagged him in this large pile of debris and pulled him out of the river channel off to the side. right? That's pretty amazing. Pretty amazing. So kudos to you, Zach. I don't know if you're still with us, but yeah, unbelievable. Unbelievable stuff there. All right. All right, what's up next? We have Donna Adelson had a hearing today. It's only 20 minutes, so we'll cover that on Monday. And then Raul Valley had a juror spoke. I watched that yesterday, and that's only like a minute or two. Jimmy's parents spoke. So I want to do that maybe Monday. We will do that on Monday. And then we tried to watch, if you guys were with us, we tried to watch Ali Yanis, but the audio was so terrible I stopped watching it. Now that's only a 3-day trial, so that might work because the week of the 21st is nuts. We've got Brian Kohlberger's sentencing is the 23rd and 24th. They're anticipating 2 days because of all the victim statements. So 2 days for Kohlberger, 23rd, 24th. Stern's jury selection starts the 22nd with opening statements starting no later than the 25th, which is Friday. And then Lori Daybell's sentencing is Friday. So I'm trying to find a trial that we can watch that's like just next week, and then we'll be doing some deep dives with Jules the 21st. So I need a trial for next week, and that it's only going to, so right now I'll probably do that Ali one because we started it, right? He's the one that did the bench trial. He attacked that woman, a college woman on the University of Iowa. So we'll probably do that one. The audio was really, really bad when we started watching and we stopped, but I think it got better. So anyway, we will, I'll look around. There's this dentist that's starting, but they said that's going to be like 3 weeks. I can't, I don't want to miss Stefan Stearns. I'm definitely going to cover that because Jules will be joining us. Jules is going to do, she'll be doing a stream with us, co-streaming with us. So anyway, so that's where we are with that. Yeah, man, have a good, yeah, man, chat. I think I need to call it a day. We've been streaming for almost 11 hours. Another 10 minutes, it'll be 11 hours. Well, 7 minutes. All right, so thank you guys. Thank you for watching. Thank you to Aaron. Thank you to our mods. You guys are fantastic. To everybody. Will he actually go to trial? I don't know, Rachel. We're going to find out. We're going to find out if he'll actually go to trial. We'll see. Weekends are made for kitty cam. Yes. We're now that they're kind of running all over the place. We'll see. I want to do a kitty cam this weekend, so we'll see. All right, guys. Thank you so much. Jules is back. Yes, Jules is back. She'll be co-hosting, I should say. She'll be co-hosting with me with this Stefan Stearns. So that'll be cool. All right, guys. Have a great weekend. We'll do some kitty camming this weekend. I'm not sure when, but we'll definitely do some kitty camming. I'm doing some more cooking. I got to work on a new cooking show. I can't even think anymore. All right, Shore Life. I need kitties. Red Pen, the Trial Cats. All right, guys. Thanks so much. Really appreciate you. Thank you for we hit 10,000 subs last Thursday, and right now we're at 10,713. So we gained 700 subs in a week. So thank you to all the new people coming in. Thank you to the people that have been with us, for a long time. We know who you are. You know who you are. We appreciate you guys, and thank you for the memberships today. Thank you for the cups of coffee. Pammy gave a cup of coffee. Somebody else did, but I don't know if that's your handle, so I'm not going to say your name. And then thank you for the super chats. You guys did a couple of super chats and all that good stuff. So thank you. Really appreciate that. And we'll see you guys. Have a great weekend, and we'll see you guys on Monday. Okay. See ya. Bye. Yeah.